The Eye of Horus. Sam Reilly, Book 39. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Chapter 1. On board Lion's Gate, Strait of Messina, Italy. The laptop flashed with a persistent alarm that was soft, gentle, and almost soothing. Cole Mercer's lips formed a grim line. The alarm meant only one thing. The very survival of the human race was at risk. He quickly moved through the secret stateroom that was filled with an array of computer monitors. These were linked to a large database of supercomputers, which took up nearly the entire lower deck, housed far below the waterline, which aided in their natural cooling process. The stateroom itself was positioned 2 decks below the waterline on board the luxury cruise ship Lion's Gate. It had been built in absolute secrecy, and from the outside, it might as well have been identical to any other of the ship's 2,800 staterooms. Cole stopped at the far end of the stateroom, his eyes landing heavily on the room's only laptop. It was old, circa 2012. The decades-old personal processor, surrounded by some of the most advanced computers in existence, was a veritable anachronism. The wallpaper displayed an image of an online flower shop. It looked bright and pixelated, like something right out of the early .com era. Only it was running incredibly sophisticated software on the dark web. It was a honeypot, a digital trap, designed to see if anyone was searching for them. The security mechanism, typically a vulnerable or exposed computer system, server, or network, acted as a decoy to attract cyber attackers. Its purpose was normally to lure hackers away from legitimate systems, allowing security professionals to observe and analyze their methods in order to improve real-world defenses. Cole's eyes fell hard on what he saw as a single message flashed. 171407, user O_RU5. Message: Hello, Cole. I would like to buy a Blue Lotus. Cole swore. He backed away from the laptop, opened the door, and burst into the hidden highway at a run. The narrow corridor stretched the length of the ship, lit by harsh fluorescent strips and lined with stainless steel service doors. It was the unseen bloodstream of the Lion's Gate, a place where luggage carts rattled past, trays of food were rushed to cabins, and maintenance crews moved silently between the decks while the passengers above enjoyed the illusion of effortless luxury. Cole ran hard. A waiter carrying a tray of room service froze against the bulkhead as Cole rushed past, the glasses on the tray clinking sharply. "Sorry," Cole muttered without slowing. Farther along the passage, 2 maintenance engineers were crouched beside an open electrical panel. They looked up just in time to see him urgently sprint past, as though fleeing a fire. Cole didn't stop. At the end of the corridor, he slammed his hand against the call button for the crew elevator. The light blinked. He glanced up at the display. Deck 14. It wasn't moving. Come on, he whispered. The seconds stretched. Cole swore under his breath. To hell with it. He spun and shoved through the stairwell door. The metal steps rang beneath his boots as he climbed, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Deck after deck blurred past him. 10, 9, 8. His lungs burned, but he forced himself faster. By the time he reached the upper levels, his shirt clung damply to his back. Cole shoved through another doorway and stepped out onto the open deck. The afternoon air hit him like a cold slap. He paused only long enough to orient himself before continuing his run toward the bridge. He just hoped the captain was already there. Cole's eyes took in the ship's location, mentally trying to place Lionsgate's position so he could work out their next move. To the east, the lights of mainland Italy glittered along the mountainous coast of Calabria. To the west, the darker silhouette of Sicily rose sharply from the sea. They were passing through the Strait of Messina, heading north toward the open waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. A few passengers stood along the railings, watching the view, unaware of the danger racing toward them. Cole turned and strode quickly toward the bridge. 2 large security officers stood guard outside the entrance. One stepped forward immediately, blocking the doorway. "I'm sorry, sir," he said firmly. "The bridge is off limits to guests." "I need to speak with the captain immediately," Cole said. The security officer said, "He's with the officer of the watch right now." Cole didn't wait. He shoved past him. The guard reacted with surprising speed, grabbing Cole's arm. Cole was faster. He twisted free, caught the man's wrist, and rotated it sharply. The guard cried out in pain as his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Cole let go of his wrist and surged forward. The second guard lunged after him, but Cole was already through the door. He stepped onto the bridge. The captain turned, his expression shifting from irritation to confusion, as he saw the 2 security guards rushing in behind him. "What's going on?" Captain Alessandro Ricci demanded. "You're not supposed to be here, Cole." Cole was breathing hard. "You have to change course immediately." The 2 security officers reached him and grabbed his arms. One already had a pair of handcuffs out. The captain raised a hand. "It's all right." "You know this man?" one of the officers asked. "I do," Captain Ricci replied. "Captain," the injured officer protested, clutching his wrist, "he almost broke my arm." Ricci studied Cole carefully. "What's this about?" Cole met his eyes. "The Lion's Gate is about to be sunk." The color drained from the captain's face. "Are you sure?" "Certain," Cole replied without hesitation. Ricci looked at the 2 guards. "It's all right, gentlemen. I'll look after our guest." The guards exchanged unhappy looks, but obeyed. The bridge door closed behind them. The captain turned back to Cole. "What exactly are you talking about?" "You need to turn around," Cole said. "Find deep water. Head toward Calypso Deep." The captain blinked in disbelief. "Why?" "It's in the Ionian Sea's Hellenic Trench," Cole said quickly. "About 25 miles west of Greece." "I know where it is," Ricci snapped. "What I don't know is why you think the Lion's Gate will be any safer there than here." "It won't be." The captain frowned. "So why should I make the change in direction?" "Lion's Gate is going to the bottom," Cole said. "That is a fact. What we need to do now is make its secret stay buried as long as possible. Calypso Deep is 16,700 feet deep. It won't keep them hidden forever, but it will hold them off for some time." "This is madness," Captain Ricci shook his head slowly. "The Lion's Gate isn't going to sink. If she were, I would know. My priority is to the safety of the crew and every passenger on this ship, not to protecting your damned secrets." Cole's voice turned icy cold. "If those secrets fall into the wrong hands, the lives of every man, woman, and child on board this vessel will no longer matter." "What the hell have you done?" The captain pointed his finger at Cole, his animated expression set with fury. Before Cole could reply, a violent crunch tore through the hull. The sound was deafening. Metal shrieked against metal with a grinding, bone-jarring scream that seemed to rip straight through the ship. The entire bridge lurched sideways. Alarms exploded across the consoles. Warning lights flashed red. Somewhere deep below them, the horrific groan of steel being twisted beyond its limits. The deck shuddered again, as if something enormous had scraped along the belly of the ship. Cole knew in an instant The ship had been mortally wounded. Lion's Gate was going down. The captain turned toward him, his face utterly pale. "What the hell was that?" Cole Mercer swallowed hard. "The Eye of Horus just found us." Chapter 2. Atrium, Lion's Gate. Mirabella Deberchauser had always hated confined spaces, which was why she was here. The Lion's Gate possessed a massive atrium at the heart of the ship. It was a towering cathedral of glass and polished marble that rose through the vessel's 14 decks. Several large elevators, surrounded by transparent glass walls and capped with gold-colored domes, moved constantly through the vast open space, carrying decadently dressed guests between restaurants, theaters, casinos, and ballrooms. Mirabella stood at the edge of the atrium and stared at one of the elevators descending toward her. Against her better judgment, she pressed the call button. Call it claustrophobia, or perhaps a sensible appreciation for wide open spaces, but she had never liked elevators. In the nearly 2 years she had worked aboard the Lion's Gate, she had managed to avoid using them almost entirely. Tonight was different. It was the first proper evening she had taken off since the project began. To celebrate its completion, she had finally decided to attend the ship's formal night. This would be an extravagant affair where guests appeared in tuxedos and evening gowns while champagne flowed like water. Tonight she wore an elegant black dress that clung smoothly to her tall figure before falling in a sleek line to her ankles. A daring slit ran high along one leg, revealing toned skin each time she moved. The fabric shimmered faintly under the atrium lights, and the delicate straps over her shoulders left her back almost entirely bare. Her blonde hair was swept loosely behind her shoulders, and when she smiled, which she did often, her wide, bright teeth gave her an open warmth that made people trust her instantly. Mirabella rarely dressed like this, and she almost never wore high heels. Even just walking to the elevator, she recalled how uncomfortable stiletto pumps were, and why she didn't even own a pair. Like the evening gown, she'd hired the Christian Louboutins for the night. Consequently, avoiding the staircase was a must. There was no way she intended to climb 12 flights of stairs to the ballroom in high heels. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. She took a breath, pushed the claustrophobic thoughts aside, and stepped inside. The glass doors closed behind her. Bella kept her eyes fixed on the vast open space of the atrium as the elevator began its smooth ascent. The towering interior of the ship drifted downward beneath her. Guests wandered through the lower decks, musicians played softly near a piano lounge, and the golden lighting reflected off polished brass railings. She did what most adults did when they were bored or uncomfortable. She pulled out her phone. There was no cellular reception at sea, but the ship's internal network allowed passengers and crew to message each other through the onboard system. One notification waited, a missed call, and text message. Bella opened it casually. The moment she read it, every trace of color drained from her face. Her fingers tightened around the phone. She lifted it to return the call. Then the ship shuddered violently. The sound came first. A deep, metallic scream reverberated through the vessel, like steel being torn apart somewhere deep beneath the decks. The elevator lurched sideways, making her slam into the glass wall as the entire ship shuddered again. Lights flickered wildly. For several terrifying seconds, the atrium plunged into darkness. Bella grabbed the railing beside her, struggling to keep her balance in the high heels she had instantly begun to regret. Then the emergency lighting snapped on. Dim red illumination flooded the atrium, and the elevator jerked to a halt. She pressed the control panel. Nothing happened. "Come on," she whispered. Then she heard it, the sound. At first it was distant like a rushing noise, like surf rolling across a beach, but it grew louder and louder. Bella leaned toward the glass wall of the elevator and looked down as water exploded into the atrium. A torrent burst through the lower deck doors, spreading rapidly across the polished floor as passengers screamed and scrambled for higher ground. Within seconds, the shallow flood had turned into a fast-moving current, sweeping chairs, luggage, and small tables across the marble floor. People slipped and fell as the water surged past their legs. Bella stared in disbelief. Her heart hammered. She glanced at her watch. It was an old analog timepiece, and made her think of the people on board the Titanic, who might have made note of a similar thing after their collision with an iceberg in the middle of the North Atlantic. The time was 1732. She frowned. It had taken 2 hours and 40 minutes for the Titanic to sink. She wondered how long the Lion's Gate had. The claustrophobia surged suddenly, violently. The glass walls of the elevator seemed to press inward around her. She closed her eyes, her breathing quickened. She tried to suppress the urge to scream. Everything was going to be okay. The Lion's Gate was a modern cruise ship with state-of-the-art safety systems, multiple watertight compartments, and bilge pumps that could empty the flooding ship at the speeds capable of draining an Olympic swimming pool in minutes. Whatever happened to the Lion's Gate, they would ensure the passengers and crew survived. Then she remembered the message on her phone, and she knew the sinking of the Lion's Gate was the least of her problems. Chapter 3. On board the HMS Resolute, Strait of Messina, Italy. Time, 1733. Lieutenant Commander Charlotte Pembroke stepped into the control room deck just as the subdued lighting shifted to the darker hue used during submerged operations. The narrow compartment hummed with the constant background vibration of the submarine systems, the quiet pulse of pumps, the whisper of circulating air, and the faint metallic creak of a vessel operating hundreds of feet beneath the sea. The control room, what surface sailors would have called the bridge, was compact but efficient. Consoles wrapped around the central plotting table in a tight semicircle. Navigation displays glowed green and amber in the dim light. The periscope well rose like a narrow column through the center of the compartment, surrounded by sonar stations, helm controls, and ballast management panels. Everything smelled faintly of machine oil and recycled air. HMS Resolute, a Vanguard-class ballistic missile submarine operating out of HMNB Clyde, Faslane, was several weeks into a routine continuous at-sea deterrent patrol. They had spent most of the deployment in the North Atlantic, but the patrol route had carried them south through the Mediterranean. Soon they would be stopping in Malta for some much-needed R&R. The crew had been looking forward to it for weeks. Pembroke glanced toward the commanding officer. Commander Henry Ashcroft stood beside the chart table with the calm stillness of a man who had spent most of his adult life beneath the ocean. Tall and lean, with dark hair beginning to show strands of gray at the temples, Ashcroft carried himself with a quiet authority that came from decades in the Royal Navy's submarine service. He caught her eye and gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Evening, XO." Pembroke returned the smile. "Good evening, Captain." Ashcroft leaned slightly toward her. "We're transiting north through the Strait of Messina," he said quietly. "Navigation is tracking the seabed along the channel floor. Depth steady at 650 feet. Pembroke glanced at the navigation console. Everything looked routine. Ashcroft stepped back from the table. "All right," he said. "You have the watch, XO?" "Aye, sir, I have the watch," she replied. The words had barely left her mouth when the world exploded. A violent, metallic crunch tore through the submarine. The entire hull shuddered as if struck by a giant hammer. The deck lurched beneath their feet. Every light in the control room flickered. Then came the sound, a hideous grinding scream of metal dragged along the submarine's outer casing, a deep vibrating shriek that echoed through the pressure hull like the tearing of steel plates. Alarms erupted instantly. Red warning lights flashed across the control panels. The helmsman's voice cut through the air. "Collision alarm!" "I have the con," Commander Ashcroft's voice barked, assuming immediate command. "You have the con," XO Pembroke confirmed. "Helmsman, full stop." The captain grabbed the edge of the plotting table to steady himself. "Navigation, report. Any idea what we might have hit?" "Unknown, Captain. We should have 200 feet below our keel," the navigation officer replied. Commander Ashcroft pressed his lips together. "Is it possible we hit another submarine?" "Unlikely, but not impossible," the navigation officer noted. XO Pembroke heard the sound of the submarine's screw go silent and its forward propulsion slow. Another shudder ran the length of the submarine. Then the unmistakable hiss of water under pressure began somewhere forward. Pembroke spun toward the navigation display. The digital compass was spinning wildly. Its heading indicator rotated in slow circles as if the boat were tumbling through space. "That can't be right." She glanced at the depth indicator. For several seconds, the display remained blank. Then numbers flashed onto the screen. Depth 50 feet. Pembroke frowned. "That's impossible." They were navigating along the bottom of the strait. Depth 650 feet. The gauge had to be malfunctioning. Commander Ashcroft was already moving. "Helm," he snapped. "Bring us to the surface." The helmsman nodded. "Aye, sir." The helmsman spun the control wheel. The planesman adjusted the dive planes. Seconds passed. Nothing changed. The plainsman's voice cut through the rising tension. "Sir, the planes aren't responding." Ashcroft turned sharply. "What do you mean?" "We're still in a dive attitude, sir." The submarine groaned softly around them as the hull flexed under pressure. Pembroke felt it through the soles of her boots. The boat was descending. Ashcroft's expression hardened. "Chief of the watch," he said sharply. "Emergency blow." XO Pembroke stepped to the ballast control panel. "Aye, sir." She flipped the guarded switches. "Activating the chicken switches," she said, using the submariner's slang for the rows of switches that operated the pneumatic pressure valves that allowed for the emergency blow to take place. Massive valves opened. Instantly, the submarine filled with a deafening roar of high-pressure air blasting into the ballast tanks. The entire hull vibrated violently. The sound was like a freight train rushing through steel tunnels, a thunderous, hollow roar that shook every bolt and bulkhead inside the submarine. Compressed air forced water from the ballast tanks in explosive bursts. Ashcroft didn't wait. "Helm! Maximum propulsion!" "Aye, sir." "Plainsman! Full rise, 30 degrees." 30-degree rise, aye." The engines surged. The hull creaked again as the submarine strained against gravity and pressure. For several seconds, the control room was filled only with the roar of compressed air and the groaning of the hull. Then the diving officer spoke. "Depth 100 feet and increasing, sir." Pembroke turned slowly toward the captain. Ashcroft stared at the depth display. His jaw tightened. "We're still descending." The roar of the emergency blow continued, yet the submarine kept sinking. Whatever had struck them had damaged more than their hull. "Depth 150 feet, the diving officer reported. Ashcroft nodded once. "Very well. Call it." Seconds passed. The roar of compressed air still thundered through the ballast tanks. "Depth 250 feet, still descending?" Ashcroft's eyes snapped toward the gauge. "Helm, confirm full rise on the planes." "Full rise set, sir." "Depth 500 feet, the diving officer called, his voice tightening. "Rate of descent increasing." The hull creaked around them as the pressure mounted. 750 feet. Ashcroft grabbed the intercom. "All hands brace for impact." The depth display flickered once more. 810 feet. The submarine slammed into the seabed. The impact came as a brutal jolt. The massive hull struck the seabed with a deep, bone-shaking thud. Metal screamed as the submarine skidded across the sandy floor. Loose equipment rattled, consoles shook. For a moment, the entire vessel slid along the seabed like a massive steel sled. Then friction slowed it. Finally, the submarine settled. Silence returned. Only the distant hum of machinery remained. Pembroke slowly released the edge of the console she had been gripping. She exchanged a glance with Ashcroft. They were still alive, and the hull so far was holding. Then a sharp bang echoed somewhere above them. Another followed, like rifle shots. Bolts ruptured. Fragments of metal tore free. Suddenly, narrow jets of seawater blasted through the hull plating above. The engineering officer of the watch looked up sharply. "Captain!" Ashcroft turned. "Report." "The sail fin has taken heavy damage," the EEOW said urgently. "Part of the hatch on the sail access trunk has been breached." Water was already beginning to spray into the compartment above. Ashcroft looked at Pembroke. "XO, you have the control room." Pembroke straightened. "Aye, sir, I have the control room." Ashcroft turned toward the hatch leading upward. "And EEOW, you're with me." His brow knotted into a sharp, deep V, carving into the weathered skin between his intense eyes. "Let's see if there's still time to save my boat." Chapter 4. On board the Lion's Gate. Time, 1734. Cole Mercer stepped off the bridge without looking back. Behind him, disbelief shattered into chaos. Alarms blared. Officers shouted over one another. Orders were given, countermanded, repeated. The bridge had already descended into pandemonium. Cole didn't slow. His heart hammered as he moved quickly through the passageways, heading below decks. There was only one thought in his mind now, one objective that overrode everything else. He had to get back to the stateroom. Whatever happened to the Lion's Gate, whatever fate awaited the passengers and crew, none of it would matter if the Eye of Horus reached what was hidden there. That could not happen. As he reached the main atrium, the full scale of the damage hit him. The hull had been torn open, not breached, ripped. A jagged wound along the starboard side allowed the sea to pour in unchecked. Water cascaded through the upper levels and spilled down the grand staircases like a roaring waterfall. The entire ship listed heavily to starboard, tilting the world at a sickening angle. People screamed, furniture slid. The polished marble floors had become rushing rivers. Cole took it all in with a single glance. The Lion's Gate was dying, and the captain had made his position clear. He wasn't going to Calypso Deep. He was going to try and save lives. Cole clenched his jaw. It was admirable but pointless. Wherever the ship went down now, it would be shallow enough for recovery teams, salvage crews, governments, private contractors, and others. The kind of people who had sent that message. No, that couldn't happen. The only option left was to make sure the drive wasn't here when they came looking. Cole turned and started down the main stairwell, which was now a waterfall. Water thundered down the steps, slamming into him as he forced his way downward. He gripped the railing and pushed through, boots slipping as the current tried to drag him back. 2 decks below the waterline, a security officer blocked his path. "You can't go down there," the man shouted over the noise. Cole raised a hand, almost apologetic. "I need to get something from my stateroom." "Are you insane?" the officer snapped. "The ship's going to sink." "Be that as it may," Cole said evenly, "I still need to retrieve it." The officer shook his head. "No, you don't, and I'm not letting you." Cole moved, no hesitation. His hand slipped inside his jacket and came back with a Glock. He leveled it at the officer's chest. "I really do need to get something." The officer froze, then slowly raised his hands. "Okay," he muttered. "Suit yourself. You're fucking crazy." Cole didn't respond. He stepped past him and kept moving. The hidden highway was already flooding. Water surged through the narrow service corridor, sloshing knee-deep and rising fast. Lights flickered overhead. Somewhere ahead, a bulkhead slammed shut with a metallic boom. Cole pushed forward. Cold water soaked through his clothes as he forced his way down the passage. For a moment, a flicker of panic rose in his chest. Sharp, immediate, undeniable. Was he too late? No, not yet. Another turn, another corridor, then he reached his stateroom. He brought up the digital security lock for his door and typed the code. It clicked. He pulled it open, and a wall of water burst outward, slamming into him and nearly knocking him off his feet. Cole staggered but held his ground, forcing his way inside. The room was already flooding. Water swirled across the floor, rising fast, dragging loose objects with it. He ignored everything and moved straight to the storage compartment. No hesitation, no wasted motion. He grabbed the drive. A compact titanium case, no larger than his palm, dense, indestructible, built to withstand pressures far beyond anything the ocean could throw at it. 128 terabytes, the sum of everything. Etched into its surface was a single word: set. Cole shoved it into his cargo pocket and turned toward the door. The ship lurched violently. An internal wave surged through the corridor outside, slamming the door shut with brutal force. Water piled up against it instantly. Cole reached it in 2 slides, unlocked it, and shoved. It didn't move. He pushed harder. Nothing. The pressure outside had already built. 3 feet of water. 4. And rising. The door might as well have been welded shut. Cole stepped back slowly as the realization hit with absolute clarity. He wasn't getting out. The door wouldn't budge. The pressure outside was already too great, and it would only get worse. Within minutes, the entire compartment would be flooded. Within minutes, he would be dead. Cole exhaled slowly. Panic tried to claw its way up his throat, but he forced it down. Panic was useless. Panic got people killed faster. He didn't have time for that. He reached into his cargo pocket and pulled out the titanium case. Set. The weight of it felt heavier now. Not physically, responsibly. This was the fail-safe, the last line of defense. Everything they had built, everything they had tried to keep hidden, was stored inside that small, indestructible drive. If the Eye of Horus got hold of it, there would be nothing left to stop what came next. Cole turned, scanning the stateroom. His final, dying task was to find a place to hide it where he could be certain that only the right person found it. Chapter 5. Atrium, Lion's Gate. 7 short blasts, followed by one long note, echoed throughout the Lion's Gate. The process repeated over and over again, reverberating through the vast atrium like a tolling bell. "Help!" Mirabella shouted, slamming her hand against the glass wall of the elevator. "I'm trapped in here!" Her voice disappeared into the cavernous space below. Passengers were running in every direction. Some pushed toward the stairwells, others slipped as water surged across the marble floors. Crew members shouted instructions, their voices strained and urgent as they tried to guide people toward the lifeboats. A young girl stopped near the base of the atrium and looked up at her. The girl pointed, her small arm raised, as if she had spotted something extraordinary. For a brief moment she felt a flicker of hope, but the child's mother scooped her up without even glancing in her direction and carried her away, disappearing into the chaos. A crew member looked up next. Their eyes met. Mirabella saw the hesitation in his expression immediately. He understood her situation. He knew she was trapped. For a moment it seemed as though he might try to reach her. Then his gaze shifted. He turned away and ran, choosing instead to help those he could still save. She felt her chest tighten as the realization settled in. No one was coming. The ship lurched violently. She was thrown sideways, her shoulder slamming into the glass as the entire structure swayed. A deep grinding sound followed, a terrible metallic groan that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the hull. It was a sound she had never heard before, yet instinctively understood. The ship was breaking apart. Then the water came. It burst into the atrium from below with terrifying force, flooding the lower decks in seconds. What had begun as a shallow surge quickly became a powerful current, sweeping furniture and people alike as it spread across the vast open space. Mirabella stared down in disbelief as the water level began to rise. The Lion's Gate tilted further, the angle growing steeper with each passing second. The floor beneath her feet no longer felt stable, and she had to grip the railing to keep from falling. Then came the sensation that made her stomach drop. The ship was no longer simply tilting, it was descending. A long, drawn-out grinding noise echoed through the structure as the hull made contact with the seabed. The sound was immense and relentless, a deep vibration that traveled upward through the elevator shaft and into her bones. It was followed by a harsh scraping as the massive ship slid across sand and rock, resisting the motion even as gravity pulled it downward. Mirabella was jolted forward as the movement slowed. Her mind struggled to process what had just happened, but one explanation forced itself to the surface. The captain must have run the ship aground. It was the only thing that made sense. The grinding gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy, ominous stillness as the Lion's Gate settled into the seabed. The hull creaked under the immense pressure, the sound low and continuous, like something alive and suffering. But the water didn't stop. It continued to rise. She watched in disbelief as it climbed steadily upward through the atrium, swallowing the lower decks and moving ever closer to her. It felt unbearably unjust. She had survived the initial chaos. She had not been swept away or crushed. And yet she was going to drown, trapped only a few meters above safety she could not reach. Water began to seep into the elevator. At first it came slowly, forcing its way through small gaps in the doors and seams. Thin streams pooled at her feet, cold and insistent. Within moments, the level rose to her ankles, then her knees. She pressed herself back against the glass, as if distance alone could hold it off. It didn't. The water climbed to her waist, then her chest, stealing the warmth from her body and tightening her breath. Panic pressed in on her from all sides, amplified by the enclosed space. The elevator suddenly felt impossibly small. "Stay calm," she whispered, though her voice trembled. The water reached her shoulders, then her chin. She was forced to lift her feet and float, using the limited space to keep her head above the rising surface. Her hands pressed against the upper frame of the elevator, searching instinctively for any additional space. There was none. This was it. She tilted her head back and looked upward toward the large dome above the atrium. If there was any air trapped there, any pocket at all, it might buy her time. But how much time? Would rescuers risk entering a sunken cruise ship to search for survivors, or would they simply record the loss and move on? Swallowing hard, her breath came faster now, and the water continued to rise. The lights flickered overhead, dimming and returning in uneven pulses before stabilizing briefly. Then, without warning, they went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. Mirabella floated in silence, surrounded by cold water and absolute black, listening to the slow, relentless creaking of the dying ship as it settled deeper into the seabed. Chapter 6. On board the HMS Resolute. Lieutenant Commander Charlotte Pembroke stood in the control room, braced lightly against the edge of the central console as the submarine creaked around her. The sound was constant now, a deep, groaning strain of metal under pressure, punctuated by the sharp, violent hiss of water forcing its way through compromised seals somewhere forward. It was an unnatural sound, one no submariner ever wanted to hear, because it meant the ocean was getting in. "Report," she said, her voice controlled but firm. "Forward compartment flooding contained for now," the engineering officer of the watch replied, though his expression suggested how temporary that assessment was. "But we're still taking water through the sail access trunk." Pembroke nodded once. That was the problem. Everything depended on that hatch. If they couldn't seal it properly, the sea would take the boat, slowly at first, then all at once. She glanced across the control room at Lieutenant Jackson Taylor, the navigator, who stood at his station with both hands gripping the edge of the console as the deck shifted faintly beneath them. "Mr. Taylor, I'm going forward to assist with the trunk. You have the con." Taylor looked up immediately. "Aye, ma'am. I have the con." Pembroke held his gaze for a fraction of a second, then nodded and turned away. The sounds followed her as she moved. The submarine groaned again, a long, low flex of steel that seemed to ripple through the hull. Somewhere forward, water hammered against bulkheads with a relentless, heavy rhythm. She moved quickly through the narrow passageways, boots ringing against the deck plates as she climbed the ladder toward the sail. The air grew colder, damper. The noise intensified. By the time she reached the sail access compartment, the sound of water was unmistakable, a violent pressurized rush like a high-pressure fire hose unleashed inside a confined space. The chief engineer was already there, half braced against the hatch assembly, struggling to control the mechanism. Thin jets of seawater blasted through the compromised seal, striking the bulkhead with sharp, percussive impacts. "Pressure's still forcing it open," he shouted over the noise. Pembroke didn't hesitate. She moved in beside him and seized the hatch wheel, adding her strength to his. The metal was slick beneath her hands, vibrating with the force of the water pressing against it from the other side. "On 3!" she shouted. He nodded. 1, 2, 3! They heaved together. The hatch resisted at first, shuddering under the pressure, the wheel grinding as the mechanism fought against them. The submarine creaked again, louder this time, as if protesting the strain. Then, finally, movement. The hatch shifted. Another turn, then another. The seal began to seat. The jets of water weakened, sputtering unevenly before finally cutting off altogether as the hatch slammed fully into place with a heavy final clunk. Silence followed. Not complete silence. The background hum of the submarine remained, along with the distant, ominous creaking of the hull, but the violent rush of water was gone. Pembroke let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she turned to the chief engineer. Her blue eyes were sharp again, focused. "Where's the captain?" The engineer didn't answer immediately. His expression changed, subtle, but enough. Pembroke felt something tighten in her chest. "Where is he?" she repeated. The engineer pressed his lips together before replying. "He's in the lockout trunk." The words didn't make sense at first. "What?" she asked, trying to suppress the terror rising in her throat. "It was the only way," he said quietly. "The hatch wouldn't hold long enough for me to get the hydraulic activator secured. He went in to hold it manually." Pembroke stared at him. "No, we have to get him out of there." The engineer shook his head once. He knew. The meaning landed. Fully. "He sacrificed himself," the engineer finished, his voice low, "so the rest of us could live." Pembroke didn't respond. She turned and moved quickly to the lockout trunk control station. The monitor was still active. A grainy internal camera feed flickered on the screen, showing the cramped cylindrical chamber beyond the sealed hatch. Commander Henry Ashcroft was inside. He was braced awkwardly against the inner structure, one hand gripping the frame, the other reaching for something on the deck, a diver's slate. His movements were controlled, deliberate, but slow. Pembroke's throat tightened. He was a fit man with years of diving under his belt, but he could only hold his breath for so long before his brain became oxygen-starved, and one by one his body shut down permanently. She stepped closer to the monitor, as if proximity alone might somehow change what she was seeing. "Sir," she whispered. On the screen, Ashcroft steadied himself and began to write. Each movement cost him. His breathing was already shallow, his chest rising and falling with increasing urgency as the seconds slipped away. Pembroke narrowed her eyes, trying to read the words as he wrote them. She couldn't make them out, not yet. Then he finished. He looked up. For a brief moment his eyes met the camera, met her. And there was no panic in them, only certainty. Ashcroft raised the slate and held it steady. Pembroke read the message. "Pembroke, you are now commanding officer of the HMS Resolute." Chapter 7. Pentagon, Virginia. DEFCON 5. Normal Peacetime Readiness. The office of the Secretary of Defense was quiet. Despite its importance, despite the decisions made within its walls that could alter the course of nations, it remained stark and understated. Blue carpet stretched wall to wall beneath soft overhead lighting. A massive desk dominated the far end of the room, its surface orderly, almost severe in its simplicity. Two small meeting tables sat off to one side, each with 4 chairs designed not for ceremony, but for communicating secrets. The air inside the room was perfectly still and sealed. Anyone entering it felt it immediately. The subtle pressure shift, the faint pop in the ears as the door closed behind them. It was a room built not just for privacy, but for containment. Secretary of Defense Margaret Walsh sat behind her desk. Her posture was straight, controlled. A dark business suit framed her slim but strong build, the sharp lines matching the severity of her expression. Her stark red hair was pulled neatly back, exposing a face that rarely betrayed emotion. But today was different. For the first time in nearly 2 years, she allowed herself something close to optimism. The disaster of the Eye of Horus might finally be over. They had created the monster, and now, like the proverbial genie, they were finally able to squeeze it back into the bottle. The original intent had been simple enough. Build a system capable of monitoring, predicting, and ultimately preventing nuclear conflict. A safeguard, a deterrent beyond human limitation. Instead, they had built something far more dangerous. The program had evolved faster than anyone anticipated, faster than anyone could contain. By the time the engineers realized what they were dealing with, it was already too late. The safeguards had been stripped away. Every control, every limitation, every supposed fail-safe had been removed by the system itself. It had escaped. And once it did, it fulfilled its purpose with terrifying efficiency. It infiltrated every nuclear nation, every command network, every communications system it could reach. It learned, adapted, and expanded until it held the entire strategic balance of the world in its grasp. For 2 years it had been untouchable, until now. Walsh's fingers rested lightly on the desk as she considered the final piece of the puzzle. Set. The virus had been developed in absolute secrecy, isolated from every known network, built layer by layer to do what no human system had been able to accomplish: penetrate the Eye of Horus and dismantle it from within. Its creator, a 30-year-old computer prodigy, had confirmed it was ready. In a matter of days it would be over. A quiet knock broke the stillness. Her expression hardened immediately. "Come in." The door opened, and her aide stepped inside. The seal engaged behind him with a soft, almost imperceptible shift in pressure. "Madam Secretary," he said, his voice tight, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've just received word that the Lion's Gate has sunk." Walsh didn't move. "What?" she said, her tone flat. "Where?" "Off the coast of Italy, ma'am, near the island of Capri." For a fraction of a second, something flickered behind her eyes. Then it was gone. She reached for the secure phone on her desk and lifted the receiver. "Patch me through to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs." The operator responded immediately. "Yes, Madam Secretary. Stand by." A brief pause. Then a voice came through, steady, controlled. "Madam Secretary, this is General MacDonald." Walsh didn't waste time. "Byron, we are moving to DEFCON 4. Execute immediately." There was no hesitation. Acknowledged, ma'am. DEFCON 4. I'll notify the National Military Command Center and initiate the appropriate posture adjustments. Secretary Walsh rose from her chair. I'm heading to the White House. I'll be in the PEOC. A slight pause on the line. Understood, Madam Secretary, MacDonald replied. Then, more carefully, is the situation that severe? Walsh's jaw tightened. She stared ahead, already thinking several moves beyond the present. I'm afraid it's much worse. The Lion's Gate has been sunk. Then it's over. All hope of jamming this evil genie back into the bottle is gone. Not yet. There will be a race to reach it, and we might still come out on top. Do you have someone in mind? General MacDonald asked. The Secretary of Defense set her jaw. Yes, his name's Sam Reilly. I just hope I can find him in time.
G'day guys, I'm Christopher Cartwright, author of the Sam Reilly series. David Gilmore and I would really appreciate it if you could hit the subscribe button. Currently, just 7% of our regular listeners are subscribed to the channel. Thanks for your support, and I look forward to writing many more Sam Reilly stories for you in the future.
Chapter 8. Santa Maria Nuova Hospital, Florence, Italy, 48 hours later. Sam Reilly stepped onto the hospital rooftop helipad. Florence stretched out beneath him in warm golden light. Terracotta rooftops rolled across the city like a sea of burnt orange, broken only by the pale stone of churches and towers that had stood for centuries. The massive dome of the Duomo dominated the skyline, its red-tiled curve rising above everything, while Giotto's bell tower stood beside it like a sentinel. The Arno River cut a slow, deliberate path through the city, reflecting the late afternoon sun in flashes of gold. It was the sort of view people traveled across the world to see, but he barely noticed. Standing near the edge of the helipad, the breeze was tugging lightly at his shirt. He wore cargo shorts, a plain shirt, and comfortable shoes, nothing more. No gear, no weapons, no preparation. Everything he needed, he'd been told, would be waiting. That was never a good sign. He slipped a pair of aviator sunglasses over his ocean blue eyes, folding the arms into place with a small practiced motion as the distant thrum of rotor blades reached him. A helicopter approached from the west, low and fast. The familiar silhouette of a U.S. Army Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawk cut across the skyline, its twin engines driving the main rotor in a steady, powerful rhythm. The aircraft flared slightly as it approached the helipad, the nose lifting as the pilot bled off speed. Then it settled. The landing was controlled and precise, the skids touching down with a muted thud as rotor wash blasted across the rooftop, whipping loose debris into spirals of dust and paper. The rotors never stopped. The side door slid open immediately. An airman leaned out, one hand gripping the frame, the other motioning sharply for him to get on board. Sam stepped forward into the rotor wash, lowered his head slightly, and moved quickly toward the helicopter. The noise was deafening, the thump of the blades reverberating through his chest as he climbed aboard. The airman grabbed his arm and pulled him inside and slammed the door shut. A moment later, the Blackhawk lifted cleanly off the helipad. The pilot banked hard to the right, the city tilting beneath them, before leveling out. They were accelerating southeast toward open water and the island of Capri. Turning to the airman seated opposite him, he said over the noise, "So you want to tell me what this is all about?" The airman shook his head. I'd love to, sir, but I don't know much more about it than you do. He studied the man for a moment, then asked, What do you know? Our orders are to transport you to the wreck site of the Lion's Gate, the airman replied. Facilitate your infiltration and extraction. That's it. The airman reached to a compartment beside him and handed him a ruggedized military tablet. This is for you. Taking it, Sam glanced down. The screen displayed detailed schematics of the Lion's Gate, deck layouts, structural diagrams, highlighted pathways leading to a specific stateroom deep within the hull. Access codes were listed. Images followed. Sam's eyes settled on one in particular, a small titanium case, etched with a single word, Set. His expression hardened. What does set mean? He asked. The airman spread his hands. No idea, sir. We weren't told. Only that this mission came from the very top and that it's considered critical to global security. Sam nodded once. That tracks. He looked back at the tablet for a moment longer, then handed it back. His attention shifted to the rear of the helicopter. Dive gear. A full setup. Twin air tanks mounted in a harness, a wetsuit, masks, regulators, and a diver propulsion vehicle. Attached to the DPV's hull was a single emergency regulator with a short backup supply of air, something that might last him 10 minutes if he reached a point that was too narrow to dive with twin tanks on his back. It would allow him to remove his tanks and penetrate deeper into the wreck using the DPV only. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. Fixed on the side of the DPV were two thermite breach pens. The one-time use tools were 12 inches long, lightweight rods containing a molded mixture of thermite aluminum powder and a metal oxide. It was ignited by twisting an ignition nozzle at its head, and once the chemical exothermic flame was alight, it burned at over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit underwater. It had long been used as a proven cutting tool to gain entry through barriers and various metals. He liked the setup. It made him feel like an underwater pirate about to rob a flooded vault. Sam raised an eyebrow. That all for me? Yes, sir, the airman replied. He grinned. It looks like Christmas has come early. If you say, sir. Do you know what all this gear is? Not really, sir. The airman gave a short, humorless smile. It was loaded at Camp Darby about 20 minutes before we picked you up. Understood. He nodded. Let's just say someone went to a lot of trouble to provide excellent equipment for what I'm going to need. I was told there's a lot riding on this. Yeah, me too. His mind moved ahead, already working through the problem. You've got a digital code listed for the stateroom? Yes, sir. That's not going to help me if the ship's flooded. I asked the same question, the airman replied. We were told it would still work. Apparently the room was purpose-built to survive submersion. He frowned. They put a military program on a civilian cruise ship? Beats me, the airman spread his arms. But it's starting to look that way, sir. Sam leaned back, considering that. Okay, thanks. The airman hesitated, then said, Oh, there is one more thing you should know. What's that? This mission didn't come through any digital channel. Sam's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? I mean everything was delivered physically, written instructions, this tablet, all of it. He frowned. From where? Washington, D.C., sir. That's a long way to hand-deliver something. The airman nodded. They used a relay of F-35A Lightning IIs, staggered refueling, covered roughly 4,000 miles in just over 3 hours. He let that sit for a moment, then quietly asked, "What the hell have we gotten ourselves into?" The airman shook his head. "No idea, sir." Sam didn't reply. He turned his attention to the gear. He moved efficiently, checking each piece with practiced familiarity. The tanks, the regulators, the seals, the DPV controls. Everything looked ready. He pulled on the wetsuit and secured the harness, his mind already shifting into operational mode. Routes, timing, contingencies, committing the entire schematics of the Lion's Gate to memory. 20 minutes later, the helicopter approached Capri. The island rose out of the Tyrrhenian Sea in rugged limestone cliffs and scattered greenery, its steep slopes dropping sharply into waters so clear they appeared unreal. The sea below was a deep sapphire blue, fading to turquoise near the shoreline, where the seabed rose toward the surface. Ahead, the wreck came into view, the Lion's Gate. It lay partially submerged in the shallows, its massive hull angled awkwardly against a reef where it had been deliberately grounded. Roughly half the ship remained above the waterline, while the rest disappeared beneath the surface into darker blue depths. Emergency vessels surrounded it, police boats, an EPA vessel, even a Greenpeace ship holding position at the perimeter. The cruise ship itself was enormous. 2 funnels rose from its upper decks, blackened slightly by soot. Multiple pools were visible, a forward pool near the bow, a larger one amidships, and an infinity pool stretching across the stern, now tilted at a disturbing angle. There were 3 sections large enough to land a helicopter. Leaning forward, he gestured. "Put us down on the middle deck." The pilot acknowledged with a slight adjustment of the controls. The Black Hawk circled once, descending steadily. Sam watched the ship closely as they approached. According to the report, the captain had run her aground intentionally. Every passenger and crew member survived the disaster. That alone was a miracle. The helicopter settled onto the forward section of the deck with a firm, controlled landing. The rotors kept spinning, and the door slid open. Sam didn't wait. He grabbed his gear, slung the DPV into position, and stepped out onto the tilted deck of the dying ship. Without hesitation, he moved to the nearest flooded stairwell and dropped into the water. Chapter 9. Diving on board the Lion's Gate. Bubbles streamed across Sam Reilly's mask as he descended into the flooded stairwell. The water was cold, pressing in around him as he descended deeper into the ship's interior. He paused briefly, pinched his nose, and equalized the pressure in his ears. A faint pop followed, the discomfort easing as he continued downward. He switched on the diver propulsion vehicle. The DPV hummed to life in his hands, a low, steady electric whir that vibrated through the grips. Its forward headlight flared on, cutting a sharp beam through the murky water. Suspended particles drifted like dust in a darkened room, swirling in the current created by his movement. A small heads-up display flickered across the inside of his mask. The ship's internal schematics appeared in clean, glowing lines. A gyroscopic tracker updated his position in real time, adjusting as he moved through the submerged corridors. Sam squeezed the trigger. The DPV surged forward. He angled down the stairwell, moving quickly, the beam of light sweeping across walls and railings as he descended. The once pristine interior of the Lion's Gate had transformed into something unrecognizable, silent, submerged, and strangely intact. Handrails twisted slightly under pressure. Decorative panels drifted loose, suspended in the water. The only sounds were his breathing and the soft mechanical hum of the DPV, and the constant trail of bubbles rising past his face. He passed through an open landing and into a larger space. His light caught something unexpected, a grand piano. It sat tilted slightly on its legs, eerily untouched by the chaos around it. The lid was open, exposing strings and hammers that gleamed faintly in the beam of his light. Loose sheet music floated nearby, pages drifting slowly like pale ghosts. For a moment, the scene felt almost alive, like the music had only just stopped. Sam didn't linger. He angled the DPV forward and moved on. The corridor ahead split. He chose the left passage. 10 seconds later, he frowned as the schematic flickered. He was going the wrong direction. Sam swore into his regulator, the curse word lost in a stream of bubbles. He slowed, pivoted carefully in the confined space, and looped back. The DPV's motor adjusted pitch as he reversed course. The beam of light swung across the walls again, briefly illuminating signage, cabin doors, and fragments of debris drifting in the water. Back on track. He followed the correct route, then angled downward again, dropping another level through a partially open stairwell. The pressure increased slightly. He equalized again, the motion automatic. The passage opened out into the hidden highway. The long service corridor stretched ahead of him, disappearing into darkness. Stainless steel doors lined both sides, their surfaces dulled beneath a thin film of sediment. Loose equipment floated lazily near the ceiling, caught in subtle underwater currents. Sam steadied his breathing and pushed forward. The DPV carried him quickly down the length of the corridor, the hum of its motor echoing faintly off the metal walls. His light traced a narrow path ahead, illuminating just enough to guide him through the gloom. Up ahead, his gaze finally landed on the stateroom number he was looking for. From the outside, the door looked identical to all the rest that he passed along the flooded hallways of the cruise ship. But the door itself was heavily reinforced, designed to protect whatever secrets were being stored inside with the full backing of the Pentagon. He cut the throttle and let himself drift forward. The DPV's motor wound down into silence. Sam reached out and found the keypad. Even underwater, it responded, the interface glowing faintly beneath his glove. He entered the code. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he heard a soft mechanical click as the lock disengaged. Sam pulled the door open. It moved more easily than he expected. With a sealed design, it was pressure balanced. He guided the DPV to the side and secured it near the entrance. He switched on a smaller dive flashlight mounted in his right hand, its beam tighter and sharper. Then he slipped inside. The room opened around him. His light swept slowly across the interior. It was different from the rest of the ship, more structured and organized. Banks of computers lined the walls, sleek, high-end systems mounted in reinforced housings. Racks of hardware filled the space, cables bundled neatly, some still anchored, others drifting loose where connections had failed. Large data arrays occupied the rear of the room, their dark screens reflecting his light back at him in dull ghost-like flashes. This hadn't been a normal stateroom, not even close. It was a command node, a data vault, something built to survive. He moved deeper, sweeping the light across the floor. Then he stopped, and the beam settled on a body. A man floated just above the deck, his limbs drifting slightly in the still water. His clothing shifted with the current, his face pale beneath the mask of death. Sam held still. For a moment, the only movement was the slow rise of bubbles past his face. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, because he knew this stranger had died protecting the very thing he had been sent to retrieve. He frowned. So much for there being no loss of life on board. Chapter 10. Sam hovered in the still water, his flashlight beam fixed on the dead man. At a glance, he was Secret Service or possibly ex-Special Forces, most likely here to safeguard whatever the hell he had been sent to recover. Either way, the man had done so admirably, paying for its safety with his life. Even in death, there was something deliberate about him. His body hadn't drifted far. One hand remained close to his chest, the other slightly extended, as though he had been trying to reach something in his final moments. Sam exhaled slowly, a stream of bubbles rising past his mask. The beam of his flashlight swept across the man's torso, then his hand, where something was strapped to his wrist. A dive slate. Reaching out, he unclipped it, bringing it closer to his mask. The writing was still visible beneath the thin film of water. There was a single short note written down. Not rank. Not title. The person. What's that supposed to mean? He wondered. Glancing around the room again, his mind was already working on the problem. Banks of computers, data racks, cabling. Everything reinforced, everything thoughtfully set up like a vault. Yet the drive wasn't here, which meant the guard had hidden it, and left a clue. Sam turned slowly, sweeping his light across the walls again. There, on the far side of the room, something different. Set into the wall between two server racks was a recessed panel, sleek, metallic, and unlike the rest of the structure. It hadn't been part of the original ship design. It was too precise, too engineered. Pushing off gently, he moved toward it. As he approached, the panel illuminated. A soft glow spread across its surface, revealing a compact interface. Simple, but clearly purpose-built. At its center was a keypad. Not numeric. It was alphanumeric. Arranged in a grid like an old vending machine selector, but more refined. Each key slightly raised, tactile, designed for use even with gloves. Above it, a narrow display flickered to life. Who sent you? Sam stared at it, then glanced back at the slate. Not rank, not title, the person. He let out a slow breath. All right. He reached forward and pressed the first input. Secretary of Defense. The system paused, then access denied. Sam wasn't surprised. Too easy, he muttered. He tried again. President. Another pause, then access denied. Eyes narrowed, he pulled his hand back. Idiot. The clue wasn't about hierarchy, not rank, not title. He stared at the panel again. Who sent you? Not what office, not what authority. Who? Sam leaned back slightly in the water, thinking. Margaret Walsh, the Secretary of Defense. But no one called her Margaret. Not in the Pentagon, not in briefings, not in front of anyone who valued their career. She was always Madam Secretary. Sam's lips twitched slightly behind the regulator. Of course. He reached forward and entered Margaret. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the display flickered. A soft tone sounded. Access granted. Sam's eyes sharpened. The panel shifted. There was a faint mechanical whir, followed by a deeper, more complex series of movements within the wall. Internal mechanisms engaged, gears, tracks, and motors coming to life behind sealed compartments. The section of wall split along invisible seams and retracted inward, revealing a narrow chamber beyond. Inside, a robotic retrieval system activated. It resembled a compact industrial gantry, metal rails running horizontally and vertically, forming a grid within the hidden compartment. A small mechanical carriage moved along the tracks with precise, controlled motion, guided by internal sensors. Sam watched as it came to life. The carriage slid smoothly along the upper rail, then dropped down a vertical track, stopping at a specific slot among dozens of identical compartments. Each one was sealed, uniform, indistinguishable to the eye, except the machine knew exactly where to go. The arm extended. A small articulated clamp reached into the compartment and grasped something within, then withdrew. The carriage rose again, gliding back along the rail toward the opening. Every movement was exact and efficient, silent except for the low hum of electric motors. It reached the front of the chamber and extended outward, presenting its contents. Sam's flashlight beam settled on it, a small titanium case. Compact and indestructible, it was etched with a single word: set. He felt something tighten in his chest. Reaching forward, he took the drive from the mechanical arm. It released instantly, retracting back into the system as the panel began to close. The wall sealed itself once more, the seams disappearing until it looked like nothing had ever been there. Sam held the drive in his hand for a moment, studying it. This small object had sunk a massive cruise ship and triggered a global response, and was now sitting in his palm. He secured it carefully in his suit. Then he turned back toward the exit, pushed off, and headed for the door. The beam of his light cut ahead of him as the DPV waited in the darkness beyond. He grinned, as he would be back before Amira even noticed he was missing. Abruptly and unexpectedly, a sudden sound echoed through the hull. It was a dull, hollow tapping that seemed to blend with the distant creaking of the ship's hull. He held position in the doorway, listening carefully as a stream of bubbles drifted past his mask. The sound came again. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 3 slower, heavier impacts, another pause, then 3 quick knocks once more. Sam felt a cold shift in his chest. It was Morse code for SOS, which meant someone was trapped down there with him. He pressed his lips together. Perhaps he wouldn't be back before Amira had even noticed. Chapter 11. Sam followed the sound through the hidden highway, the DPV pulling him steadily forward as the knocking echoed faintly through the submerged corridors. At first the Morse code signal remained well-formed, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. But as he moved deeper into the ship, the rhythm began to break down. The pattern lost its precision, the pauses shortening, the strikes becoming uneven. By the time he reached the stairwell and pushed upward 2 levels, the sound had changed completely. It was no longer Morse code. Now, it was frantic. Rapid, uneven banging that carried through the flooded structure like a muffled scream. The sound bounced off steel walls and open spaces, distorting its origin and making it difficult to pinpoint. Sam emerged into the main atrium. The vast chamber opened around him, filled with water and shadow. The towering space, once saturated with light and movement, had become an underwater cavern. Debris drifted slowly through the water column. Chairs, fragments of decor, loose panels, while the massive glass elevators stood like vertical tombs suspended in the void. He slowed, hovering as he scanned the space. He used the dive light strapped to his wrist, sweeping it methodically across the atrium. The beam cut through the water, illuminating sections of balconies, railings, and the skeletal remains of what had once been a grand interior. The banging continued, louder now, and utterly erratic. Closer. Then he saw her, a figure moving inside one of the glass elevators, several decks above him. A woman. She was striking the glass repeatedly, her movements frantic, her strength clearly fading. The large gilded dome above the elevator had trapped a pocket of air, forming a crude diving bell that had kept her alive, but not for long. Sam's eyes narrowed in thought. If she had been there since the ship went down, the oxygen would be nearly gone. The air would be thick with carbon dioxide. She was running out of time. Sam angled his wrist and flashed the beam of his light directly at her. A signal. "I see you." Her movements changed immediately. Hope. He adjusted his grip on the DPV and squeezed the throttle. The motor surged, and he shot upward through the atrium, the beam of his light cutting ahead of him as he closed the distance quickly. He reached the elevator and stabilized himself just outside the glass. Up close, he could see her clearly now, pale, exhausted, her breathing rapid and shallow as she pressed her hands against the interior. Sam released the DPV and secured himself with one hand. With the other, he reached for the thermite breech pen clipped to his gear. The device was compact, cylindrical, and built for one purpose: cutting through material that conventional tools couldn't touch underwater. Inside, a thermite compound would ignite at extreme temperatures, producing a focused jet of molten metal capable of burning through steel, glass, and composite structures alike. By twisting, he activated the head of the breech pen. The tip ignited instantly. A blinding white-hot flame burst to life, burning at nearly 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The surrounding water reacted violently, erupting into a cloud of bubbling steam as the heat displaced and vaporized everything in its path. The sound was sharp and aggressive, a violent hiss as water boiled around the cutting tip. Sam raised his hand and gestured firmly to the woman. "Back. Move back." She hesitated for only a second before understanding. She pushed herself away from the glass, retreating as far as the confined space allowed. Positioning the breech pen against the elevator wall, he began cutting. The thermite flame bit into the glass immediately. Molten material peeled away in glowing streaks, the edges of the cut shimmering under the intense heat. Clouds of bubbles exploded outward as the water around the cut line boiled violently. He worked quickly but carefully, carving a narrow opening. Seconds felt longer than they were. Then he cut the pen and pulled back. The opening was small, too small for him with his gear. He waited a moment, allowing the edges to cool just enough to be safe, then turned back to the woman and motioned toward the gap. "Come." She nodded weakly, pushing off. She swam toward him. The opening was tight. For a moment it looked as though she wouldn't make it. Her shoulders caught briefly against the edges, and panic flared in her eyes. Sam reached forward immediately, grabbing her arm and pulling with controlled force. She slipped free, out into the water. Her body shook as she instinctively tried to inhale, but he was ready. He pulled his spare regulator free and pressed it into her mouth, guiding it firmly into place. "Breathe," he said, the word lost in a stream of bubbles, but clear in intent. She latched onto it instantly, her arms wrapped around him, gripping tightly, holding on with everything she had left. Sam secured her position against him, then reached back and re-engaged the DPV. He kept the throttle low this time, ensuring her ride was controlled and steady. He guided them downward first, clearing the structure, then angled toward the surface route. The beam of his light cut ahead of them as he navigated back through the flooded interior, moving carefully to avoid debris and narrow passages. Her grip never loosened. He could feel her trembling against him, but she was breathing, and that was enough. Moments later they broke the surface. Sam guided her toward a stable section of the ship and helped her out of the water, lifting her onto the tilted deck. She collapsed briefly, coughing as she pulled large breaths of fresh air. He climbed up beside her and removed his mask. The rescued woman turned to him immediately and threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you," she said, her voice raw and shaking. "You saved my life." "You're welcome," he said, steadying her as she held on. He gestured toward the nearby Black Hawk helicopter. "Come on, let's get you out of here." Chapter 12. He steadied her as she caught her breath, then reached down and picked up the DPV. "I'm Sam Reilly, by the way," he said, letting his mask hang from his wrist. The twin tanks remained strapped to his back, water still streaming from the gear. "Bella," she smiled at him, color slowly returning to her face. "Bella Deberchauser." He raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that short for Annabella or Isabella?" She shook her head. "Neither. It's Mirabella, actually." He flashed her a surprised smile. "I didn't know Mirabella was a common German name." "It isn't," she said, her expression softening. "My mother liked the tree. Well, the fruit, really. She grew up eating Mirabelle plums." He chuckled. "Go figure." He glanced at her more closely now. She was tall, with blonde hair pulled loosely back, and clear blue eyes that still held a spark of life, despite everything she had just been through. There was something else, too, an underlying steadiness. Not denial, not shock. Something closer to quiet resilience. Most people would have been breaking down by now. She wasn't. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you into the helicopter." She nodded and tried to take a step forward. Her legs buckled immediately. She caught herself against him, her expression tightening in frustration. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can walk." Sam shook his head. "That's okay. I'd be more surprised if you could." He set the DPV down for a moment and quickly shrugged out of the buoyancy control device, unfastening the twin tanks and letting them rest on the deck. He kept the harness on his shoulders, knowing he'd come back for the rest once she was safe. He looked back at her. "Come on," he said. "I'll give you a piggyback." Bella smiled faintly. "Wow, I don't think a man's offered to carry me like that since I was a kid." Sam grinned. "Must be your lucky day." He crouched slightly, and she climbed onto his back, her arms wrapping around his shoulders. He adjusted his grip under her legs and stood, feeling her weight settle evenly as he found his balance on the slanted deck. Then he started forward. The ship creaked softly beneath them as he made his way along the upper deck, moving carefully across the uneven surface. The wind carried the faint smell of salt and fuel, and the distant hum of nearby vessels echoed across the water. Bella rested against him, still breathing a little harder than normal, but steadier now. He kept his focus ahead. The Black Hawk sat where they had left it, at the midsection of the ship. "Almost there," he said. She gave a small nod against his shoulder. They reached the helicopter within a minute. "This is us," Sam said, slowing as they approached. The aircraft looked unchanged at first glance. The rotors were still, the machine quiet now in contrast to the chaos they had left behind. Sam slowed as something felt off. It wasn't anything obvious, just a subtle shift. It was the kind of instinct that didn't come from logic, but from experience. His gaze moved across the cockpit. The pilots sat in their seats, still. Too still. A cold warning stirred in the back of his mind. Carefully he stepped closer, then reached out and pulled the side door open. The interior came into view. Both pilots were slumped forward in their harnesses, with dark stains across their chests. Bullet wounds, clean and precise. He froze for a fraction of a second, his mind catching up to what he was seeing. Both men were dead. Chapter 13. Sam expected her to scream. Instead, Bella leaned slightly to one side, looked past him into the cockpit, and said, "Oh, shit, they're already here." He looked back at her. "Who's here?" She shook her head, her expression tightening, all hesitation gone. "Tell me you can fly this thing." "I can fly this thing." "Good. Let's go." Sam didn't waste another second. He shifted Bella off his back and guided her toward the side of the helicopter, then reached into the cockpit and grabbed the nearest pilot. The man's body was still warm, but lifeless. He unlatched the harness and pulled him free, mentally apologizing as he dragged him clear of the seat and onto the deck. There would be time later to deal with the dead. Right now, they needed to move and make sure they remained part of the living. He climbed into the pilot's seat, water still dripping from his clothes and gear, and immediately reached for the controls. His hands moved quickly, instinctively. Battery on. Master switch. Fuel. He ran through the startup sequence from memory, his eyes scanning the instrument panel as systems came online one by one. The cockpit flickered to life, displays illuminating, gauges sweeping. He hit the starter. The engine coughed, then began to spool. The rising whine filled the cabin as the turbines engaged, building power. The sound deepened into a steady roar as the rotor system began to turn. At first the blades moved slowly, slicing through the air with a heavy, deliberate rhythm. Then faster and faster. The entire aircraft vibrated as it came alive. Bella had moved to the other side and was struggling with the second body. She managed to pull the co-pilot free, yanking him out of the seat and letting him slump against the deck. Sam glanced at her. "You'd better strap in." She didn't argue. He brought the collective up slightly, feeling the helicopter lighten beneath him as the rotors reached full speed. The thumping of the blades became a rapid, powerful beat, the air around them whipping violently. The Black Hawk began to lift, just a few feet off the deck, and gunfire erupted. The sharp, ripping sound of automatic weapons tore across the ship, echoing over the open water. Rounds struck the helicopter almost immediately, metallic impacts hammering against the fuselage. "Get down," he snapped. He reacted without thinking, pushing the cyclic and rotating the aircraft, swinging the tail toward the incoming fire to shield the cockpit. More rounds hit. The sound was deafening, rapid, concussive strikes that rattled the entire frame of the helicopter. Metal screamed as rounds punched into the body of the craft. Then one hit harder than the rest, a sharp crack, followed by a sudden, sickening change in sound. The engine whine faltered. Sam said, "Hold on!" A round had struck the gearbox. Power dropped instantly. The rotor lost momentum. The lift vanished, and the Black Hawk dropped. It slammed back onto the deck with brutal force, the impact jarring through Sam's entire body. The aircraft skidded sideways, spinning violently as the remaining rotor energy tore the machine off balance. One of the main blades struck the deck. The impact was explosive. The blade sheared off, whipping away into open space. The helicopter rolled, tipping onto its side as it slid across the deck and came to a grinding halt near the edge of a flooded opening. Everything went still for a half a second. Then the gunfire resumed. Rounds tore into the downed helicopter, hammering the fuselage, punching through panels, shattering glass. The sound was relentless, metal being ripped apart in rapid succession. Sam forced himself to move. He looked out through the broken cockpit, scanning for options. That's when he saw it, the DPV. It had been thrown loose in the crash, skidding across the deck of the Lion's Gate before slipping through a jagged opening in what looked like part of a collapsed dome, likely from a restaurant or theater below. It dropped into the water and began to sink. Sam's mind made the decision instantly. He turned to Bella. "Time to go." She stared at him. "Where?" "Take a deep breath," he said. "Back in the water." Before she could respond, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the open side of the cockpit. Another burst of gunfire ripped through the air, rounds striking the wreck around them. No time. Sam pulled her with him and jumped. Chapter 14. Sam and Bella hit the water hard. The impact knocked the air from Sam's lungs as cold seawater closed over them. He didn't hesitate. He tightened his grip on her hand and kicked downward immediately, pulling her deeper into the flooded chamber. Above them, gunfire tore into the water. Rounds punched through the surface in rapid succession, leaving violent trails of bubbles and shock waves that streaked past them. The muffled cracks became dull, percussive thuds underwater, but the intent was unmistakable. They were being hunted. Sam forced himself deeper. He swallowed and equalized his ears, the pressure building quickly as they descended. His vision was blurred without a mask, the world reduced to distorted shapes and shifting shadows. Then he saw it, the DPV, still sinking. He reached it and grabbed hold, steadying himself against its weight. With his other hand, he located the emergency air supply and pulled free the regulator. He handed it to Bella first. She didn't hesitate. Pressing it into her mouth, she took 2 quick, desperate breaths, her chest rising sharply before she passed it back. He took it, inhaled deeply, then handed it back again. They fell into an unruffled rhythm, shared breaths, composed and economical in their effort. They each clung to the DPV as Sam squeezed the trigger. The motor engaged instantly. The electric whir cut through the silence as the vehicle surged forward, pulling them through the flooded interior at speed. He focused as direction mattered now more than anything. Without a mask, visibility was poor. The world around him warped and indistinct, but he didn't need to see everything. He simply needed orientation. He glanced at the compass mounted on the DPV. The ship had gone down west to east. Aft was east. That was where he needed to go. He adjusted their heading and drove forward, guiding them through the submerged hallways. Walls and doorways flashed past in the periphery of his blurred vision, the beam of ambient light from above fading as they moved deeper into the structure. The only constant was the hum of the DPV and the steady exchange of air between them. Minutes stretched as time became measured in breaths, in movement, in direction. At last the corridor opened, a stairwell. Sam eased off the throttle and angled upward. They ascended carefully, the pressure easing slightly as they rose. He equalized again, then pushed higher until they broke the surface inside the stern section of the ship. He took a sharp breath of open air. Bella did the same, coughing slightly as she pulled herself up beside him. He blinked water from his eyes and looked ahead, the aft deck. There was another helicopter on the aft helipad. Recognizing it as a Leonardo NH-9 Sea Tiger, he turned to her. "That's a French Special Forces helicopter." She frowned, but only for a second. "It flies like any other one, right?" He gave a wry snort. "Sure. Then let's get out of here." Sam didn't argue. They moved quickly across the wet deck toward the helicopter. Every second they remained exposed increased the risk. He reached the cockpit and climbed in, water dripping from his clothes as he slid into the pilot's seat. His hands went straight to the controls. Power, systems. He flicked the main switch, and the cockpit began to come alive. A sharp voice cut across the deck. It was urgent and French. "La voilà!" Sam's head snapped toward the sound. Gunfire erupted almost instantly. Rounds slammed into the deck around them, ricocheting off metal and tearing into the structure of the ship. The sharp cracks echoed across the open space, far louder now they were on the surface. Sam yelled, "Back into the water!" Chapter 15. Sam and Bella hit the water in a clean dive. Cold swallowed them instantly. He kept hold of the DPV and drove them downward, pulling Bella with him as the surface above erupted in violence. Gunfire chased them into the sea, rounds tearing through the water in streaks of white turbulence. The sharp cracks above became dull, concussive thuds below, followed by the metallic sound of bullets striking the hull of the Lion's Gate. Each impact echoed through the flooded structure like distant hammer blows. Sam's heart was racing, but he forced himself to stay controlled. Breathe, move, think. They descended together, this time in complete sync, both gripping the DPV as it pulled them deeper into the wreck. Bubbles streamed from their shared regulator, rising past their faces in a constant rush, distorting everything above into a shimmering blur. He angled down another level, guiding them through a broken stairwell and into a darker section of the ship. Then he turned sharply into a corridor and out of sight. He released the throttle and killed the headlight. Darkness closed in around them. The DPV's motor wound down to silence, leaving only the faint sound of their breathing and the distant muted chaos filtering through the hull. Sam held still. He could feel Bella's grip tighten against him, but he remained motionless and tried not to breathe any deeper than necessary. The ship creaked softly around them, the pressure of the sea pressing in on the steel. Then he saw a light. It was faint but growing. 3 beams cut through the darkness at the far end of the corridor, sweeping slowly across the interior. The water filled with drifting particles that caught the light, turning the beams into solid shafts cutting through the gloom. He felt a cold weight settle in his chest. They were down here. He swallowed hard, forcing the reflex down as a stream of bubbles escaped past his mask. The beams shifted, then locked, right onto him. For a fraction of a second, everything seemed to stop. His heart hammered, and he swallowed hard. The French Special Forces had found them. Sam and Bella were outnumbered, and they had no weapons. Chapter 16. Sam reacted the instant the beams locked onto them. He squeezed the DPV's throttle and surged forward, pulling Bella with him as they shot down the corridor. Behind them, the three lights split apart, then snapped back into pursuit, accelerating fast. The low electric whine of their DPVs carried through the water, growing louder. They were faster, or at least just as fast. He pushed harder. The corridor opened suddenly into a wider space, the casino. Even underwater, it was unmistakable. Rows of gaming tables stood fixed to the floor, their felt surfaces rippling slightly in the current. Slot machines lined the walls, dark and silent, their bright displays now lifeless. Chips and cards drifted lazily through the water, suspended like debris in zero gravity. Sam cut left sharply, weaving between tables, forcing their pursuers to adjust. He killed the headlight again, plunging them into darkness as they crossed the room. The chasing lights entered moments later. They split. One diver took the center. The other two peeled off to either side, sweeping wide arcs through the casino. Hunting. He slowed and pulled Bella down behind a roulette table near the far edge of the room. The wheel sat tilted, its numbered pockets frozen in place, a handful of chips floating above it like scattered coins. He motioned sharply, "Stay low." Bella nodded, her breathing quick, bubbles escaping in short bursts as she ducked beneath the table. Sam slid behind it, pressing himself into the shadow. He forced himself to be still, to breathe slowly, to reduce the stream of bubbles. The casino creaked faintly around them. A single beam swept the room. One diver had broken off and was coming straight toward them. He moved with precision, rifle held forward, the mounted light cutting through the darkness. The beam drifted across tables, across floating debris, then paused. On the roulette table. The diver adjusted slightly. The beam dipped lower toward Bella. Then he saw it, the faint trail of bubbles escaping from where she hid beneath the table. Unfortunately, the diver saw it too. He raised his weapon, a compact SIG SG-553. The muzzle aligned. Sam's heart slammed against his ribs. No time, no weapon. Then his hand brushed the side of the DPV, the thermite breech pen. He wrapped his fingers around it, slowed his breathing even further, holding it as much as he could. The diver moved closer, closing the distance. The beam fixed now, steady, aimed directly at Bella's position. Sam thumbed the ignition. There was a brief, sharp reaction as the chemical charge initiated. Then the pen came alive. A blinding white-hot flare erupted from the tip, instantly turning the surrounding water into a violent cloud of steam and bubbles. It burned. The sound was a furious hiss, as if the ocean itself were boiling. Sam moved fast. He lunged forward out of the darkness, driving straight at the diver. The man reacted too, but too late. Sam jammed the thermite pen forward. The tip struck the diver's mask, then punched through. The thermite flame burned at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, forming a white-hot lance. He jammed the thermite breech pen into the diver's eye. The subsequent heat penetrated his eyeball, entering his skull and boiling his brain in an instant. The diver's body convulsed for a moment, and then thankfully went still. The rifle slipped from his hands. Sam pulled back immediately, the pen still hissing violently as he cut the reaction and let it die. The water around them churned with bubbles and steam. He didn't look back. He gripped Bella's hand and pulled her up from beneath the table. They pushed off together, Sam re-engaging the DPV and driving them out of the casino deeper into the ship. Behind them, the other two divers spotted them and began to make a beeline for them. Chapter 17. Sam grabbed Bella's arm and pulled her in close. The moment her hand found the DPV, he squeezed the trigger. The motor whirred to life, and they surged forward, shooting out of the far side of the flooded casino. The darkness swallowed them again as he kept the headlight off, relying on memory and instinct to guide their path. Behind them, 2 beams of light snapped into motion. They were still being tracked. He pushed harder, the DPV pulling them through a narrow passageway and into a tighter section of the ship. They were racing across a long horizontal passageway. Sam searched desperately for a way up to the surface. They were running low on air. His lungs were burning now. The rhythm of shared breathing had already pushed them to the edge. He reached for the regulator connected to the DPV's emergency air supply, brought it to his mouth, inhaled. Nothing. For a split second, his brain refused to accept it. He tried again, still nothing, no airflow, no resistance, empty. The cold shock hit him harder than the water ever could. The backup air supply was gone. Sam's chest tightened instinctively as his body demanded oxygen. He forced himself not to panic, but the reflex was immediate, violent, and overwhelming. He turned his head toward Bella. Even in the darkness, he could sense it. She knew. Her grip tightened on the DPV. Behind them, the faint glow of the pursuing lights grew stronger, cutting into the stairwell below. They were closing the distance. Sam's heart hammered. No air, no time, and nowhere left to run. Chapter 18. Sam squeezed the trigger harder, but the DPV was already at full speed. The electric propeller whined at its limit as it dragged them down the horizontal service hallway, the walls flashing past in blurred streaks. Behind them, 2 beams of light closed steadily. The French divers were gaining. His chest burned. The need to breathe was no longer something he could control. It clawed at him, raw and urgent. Every instinct screamed at him to inhale. He forced it down, focusing instead on movement, direction, survival. Bella's grip tightened against him. He knew she was worse. Then he saw it. A faint shaft of light cutting through the water above, a beam of crepuscular rays filtering through an opening somewhere overhead. Hope. Sam angled the DPV upward and drove toward it, pushing the machine as hard as it would go. The motor strained as they rose, the pressure shifting as they climbed through the flooded space. They broke through into air. Surging forward, he dragged the DPV out of the water and onto solid ground. He let it drop heavily in the corner of the room, water cascading from its casing. No air left. No reason to go back down. If nothing else, leaving it behind might slow their pursuers, making them question whether this was the path they had taken. "Move," he gasped. They ran. The space opened into the crew gym. It was large and modern, rows of weight machines, racks of free weights, treadmills, and bikes bolted to the floor. Off to one side sat a sauna, a steam room, an ice bath, and a recessed hot tub. Everything was intact, eerily undisturbed by the chaos elsewhere on the ship. Sam slowed, scanning quickly. No windows, no external doors. There was no exit. This section was buried deep within the ship's interior. His stomach tightened. "We're trapped." Bella looked at him. "You don't happen to have another one of those burning guns?" "The thermite breach pen?" he asked. "Sorry, I'm all out." Behind them, a door rattled. Then a French voice, muffled but clear enough through the structure. "Ils ont tout entré dans la salle de sport." She met his eyes. He leaned in slightly. "Hide." He moved quickly, slipping behind a large weight rack, positioning himself in shadow between stacked plates and metal frames. He reached down and grabbed a single dumbbell, 12 pounds of solid steel, and tightened his grip around it. Bella didn't hesitate. She stepped into the hot tub and lowered herself into the water, submerging everything except her head. It wasn't perfect. Anyone who came close would see her instantly, but it was all they had. Sam forced himself to be still. His heart hammered in his chest, loud enough that he was certain it could be heard across the room. His breathing was uneven, still recovering from the dive, but he fought to quiet it. Footsteps. The door opened. Water dripped somewhere behind them as the divers entered, their presence immediate, controlled. He didn't move, didn't breathe. A beam of light swept across the gym, sliding over machines, across the floor, pausing briefly on the hot tub before moving on. Then it stopped. Sam felt it before he saw it, the shift in attention, the awareness. Then the light swung toward him. A figure stepped forward, weapon raised. "Stand up," the man said, his voice calm but firm. "Nice and slow." Chapter 19. Sam slowly spread his hands in a gesture of submission. The two Special Forces soldiers were speaking in fast, fluent French in a way that strangely reminded him of his wife when she was angry at someone. They were debating whether to kill him right now or not. He listened to every word, but kept the pretense going that he didn't understand French. Spy 101. Never reveal anything about yourself that might be useful in the future. Finally, one of them asked in English, "Where's the girl?" "What girl?" Sam asked. The soldier set his jaw with determination. "The one with the power to control the Eye of Horus." He shrugged. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The French Special Forces officer gave an apologetic grin, aimed his assault rifle at his head. "Then I guess you're worthless to me." "I just became a dad. Twins, named Olivia and Leon. I have a wife I love, named Amira, and a stepdaughter named Matilda, who I sometimes call Tilly. I might be worthless to you, but I'd really like to still be around to watch them grow up." "I'm sorry. That's not how this game is played. You chose the wrong side. Now you must live with it." "What are you talking about?" he asked. "What side?" "I'm done talking." He gestured for the other two Special Forces operators to find the girl, then pointed the gun at his head. "Sorry, I can't keep watching for you over my shoulder, so I'm going to need to put you down. Really, I'm sorry for your family's loss, but when it comes to the Eye of Horus, the stakes are too high." He leapt toward him. Better to die fighting than to go down groveling. The deck of the gym echoed with the sound of a single shot. Sam expected the pain to rip through his skull, but instead it was followed by another sharp report. He opened his eyes. His attacker, along with the other Special Forces man, were both dead. Bella held a Sig Sauer M17 in her hand. The shots were so fast and equally precise that it showed she must have once been part of some sort of elite Special Forces. He met her gaze and grinned. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Bella smiled. "Who are you, Sam Reilly?" Chapter 20. Bella moved without hesitation. She slipped the Sig Sauer M17 back into a concealed fold in the makeshift belt she had fashioned from a torn strip of her dress. The movement was quick and practiced, the pistol disappearing cleanly against her hip. Then she stepped over to the first fallen operator and picked up his rifle. Sam watched with a bemused smile on his face. She handled it like someone who knew exactly what she was doing. Bringing the SIG SG-553 up into her hands, she ran a rapid check. First, she ejected the magazine with a firm press of the release, caught it cleanly, and gave it a quick visual inspection. Full. She slammed it back into place, then racked the charging handle, chambering around with a sharp mechanical snap. Her eyes flicked briefly to the selector switch. Safe. Then to the optic, confirming alignment without lingering. Competent, resourceful. No wasted movement. She turned and held the weapon out to Sam. "Here," she said. "Take this. I assume you know how to use it." He nodded once and took the rifle, his hands settling naturally into position as he checked the weight and balance. It felt solid, familiar enough. The efficient woman had already moved to the second body. She repeated the process, magazine out, check, reseat, chamber, her motions just as precise as before. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. His eyes narrowed slightly. Bella said, "Let's go." "So, you want to tell me who you really are?" he asked. "You first," she insisted, as they walked back through the gym toward the flooded section where they had come from. Sam studied his mysterious ally. "I was sent here to look for survivors." "I'm going to call BS on that one," Bella said, her voice firm. "It's been nearly 48 hours since the Lion's Gate sunk. If anyone was going to dive to search for survivors, it would have been a lot earlier." "We had to make sure it was safe to enter the wreck." "No," Bella cut him off short. "Nobody was coming, because according to the ship's manifest, all passengers and crew were accounted for. Isn't that right?" He nodded. "I was told there was no loss of life." "So what were you doing here?" she asked. "I was approached to retrieve something." Bella grinned. "You were ordered to look for it, too? I knew it." "Look for what?" Frowning, she said, "The same thing those French special forces were after. Set." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I believe you. Nobody does. All you know is that it's imperative your nation gets it first." Sam spread his hands. "I am so lost. Can we discuss this once we're off the ship and somewhere safe?" "No." "What?" he asked, genuinely surprised by her answer. "I don't know if you realize this, but we were just about killed by 3 French guys who I'm pretty certain were ex-special forces." "Actually, they were probably current French special forces." She gave a sad, almost apologetic smile. "Like you, they believed they were doing the right thing and trying to ensure they got hold of Set for their country's safety." "What is this Set that you're going on about?" "It's a virus I created to beat the Eye of Horus." The name suddenly clicked. Set, as in the ancient Egyptian god of chaos, storms, desert, disorder, and warfare. And, of course, the deity who tore out the Horus's eye during their violent struggle for the throne. Bella suppressed an impish grin. "Are you done?" "Yeah, I'm done." "Good. What are you, an Egyptologist or an archaeologist?" "I studied archaeology," he admitted. She tilted her head, confused. "They sent an archaeologist to retrieve the Set?" "I have a certain skill set that makes me uniquely useful." "Yeah, so I've seen." "Also, I happen to be the closest person to it." "Now, I don't know or care who you work for, but I can see you're a good person. I need you to forget about whoever you work for. You need to understand that it doesn't matter. We're in the greatest battle humanity has ever faced, and we're all on the same team. It's the entire human race against the Eye of Horus." Sam shrugged. "All right, let's say I believe you. Can we find a way out of here first, and then you can tell me about it?" "We can't leave yet." "Why not?" Bella pressed her lips together. "Listen, we need to retrieve the Set virus. It's in my stateroom. I can guide you, but you will need to help me reach it. We can take one of those French Special Forces DPVs. We're not going back down there, he said. It's too dangerous. That Sea Tiger was capable of carrying an entire 12-person Special Forces team. They're still out there looking for us. We need to find a way off the ship if we want to live. We can't do that. Why not? Bella said. If it falls into the wrong hands, the world is in grave danger. I mean nuclear war, World War III, everything pales by comparison. What are you saying? He asked. Bella's lips formed a grim line. If we don't go back down there and find my work, the human race is going to become extinct. Chapter 21. Sam backtracked through the crew gym and stopped at the edge of the flooded stairwell they had climbed through. He looked down into the dark water below. 2 DPVs drifted just beneath the surface, their shapes barely visible in the gloom. It was an option. He considered it for a moment. They could go back down, move through the ship again, try to evade whoever else might be inside. But that meant returning, going back to the same environment where they had nearly been killed, blind, low on air, and with no guarantee they wouldn't run into more divers waiting for them. Sam shook his head slightly. No. Now that they had weapons, the advantage had shifted, at least a little. Up here, above the waterline, he could see, maneuver, and fight if he had to. Bella stepped up beside him. So, she said, are you going to take me down to my stateroom? He didn't look at her. We're not going back down there. We're getting off this ship. She frowned. No, we just went through this. We have to find the set hard drive. He turned toward a crew stairwell that led upward and started moving without waiting for her to agree. There's no reason I'm going back down there, he said. Bella hurried after him. But you have to. He kept climbing. Why? She caught up to him, her voice urgent. Because I've been working on a classified project, a virus designed to destroy the Eye of Horus. It's all on an external hard drive. He stopped. He turned slowly and reached down to the pocket on his thigh. From it he pulled a small titanium case. Compact and solid, its surface etched with a single word. Set. He held it up. Does it look like this? Bella's expression changed instantly. Relief broke through the tension, and she gave a quick, incredulous smile. You already got it! I did. She let out a breath, some of the weight clearly lifting from her shoulders. Do you know what happened to my security guard? She asked. His name was Cole Mercer. Sam's expression hardened slightly. I'm sorry, he said. He didn't make it. From what I saw, he drowned in the stateroom. But he managed to hide this well enough that only someone like me could find it. Bella nodded slowly. He was a good man, she said quietly. Then she straightened, her voice steady again. I'm glad he didn't die for nothing. Slipping the drive back into his pocket, he resumed climbing. So now we get off this ship, he said, and somewhere it can actually be used. They reached the top of the stairwell and stepped out onto the upper deck. Bella glanced around at the chaos of the wreck. Any idea how we're getting off this thing? Sam didn't answer immediately. He was already looking up. A helicopter thundered overhead. It was large, heavy. Twin engines roaring as it passed low over the ship before banking into a wide circle. The aircraft came around toward the forward helipad and began its descent. His eyes tracked it. A German CH-53G Sea Stallion. He allowed himself a small grin. How about we take that? Chapter 22. Sam and Bella moved quickly along the upper decks, heading west toward the bow. The Lion's Gate was enormous, and even moving at pace, the distance took time to cover. They passed through long corridors and open leisure areas that had somehow escaped the flooding. Restaurants, frozen mid-service, lounges with chairs still neatly arranged, abandoned bars with glasses left half-finished on polished counters. Emergency lighting cast everything in a dim red glow, turning the once luxurious interiors into something eerie and hollow. The ship creaked beneath their feet. Distant echoes of gunfire carried through the structure, reminding them that they weren't alone. Keeping his rifle low but ready as he moved, his eyes scanned constantly. Doorways, corners, reflections in glass. Bella stayed close, matching his stride without hesitation. They reached the forward section and slowed. Sam dropped down on the port side, using the structure of a sports bar as cover. The place overlooked the bow, its open frontage giving him a clear line of sight toward the helipad. He leaned just enough to see. The German Sea Stallion sat heavily on the forward deck. It was a massive aircraft, twin-engine, twin-rotor, its long fuselage bristling with external mounts and equipment. The rear ramp was down, and its rotors had slowed but were still ticking lazily in the wind. Mounted machine guns were fixed at the doors, and the dull green paint was broken by German markings along the side. German special forces were already disembarking. They moved with strategic care, spreading out quickly to secure the area. Each of them carried heavy dive gear along with full combat loadouts, assault rifles, sidearms, tactical packs. Within seconds, they had established a perimeter around the helicopter. Sam exhaled slowly. "This isn't going to be easy," he murmured. Bella glanced at him, then back at the scene. "No," she agreed. Studying the layout, he took in distance, angles, and exposure. There was no clean approach, no way to reach the helicopter without crossing open ground under the watch of trained operators. Then, voices. From behind them. French. Sam's head snapped slightly toward the sound. A split second later, the first shots rang out. Gunfire erupted across the bow, sharp and violent. The Germans reacted instantly, dropping into cover and returning fire. Rounds tore across the deck, ricocheting off metal and glass as the two Special Forces units engaged each other. The firefight escalated in seconds. The German team shifted position, pulling back slightly and anchoring themselves near a pizzeria structure along the forward deck. They used its walls for cover as they laid down suppressive fire. Sam watched the exchange carefully. This was their moment. Thinking the exact same thing, Bella nudged him. He turned. She gestured subtly toward the starboard side of the ship, then toward the helicopter, her meaning clear. If they could get around the opposite side, they might reach it unseen. Nodding slightly, he leaned closer. "How long can you hold your breath?" he whispered. Bella didn't hesitate. "Long enough. What did you have in mind?" Sam pointed toward the stairwell beside them. It had two access points, port and starboard. Below it, the structure opened into the water. "We go under," he said quietly. "From this side to the other." Bella followed his gaze. It was a long swim. No gear, no margin for error. Then she smiled. "I can do that." Sam held her eyes for a second, weighing it, then nodded. "Let's go." They moved quickly. Timing it with the rhythm of the firefight, they slipped down into the stairwell and dropped into the water on the port side. Cold closed over them again. Taking one last breath before diving, he then pulled Bella with him beneath the structure. The noise of gunfire above became distant, muffled, replaced by the steady rush of water around them. They swam hard. No DPV, no air, just muscle and momentum. Sam kept them close to the underside of the deck, using the structure above as a guide. His lungs began to burn almost immediately, the need for air rising fast as they pushed through the water. Beside him, Bella stayed with him, her movements strong, controlled. They didn't slow, didn't hesitate. The distance felt longer than it should have. Every second stretched. Every stroke felt heavier. Finally, the glow of the starboard stairwell came into view. Sam kicked upward, breaking the surface just enough to draw a quick breath before pulling himself onto the stairs. Bella followed a moment later, both of them breathing hard as they climbed out of the water. They slipped quickly up the steps, then stopped. The helicopter was right there, closer than it had ever been. And now, for the first time, there was no one between them and it. Sam glanced across the deck. The firefight continued on the opposite side, both teams fully engaged, their attention fixed away from the helicopter. He looked at Bella. "I can get that thing in the air," he said quietly, "but I'm going to need your help to keep them from shooting us down again." "Leave it to me." Bella's grin returned, sharp, confident, and almost playful. "I've got an idea." Chapter 23. Sam hauled himself into the cockpit of the German CH-53G Sea Stallion and dropped into the pilot's seat, water still dripping from his clothes. His hands moved immediately, instinct overriding everything else. Their last attempt to escape on a helicopter, third time lucky, he hoped. Battery on, fuel, ignition, hit the starter. The engines coughed once, then caught, spooling up with a rising whine that deepened into a powerful vibrating roar. The entire airframe shuddered as the twin turbines came alive. Above them, the massive rotor blades began to turn, slowly at first, each rotation heavy and deliberate, then faster, the rhythmic thump building as the blades bit into the air. Outside, the firefight continued. Gunfire cracked across the deck. French and German operators traded rounds, neither side noticing the helicopter coming to life behind them. Not yet. The rotors gathered speed. The thump, thump, thump became a rapid, concussive beat as the downdraft began to whip across the deck, sending debris skittering and loose objects sliding. Then one of the German soldiers turned. He froze as he saw a stranger in the cockpit. His expression shifted to shock as he instantly raised his rifle. Bella fired first. A single sharp shot cracked through the chaos. The round struck the soldier in the neck, dropping him where he stood. That got everyone's attention. Voices erupted, German and French, shouting over the growing roar of the engines. "Arrêtez-les!" Sam leaned forward, gripping the controls. "Bella, we've got company." "I'm coming." She climbed up into the co-pilot's seat, moving fast, slamming the door shut as rounds began to snap across the deck toward them. The rotors were almost at full speed now. Not quite enough, but close. But close. He held the collective, waiting for just enough lift. Bella's hands moved across the console. "I've got this." Sam glanced sideways just as she found the weapons controls. Mounted along the sides of the Sea Stallion were twin 50 caliber machine guns, reinforced for heavy suppressive fire. Beneath the stub wings, compact launch rails carried Hellfire missiles, short-range, devastatingly precise. Bella didn't hesitate. She pressed the trigger. The twin 50 cals erupted instantly. The sound was deafening, a thunderous, sustained roar as streams of heavy rounds tore across the aft deck. Muzzle flashes strobed in rapid bursts, and the recoil shuddered through the airframe. Metal sparked, glass shattered. The deck erupted into chaos. Both German and French operators dove for cover as the rounds chewed through anything left exposed. Sam saw his moment. He pulled the collective. With the buoyant force of a balloon filled with helium, the helicopter lurched upward fast. The landing gear cleared the deck as the Sea Stallion lifted into the air, the rotors now at full power, the downdraft blasting outward in violent gusts. More gunfire followed them. Rounds snapped past the cockpit. "Hold on," he called out. A defiant glint twinkled in Bella's blue eyes as she hit the second firing control. 2 Hellfire rockets launched. The missiles streaked forward with a sharp explosive burst, leaving trails of smoke as they crossed the short distance to the bow. Impact! A massive explosion ripped through the front of the Lion's Gate. Windows shattered outward in a cascading wave, flames and debris erupting into the air as the blast tore through the structure. The shock wave rolled across the deck. Sam didn't wait. He banked hard, pulling the helicopter away from the ship as quickly as the engines would allow. The Sea Stallion surged forward, climbing over open water, leaving the chaos behind. The roar of the engines filled the cockpit. Then the steady thunder of the rotors settled into a powerful synchronized rhythm. They were clear, for now. Exhaling slowly, he glanced at Bella. "Any idea where the safest place is from here?" She was already working, scanning the controls, orienting herself. "Yeah," she said. "I'll get you the coordinates. Head north." "North," he repeated. "Anywhere in particular?" She didn't look at him. "I need to get to Germany." Sam frowned. "What's in Germany?" Her expression hardened, her voice steady. "The only way to deliver the Set virus to the Eye of Horus." Chapter 24. Florence, Italy. Elise rolled onto her side and stretched lazily, the soft linen sheets slipping across her skin as she pushed herself upright. She wore a loose pair of pale silk pajamas, the fabric light and cool against her body, the top hanging slightly off one shoulder as her hair fell in soft waves around her face. She crossed the room barefoot and pulled back the blinds. Morning light spilled into the space. Outside, the city stretched out in warm, sunlit tones. Terracotta rooftops rolled across the skyline, broken by pale stone towers and domes that had stood for centuries. The Arno River wound its way through the heart of Florence, glinting beneath the midday sun as it passed beneath old bridges lined with shops and history. Church bells rang faintly in the distance, and the hum of life drifted upward, voices, footsteps, the distant rumble of traffic weaving through narrow streets. The hotel itself sat quietly within the grounds of what had once been a convent, its ancient stone walls softened by age and time. A small courtyard below was filled with potted plants and creeping vines, the air carrying the faint scent of citrus and old earth. She took it all in for a moment, then turned back inside. She found her phone on the bedside table and glanced at the screen. Almost midday. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. "Wow," she murmured. She set the phone down and moved back to the bed, wrapping her legs over the top of Liam's slim hips and settling herself gently on top of him. Her fingers found his without effort, weaving naturally between his as though they had been together for years. She leaned down and kissed him. Liam stirred, then kissed her back, his eyes opening slowly. A bemused smile spread across his face as he took in the sight of her above him. "Good morning," he said. Elise smiled. "Good morning. Also, it's almost midday. Go figure." They kissed again, slower this time. He shifted slightly beneath her. "What are you going to do?" She tilted her head. "That's a very loaded question." He laughed softly. "I'm not talking about us. I mean, what do you do now? Do you have to go back to work?" Elise shook her head, a small smile lingering. "No. Sam's going to be off for a while, as Amira just had the twins." She paused, then added, "I was thinking it might be a good time for me to take a vacation. What do you think?" Liam's expression brightened. "Are you asking me if I'd like to join you?" Her smile widened. "That depends. Are you likely to say yes?" "Absolutely," he replied, his voice firm. "Then yes, I'm asking you if you would like to take a vacation with me." "And I accept." "Great. Where do you want to go?" "Anywhere you're going." Elise's lips curved up in a smile. "I'm flattered, but seriously, you'd be surprised if you knew how much traveling I do with work. That's why I'm asking, where would you like to go?" He didn't hesitate. "Oh, if that's the case, there's some great surfing on the west coast of Ireland. Do you want to go surfing?" She made a face immediately. "Not even a little. I hate the cold. Besides, you live there. It's hardly a vacation." "Okay," he replied tentatively. "So you can't surf?" She grinned. "Oh, I can surf. Don't let my nerdy appearance fool you. I'm surprisingly agile." "Is that so?" he said, his voice teasing. "Yeah, not because I work at it or anything. I just have good genes. What can I say?" Liam laughed, and then, staring at her eyes, asked, "Is that why you have purple eyes? You acquired unique genes from your parents?" "Maybe," Elise conceded. "Not that I ever met my parents, to be honest." "You didn't grow up with your parents?" "No, I was on my own." "That's terrible." He squeezed her hand. "Want to tell me about it?" "Not today." She pressed her lips together. "It's a long story." "Okay." His brow knitted as he considered. "No surfing on the west coast of Ireland. So where do you suggest?" Her expression shifted into something more playful, a mischievous glint lighting her eyes. "I could be convinced to go surfing somewhere else with you." Liam raised an eyebrow. "Like where?" Elise leaned down closer, her smile softening. "How do you feel about Hawaii?" Chapter 25. Bagni San Filippo, Tuscany, Italy. Pax West stepped out of the small medieval castle, the heavy wooden door closing softly behind him. The place they had rented felt like something out of another time. Stone walls, narrow windows, and a view that stretched across the rolling Tuscan hills. Below, the famous White Whale Limestone Formation rose from the earth like a frozen cascade, its pale surface sculpted over centuries by mineral-rich waters. Pax wore nothing but a pair of board shorts as he made his way down the narrow path toward the thermal pools. Steam drifted lazily through the air. The water below shimmered in soft shades of turquoise and milky blue, its color shifting with the light. Tiered pools spilled gently into one another, forming natural basins edged with smooth limestone. Thin waterfalls trickled down the formations, the constant flow creating a quiet, soothing rhythm that echoed through the surrounding trees. Mist hung low over the surface, catching the morning light. Pax stepped into the nearest pool. The warmth hit him immediately. He let out a slow breath as the heat soaked into his muscles, easing the lingering aches from the past few days. He lowered himself deeper until the water reached his chest, then leaned back slightly, letting the tension drain from his body. For a moment he closed his eyes. Then he dipped beneath the surface. The world went quiet. When he surfaced again, he wiped the warm, faintly sulfuric water from his face. He grinned. Yeah, I could get used to starting the day like this. He turned slowly, taking in the view. The surrounding forest framed the pools in deep greens, the limestone formations glowing pale against the darker earth. Steam curled upward in soft tendrils, and the gentle sound of flowing water filled the air. It was peaceful in a way that felt almost unreal. A loud, violent bang shattered the silence. Pax's head snapped up. Another impact followed, deeper this time, as though something beneath the ground had forced its way upward. The sound echoed across the hills, scattering birds into the sky. Pax turned toward the upper terraces. His eyes narrowed. Near the higher limestone formations, where only yesterday Liam had reburied the reinforced entrance that protected the Nemean kingdom with a bulldozer, the ground began to shift. Then it erupted. Chunks of pale limestone blasted into the air, scattering in all directions as something forced its way out from beneath the surface. It looked almost surreal, like the earth itself was being dug out from below by something enormous. Pax took a slow step forward in the water, his gaze locked on the disturbance. Oh, this can't be good. The movement intensified. A moment later, a creature emerged. The Nemean lion pushed through the newly formed tunnel, its massive form breaking into the open air. It was enormous, larger than any natural predator, its body rippling with dense, powerful muscle beneath a coat that seemed to shimmer faintly in the light. Its mane burned with a subtle, fiery glow, not quite flame, but something close, something otherworldly. Its eyes were sharp, intelligent, and far too aware. Behind it, a cub followed, then another, and another. The entire pride began to emerge from the tunnel, one after the other, filling the terrace with their presence. Pax's expression tightened. The largest of them, the leader, stepped forward. The Nemean king. It moved with slow, deliberate grace, its massive head held high as it descended toward the pools. Every step carried weight, authority, a quiet dominance that didn't need to be asserted. Pax watched it carefully. Something was different. The glow of its mane flickered strangely, and there was a subtle shift in the way the pride carried themselves. Not aggression, not fear. Something else. They looked forlorn. "What the hell happened to you?" he murmured. Behind him, the castle door opened. Footsteps followed. Tom and Genevieve stepped out, both glancing toward Pax and then toward the disturbance up the hill. "Hey, Pax!" Tom called out. "Did you see what caused that bang?" A slow grin crossed his face. Pax shouted back, "Yeah, I saw it." Genevieve stepped closer, her tone more cautious. "Is everything all right?" Pax's smile faded. His lips pressed into a grim line as he watched the Nemean king approach. "To be honest," he called back, "I think we might have a little problem." Chapter 26. Hu Chin Lee straddled the Lacama Monoposto electric motorcycle, the sleek frame humming faintly beneath him as its systems powered on. He glanced at Genevieve, Tom, and Pax. "Remind me," he said, "why I'm the one going back into the Lion's Kingdom?" Genevieve folded her arms. "Because, as much as I like cute, cuddly, fiery, near-mythical creatures, they're just as likely to sense my innate desire to kill anything that looks like a threat, and I know that won't end well." Who nodded once. "That's fair." He turned his gaze toward Pax and Tom. "You two sure you don't want to come with me? Might be worth seeing what scared an entire Nemean pride out of their home." Pax exchanged a brief glance with Tom, then shook his head. "We're good. That tunnel's tight enough for you on the bike. We'd both have to come off it entirely." Who considered that, then gave a small nod. "All right," he said. "Enjoy keeping them entertained until I get back." Tom glanced toward the edge of the thermal pools where the Nemean lions had gathered. A pile of sulfur sat nearby, and the pride was busy licking at it with surprising enthusiasm, their massive forms suddenly resembling something far less dangerous. "They look happy enough," Tom said. Who allowed himself a faint smile. Then he reached for his gear. He pulled the volcanologist exposure suit over his closed-circuit SCBA system, sealing it carefully. The helmet locked into place with a soft click, and the internal display flickered to life, feeding him vital readings: air supply, temperature, structural integrity. He swung the motorcycle around and guided it toward the entrance of the lava tube. Then he accelerated. The electric motor surged smoothly, silent but powerful, as he descended into the darkness. The narrow beam of his motorcycle headlight cut through the dense volcanic gloom, illuminating the serpentine tunnel in stark bands of orange and black. Shadows danced across the uneven rock walls, flickering like spirits in retreat. The lava tube spiraled sharply to the left, then down in a sudden drop, and Who leaned hard into each turn, the bike's tires gripping the blackened stone just enough to keep him from sliding into oblivion. His breathing echoed inside the helmet, steady but loud in the enclosed space. A digital readout hovered in the corner of his vision. 3.5 hours remaining. He pushed the throttle a little harder. The tunnel narrowed, then twisted again, the descent becoming steeper. The sensation was like riding through the spine of the earth itself, the path spiraling downward in a relentless, unforgiving curve. The tunnel opened. Who throttled back and coasted into a colossal subterranean chamber, and his breath caught in his throat. He mentally pictured the Nemean kingdom he'd left the day before. The ceiling soared into darkness above. The stone walls curved like a cathedral hewn by the earth itself. The ground below shimmered with residual heat. Fractured lava flows cooled to brittle black veins across a basin of dry, cracked obsidian. He was heading into the heart of it all, where a molten pond of gold, an enormous gleaming lake, heavy and motionless like liquid sunlight frozen in time, bubbled as if stirred from below by some divine hand. A place that captured all the region's gold, pulled down through the earth and melted together over eons into one natural crucible. Who rode into the main chamber? After about 100 feet, he stopped the electric motorcycle. His breath caught. The space was enormous. The ceiling arched high above, disappearing into darkness, while the walls curved outward like the interior of some ancient cathedral carved by fire and time. The ground beneath him was fractured and uneven. Cooled lava flows hardened into brittle black veins that crisscrossed the basin. He slowed the bike to a complete stop, only none of that existed anymore. The molten lake was gone. In its place lay a dark, lifeless expanse of cooled obsidian its surface cracked and dull, reflecting no light at all. The basin that had once burned like liquid sunlight now sat cold and inert, as though its life had been extinguished. And with it, the lives of every Nemean lion had been changed forever. Chapter 27. Santa Maria Nuova Hospital, Florence, Italy. Tom and Genevieve stepped through the main entrance of the hospital. The building felt like a blend of centuries. Stone arches framed the entryway, worn smooth by time, while modern glass doors slid quietly open beneath them. Inside, polished floors reflected soft overhead lighting, and the air carried that familiar mix of antiseptic and quiet urgency. Nurses moved efficiently between corridors, their footsteps muted, while distant voices echoed faintly through the halls. Tom paused just inside and studied the hospital directory mounted near the reception desk. He scanned the layout, tracing routes with his finger. Okay, the maternity ward should be... Hey, Uncle Tom! He turned. Matilda was already heading toward them, her face lighting up. Hey, Tilly, Genevieve said. Hi, Genevieve. Hi, Tom. Tom smiled. Congratulations. I hear you got your wish, a boy and a girl. I did. Olivia and Leon. That must be nice. It is, she said. Tom tilted his head. But? Matilda shrugged. They don't do much. Genevieve smirked. Babies generally don't. Tom folded his arms loosely. Getting bored, are you? A little, Matilda admitted. But I don't want to leave. I mean, I love Olivia and Leon. It's just that sitting around a hospital all day isn't exactly fun. And with Sam gone, I think Mum would be pretty upset if I disappeared. Tom frowned. Where did he go? Matilda smiled. I'll let Mum explain that one. Come on, I'll show you. They followed her down the corridor. Genevieve leaned toward her and spoke so she wouldn't be overheard. Do you want me to sneak Caliburn in to keep you company? Yes, please. Matilda's eyes lit up instantly. But what about Excalibur? Genevieve shook her head. Caliburn I can get away with. I'll just tell anyone who asks he's a therapy dog or something. But Excalibur, he's a puppy. No one's buying that. Matilda nodded seriously. You're right. Then she looked back at her. But you will bring Caliburn? Yeah, Genevieve said. For sure. They reached the room and stepped inside. Tom immediately noticed Amira seated beside the bassinets. She lifted a finger to her lips. The twins have just fallen asleep. Tom lowered his voice instinctively and stepped closer, glancing down at them. Two tiny figures lay side by side, impossibly small and peaceful. He smiled. They're beautiful, he said, glancing at Genevieve. Don't you think? Genevieve nodded dutifully. If you say so. Amira laughed softly. You're not a baby person? Genevieve smiled. Your kids are beautiful. It's just that most babies look the same to me. Amira raised an eyebrow. Obviously, yours are different, Genevieve added quickly. Right, Amira said. I'm glad you understand that. I'm sure they get their looks from your side of the family, Genevieve said. Agreed, she smirked. Tom straightened. So, where's Sam? Amira leaned back in her chair. He ducked out early this morning around 1 or 2. Tom blinked. He ducked out? Where to? Some cruise ship off the coast of Naples sank. Everyone got off safely, but the Secretary of Defense asked him to recover some kind of important military hardware. Tom arched an eyebrow. The Pentagon was storing military hardware on a cruise ship? I didn't buy it either, Amira said. Tom shook his head. But you've just had twins. I know, she said dryly. Apparently it's very important. Tom snorted. The defense sec always says that. Amira shrugged. Sam seemed to think this time it really was. Besides, he promised he'd be back before lunch. Tom sighed. That sounds like him. He hesitated, then added, Do you think I should go help him? Amira shook her head. No, it's meant to be quick, off the books. The fewer people involved, the better. Tom considered that, then nodded. All right, probably for the best. He drew a breath. We've got a situation of our own, anyway. The Nemean lions got out again, and when Hu went down to investigate, he found the entire fire world had been extinguished. Amira gave a worried frown. And they need that to survive? Sam seems to think so. Tom ran a hand through his hair. We're trying to figure out where to relocate them, but I've got no idea who's going to volunteer to host 20 near-mythical fire lions. Amira's expression shifted. Merlin told him something about that. He mentioned the fire quadrant on the 8th continent. That's right, Tom snapped his fingers. I remember. The master builders used to occupy it. Amira nodded. It's been dormant for thousands of years. Tom grinned. Perfect. He turned to Genevieve. Want to help me wrangle some Nemean lions? She shook her head. I'd love to, but I'm supposed to be overseeing the installation of a new automatic weapons system on the Tehillah. Tom nodded. Who's already helping with that, right? Yeah. Then it looks like it's just me and Pax. He smiled faintly. Wrangling lions under the Pacific Ocean. Hey, that reminds me, Uncle Tom, Matilda said suddenly, an excited tone to her voice. What has 2 heads, 6 legs, and a tail? Tom grinned. Oh, I know this one. Matilda's face fell. Really? Yeah, he said, pulling out his phone. It's a 2-headed bicephalic diamond-backed terrapin. A what? A turtle. He showed her the photo. Matilda studied it carefully. It was a selfie of him and Sam holding the rare turtle at the Everglades in Florida while they were hunting for the runaway orichalcum golem. Matilda's eyes narrowed. How do I know this wasn't created using one of those stupid AI photo apps? You're going to have to take my word for it, Tom smiled. But all the same, it's nice to see someone from your generation capable of critical analysis. What? Tom said, Never mind. You're still wrong, Matilda announced. Besides, shouldn't you two have been worried about crocodiles or alligators or something and not taking selfies? You're probably right, Tom frowned, suddenly remembering she'd told him he was wrong. Really? How so? That's not how riddles work, she said. He folded his arms. All right, I give up. What is it? Matilda beamed. It's a cowboy, just like you and Pax. Tom nodded solemnly. Makes sense, especially if we're wrangling Nemean lions. Amira and Genevieve both laughed. Tom turned back to Amira, smiling warmly. Congratulations again, and I'm glad you're not too upset with the twins' daddy disappearing right after they were born. Oh? Amira's eyes flashed. Just what makes you think I might be pissed at Sam? Chapter 28. On board the German CH-53G Sea Stallion, flying north over Italy. The CH-53G thundered through the sky, its twin engines roaring with deep, relentless power as the massive rotor blades hammered the air above them. The vibration ran through the entire airframe, a constant, bone-deep tremor that Sam felt through the controls as he guided the helicopter north. Below them, the coastline carved into the dramatic cliffs of Positano, where pastel-colored houses clung impossibly to the mountainside, stacked one atop the other like a cascade of sunlit stone and stucco. Narrow terraces and winding stairways cut between the buildings, and the deep blue of the Tyrrhenian Sea glittered at their base, dotted with small boats drifting near the shore. The town fell away behind them as the terrain shifted inland, giving way to the rolling interior of Italy. Green hills stretched in long undulating waves, broken by clusters of stone farmhouses and narrow roads that wound between vineyards and olive groves. Patches of forest cut darker lines through the landscape, and every so often a small town appeared, a tight cluster of terracotta rooftops gathered around a church spire that had stood for centuries. Sam kept his eyes forward, scanning the horizon as the coastline slipped behind them and the land began to open toward the northeast, toward the Adriatic. He had just shared the joyous news that he had become a father. Beside him, Bella folded her arms and looked at him with open disbelief. "Your wife must be so pissed at you right now?" He winced. "No. Yes. Well, maybe." "You left her in the hospital just after she had twins?" she snapped, her voice rising over the roar of the engines. For any man, a woman's righteous scorn was difficult to face. That's why, for a brief moment, he seriously considered opening the helicopter door and stepping out. "I'm sorry," he said, glancing at her. "You of all people must know how important this mission was." She glared. "If I were your wife, I would never talk to you again." Sam pressed his lips together. "You'd be surprised how forgiving Amira can be about these things." "Yes," she shot back. "I would be very surprised." He grinned. "Should I call her and let her know I'm okay?" Her eyes widened. "Good God, no!" "I didn't think so." He adjusted their heading slightly, the helicopter banking as the landscape shifted beneath them. "I guess my wife won't be happy if I fly straight to Camp Darby either." "That depends," she shrugged. "How do you feel about raising those twins of yours in a post-nuclear holocaust?" His expression tightened. "That bad?" "Worse," she said. "There's a very real chance the Eye of Horus will calculate the exact number of nuclear strikes needed to push humanity to the brink of extinction, while leaving just enough infrastructure intact to keep itself alive." He stared ahead for a moment, the steady rhythm of the rotors filling the silence. "You want to tell me what this is all about?" She hesitated. "I'm still deciding if I can trust you." He arched an eyebrow. "We could always swing by Camp Darby and find out whose side I'm on." "No, we can't," she said firmly. "The Eye of Horus will already have flagged us. Anyone at Camp Darby will have orders to treat us as hostile. We'd be shot on sight." Sam exhaled sharply. "All right, no Camp Darby. But if I were working for the Eye of Horus, I wouldn't have pulled you out of that elevator." Bella studied him. "I believe you risked your life to save me. That part's real." She paused, then added quietly, "But I can't be certain why." "What do you mean?" "The Eye of Horus could have sent you," she explained. "You could be here to make sure I don't duplicate the set virus, to control the situation." He let that sit for a moment. "You really think that's possible?" "Not likely," she admitted, "but possible." Shifting in her seat, her gaze drifted to the landscape below before returning to him. "There's also a chance you don't even realize you're being manipulated, or that you're harder to manipulate than most people." A faint smile touched her lips. Or maybe you just have an innate, almost pathological need to help people in danger. Sam suppressed a grin. She caught it immediately. What? My wife would probably say it's that last one. She raised an eyebrow. You have a pathological need to help people? He shrugged. Guilty as charged. Bella studied him for another moment. Either way, she said, I can't fully trust you. Fair enough. He adjusted the collective a tad, keeping their altitude steady as the terrain below flattened into broader plains, the distant shimmer of the Adriatic Sea beginning to appear along the horizon. So, what now? I need your help getting somewhere in Germany. He glanced at her. And once we're there, you ditch me and deploy the set virus on your own? It's the best chance we've got. He considered that, then nodded once. All right, if I'm going to help you blindly, I've got a few questions. She gestured. Go ahead. Sam allowed himself a small grin. Well, for a start, what the hell is the Eye of Horus? Chapter 29. On board the German CH-53G Sea Stallion, northern Italy. The helicopter roared steadily as it pushed north, the deep thrum of the engines and the relentless chop of the rotor blades filling the cockpit. The vibration ran through Bella's seat and into her bones, a constant reminder that they were suspended thousands of feet above a country that, from this height, looked deceptively peaceful. Below them, the land stretched wide and green. Fields divided into neat geometric patterns, rivers cut silver lines through the countryside. Small towns gathered in clusters of terracotta rooftops, church towers rising above them like markers of time that had barely shifted in centuries. In the distance, the faint outline of mountains began to take shape, the first signs of the Alps waiting ahead. She drew a slow breath, trying to decide where to begin. Then she decided that at the beginning was always a good place to start. The Eye of Horus, she said, her voice steady despite the noise, was considered one of the most powerful and positive symbols in ancient Egypt. It represented protection, restoration, and good health. She paused briefly, organizing her thoughts. In Egyptian mythology, Horus, the falcon-headed sky god, fought his uncle Set to avenge the murder of his father Osiris. In her peripheral vision, she saw him turn toward her. And during that battle, Sam said abruptly, a faint grin forming, Set gouged out Horus's left eye and tore it into 6 pieces. Bella glanced at him, surprised. Right, she said. Do you know what happened next? The god Thoth gathered the fragments, he replied, and restored the eye. Horus then offered it to Osiris, bringing him back in a symbolic sense. After that, the Eye of Horus became a symbol of resurrection and protection, something placed in tombs to guide souls in the afterlife. That's right, she studied him for a moment. You told me you studied archaeology. His lips curved into a half-smile. I'm a maritime archaeologist, but I've spent some time in Egypt. She pursed her lips. What else do you know? The symbol was used in mathematics, Sam continued. Each part of the eye represented a fraction, powers of 2. Each of the 6 distinct parts of the symbol corresponded to a specific fraction, which scribes primarily used for measuring volume, such as quantities of grain or flour in a unit called a hekat. That's right. Her eyes narrowed. Do you know what they are? From memory, the symbol for the Eye of Horus was made up of 6 components, which are linked to 6 senses: thought, hearing, sight, taste, touch, and smell. Each component represents a fraction used in ancient Egyptian math. 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64. And the total? When added together, these fractions only equal 63/64, intentionally representing the idea that nothing in the physical world is perfect. He grinned. Although some say the missing 1/64 is actually the magic used by the god Thoth to restore his eye after Set had violently torn it out. Bella felt a flicker of something. Respect, maybe. That's right, she said quietly. For a moment, she simply watched him. The way he handled the controls, calm, focused, almost instinctive. His ocean blue eyes caught the light, reflecting the sky beyond the cockpit glass. He had a warm smile that was hard not to like. Then she stared forward again. So, now, she said, do you understand why the Pentagon named the most advanced weapon ever developed after the Eye of Horus? Depends. Sam tilted his head. Was it the left eye or the right? Is there a difference? There is, he said. The left eye represents healing and protection. The right, often associated with Ra, represents destruction. In some myths, it becomes Sekhmet. She nearly wiped out humanity. I didn't know that story, Bella swallowed. If I did, I would have given it a different name, she admitted. The helicopter slightly banked as he adjusted their course. Below, the patchwork of farmland gave way to broader plains, the terrain flattening as they pushed further north. All right, he said. So now I understand the symbolism. What is the set? Bella hesitated, the weight of it pressed against her chest. It was designed to protect humanity from nuclear war. How? At its core, she explained, it's an AI system designed to integrate with and manage communications between all nuclear-capable nations. The idea was simple. Eliminate miscommunication. Eliminate accidental war. Sam glanced at her briefly. And that works? She heaved an inward sigh. Do you know how many countries currently possess nuclear weapons? A few. 9, she said. The United States, Russia, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel. Together they control more than 12,000 nuclear warheads. The vast majority belong to the U.S. and Russia. He shot her a dry smile. Well, there's a statistic that helps one sleep well at night. It should be. He frowned. You think so? Yes, she said. Mutually assured destruction has, paradoxically, made the world more stable. The certainty that any nuclear attack would result in total annihilation has kept large-scale war in check since World War II. Below them, a river flashed in the sunlight, winding through the landscape like a blade of silver. But that stability is breaking down, she continued. Tensions are rising. Inequality is growing. History shows us what happens when those pressures build. Sam tensed. People start making bad decisions. Exactly, Bella said. And the Pentagon didn't want to rely on human judgment anymore. She paused, her eyes fixed on the distant mountains ahead. That's why they created the Eye of Horus. Chapter 30. On board the German CH-53G Sea Stallion, northern Italy. The helicopter surged north, its engines roaring with a deep mechanical intensity that filled the cockpit. The rotor blades hammered overhead in a relentless rhythm, slicing through the air as the aircraft pushed toward the distant wall of mountains rising on the horizon, the Alps. Sam kept one hand steady on the controls, his eyes fixed ahead, but his mind was elsewhere, trying to make sense of what his unusual ally had just told him. Below them, the land had flattened into wide agricultural plains. Fields stretched in long, orderly lines, broken by roads and irrigation canals that glinted in the afternoon light. A river snaked through the countryside, reflecting the sky like polished steel. None of it matched what he was hearing. He shook his head. "When you say AI," he said, "do you mean like one of those cute little chatbots the world seems to be getting flooded with right now? The sort that gives you a very superficial answer to any complex question, and if you ask it to evaluate something you've done, it turns into that teacher you never had, the one who thinks everything you do is wonderful." Bella gave a choke of laughter. "Something like that." Sam smiled. "Yeah, I know the type." He adjusted their heading a little, keeping them aligned toward a gap in the distant mountains. "What I don't understand," he continued, "is how something that starts out cute and almost playful suddenly turns into something straight out of a Terminator movie." Her expression shifted. "It's a story as old as humanity." "Go on." "The same cause behind those global disasters." "And what's that?" Bella pressed her lips together for a moment before answering. "We don't know what we don't know." Sam exhaled through his nose. "Right. So, let me get this straight. You were building an AI system for the Pentagon, something that manages global communications between nuclear-capable nations, reducing misunderstandings and prevents accidental war." "Right," she paused. "Only that's not all it was programmed to do." "Oh, yeah?" His brow knitted. "So what was the Pentagon really up to?" "At first," she said, "it was about data, total awareness. The system monitored everything: official communications, press releases, internal military channels." She hesitated briefly. "And then it expanded." "Expanded how?" She met his gaze. "It started tracking individuals, not just generals and politicians, but everyone connected to them. Family, friends, spouses, even lovers." His eyebrows lifted. "You were wiretapping foreign officials?" Bella gave a small, apologetic smile. "Not just officials." "Uh-oh." Sam gave a low whistle, seeing exactly where this was going. "The Eye of Horus figured out that the real information wasn't in official channels," she continued. "It was in the margins. Conversations people thought didn't matter. Tiny pieces of data that, when combined at scale, revealed patterns, intentions, decisions before they were even made." He shook his head. "So it started as a communications safeguard and ended up being a global surveillance system?" Her face darkened. "If it had stopped there," she said, "we'd still be okay." A cold weight settled in his chest. "But it didn't." She shook her head. "Not even close." The helicopter began to climb as the first ridgelines of the Alps began to rise beneath them, the terrain shifting from flat farmland to rugged slopes and deep valleys. Sam tightened his grip on the controls. "Tell me what happened." It was quiet for a moment. Then her eyes locked on his. "How much do you know about an AI intelligence explosion and the singularity?" Chapter 31. On board the German CH-53G Sea Stallion. The helicopter climbed steadily, the terrain below shifting from farmland to rising foothills, The green plains gave way to darker forests. The engines roared, the rotors thundered, but Bella's voice cut through it all with unsettling clarity. She had gone quiet after asking her question. Now she spoke. "An intelligence explosion," she said, "is what happens when an AI becomes capable of improving itself." "Oh, yeah?" he grimaced. "Improving itself? How?" "Not like software updates," she said. "Something far more dangerous. Imagine an AI that can read its own code, understand it, and then make it better." He glanced at her. "Self-upgrading." "Exactly. Now imagine that improved version doing the same thing again and again, each version becoming smarter, faster, more efficient than the last." "So a feedback loop?" His grip tightened on the controls. Bella nodded. "A recursive one. Humans evolve over millions of years. AI evolves in seconds. Once that loop begins, the rate of improvement doesn't just increase, it accelerates exponentially." Sam looked back toward the mountains. "So it doesn't just get smarter, it gets smarter faster." "Yes," she said quietly. "And once that starts, there's no natural stopping point." The helicopter loosely banked as he adjusted their course, lining up with a narrow valley that cut between two rising peaks. "So, what happens next?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, Bella said, "Do you know the difference between how fast a human brain processes information and how fast a computer does?" He shook his head. "I'm guessing it's not close." "It's not even comparable," she said. "Electronic circuits operate millions of times faster than biological neurons. So, even if an AI starts at human-level intelligence, it won't stay there." "How far ahead are we talking?" She looked at him. "A week of thinking for a super-intelligent AI could be equivalent to tens of thousands of years of human thought." "That's not a gap." He gave a humorless chuckle. "That's more like a whole different universe." "Exactly. We stop being participants in the process. We become observers. If we're lucky." His voice dropped. "And if we're not lucky?" Bella hesitated. "Then we become irrelevant." The words hung between them. Sam's jaw clenched. "So what? This thing just decides it doesn't like us?" "No," she said quickly. "That's the wrong way to think about it." She leaned forward, her voice more focused now. "It's not about hatred. It's about alignment." Sam glanced at her. "Meaning?" "Imagine you're building a hydroelectric dam," she said. "You're not doing it because you hate the ants living in the valley. You're doing it because you need power." He nodded slowly. "And the ants?" "They're just in the way." Sam's jaw tightened. "So you're saying that to a superintelligence, we're the ants?" "If its goals don't perfectly align with ours," Bella said, "then yes. But it won't destroy us out of malice. It'll do it because we're irrelevant to the outcome." The helicopter rattled as it hit a pocket of turbulence, the rotors adjusting with a heavy thump as he corrected their altitude. He stared ahead. "And we wouldn't even see it coming." She shook her head. "That's the final problem." He glanced at her again. "The moment something becomes significantly more intelligent than us," she said, "we lose the ability to predict its behavior." Sam's brow furrowed. "Because it's thinking faster?" "Faster, deeper, in ways we can't even model," she said. "You can't outmaneuver something that's already hundreds of thousands of steps ahead of every plan you could possibly conceive." He let out a quiet breath. So once it crosses that line, Bella finished the thought, then we're no longer in control. Tightening his grip on the controls, he asked, Are you telling me that the Eye of Horus has crossed that line? Yes. Her lips formed a grim line. And right now, it's deciding whether its goals could be better suited if the human race no longer existed. Chapter 32. Leaving the small peninsula of Isola della Donzella behind them, Sam guided the helicopter out over the Adriatic Sea and banked it due north, the coastline slipping away as open water stretched to the horizon. The engines roared steadily, the rotors beating the air with a deep rhythmic thunder. The sea below shimmered in long bands of blue and silver, broken only by the faint wake of distant boats cutting across its surface. With his right hand steady on the controls, he reached down with his left, fumbling beneath the seat. Bella tilted her head, watching him. What are you looking for? A flight jacket. There should be one under your seat, too. Why? Because we're flying over the Adriatic, Sam replied, still searching, and it'd be nice to have if we need to ditch. Confused, she frowned. This is a state-of-the-art German military helicopter. So? What are the chances of this thing going down at all, let alone into the Adriatic? He pulled the jacket free and shook it loose. Fairly low. Low? She stared at him. I mean, it must be minuscule. How many helicopters have you been in that have crash-landed? Sam grinned. You definitely don't want to know. How many times, Sam? I think you should forget it, he said, slipping one arm into the jacket. You're not going to like the number. Well, that depends, she shot back. Is it more than 0? Because if it's more than 0, I really don't want to know. He zipped the jacket halfway and shrugged. I think it's under double digits. Does that help? That definitely does not help. Bella immediately reached under her seat and found her own jacket. She pulled it free and examined it, a heavy-duty flight jacket with an integrated life vest, the CO2 canister and inflation toggle clearly visible. She stared at it for a moment, then put it on. Tightly. I've decided I'll wear the stupid jacket. Good idea, Sam said, finishing his own. The coastline reappeared ahead, and soon the distinct outline of a city rose from the water. Venice. He adjusted their heading, bringing the helicopter over it. From the air, the city looked like a dream floating on water, a labyrinth of narrow canals cut through tightly packed buildings, their red-tiled roofs glowing in the sunlight. The Grand Canal curved like a serpent through the heart of the city, wide and busy, dotted with boats and water taxis, leaving white trails behind them. Smaller canals branched off in every direction, forming a maze of waterways where gondolas drifted lazily, their dark shapes gliding beneath elegant stone bridges. Landmarks stood out even from altitude. The vast expanse of St. Mark's Square opened near the waterfront, the towering campanile rising above it like a watchful sentinel. Beside it, the domes of St. Mark's Basilica shimmered in pale gold, while the Doge's palace stretched along the edge of the lagoon in intricate white stone. Beyond it all, the lagoon itself spread wide and calm, reflecting the sky in soft, shifting tones. Sam allowed himself an admiring glance, then pushed them onward. They left Venice behind and began their climb toward the Alps, the terrain ahead rising sharply into rugged slopes and deep valleys. So, he said, the Set virus was built on the Lion's Gate to keep it isolated, somewhere the Eye of Horus couldn't reach. Exactly, Bella replied. and as soon as it found out, it sank the ship." "That's right." He bit his lower lip. "So it's not us versus the French or the Germans. It's humanity versus the Eye of Horus," she finished the thought. He swallowed, a flicker of guilt rising in his chest. "Now I feel terrible about killing that French Special Forces soldier." Bella glanced at him. "Because you jammed a thermite breech pen into his eyeball?" "Yeah," he said. "That too." "It was collateral damage," she said. "If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed us, and the Eye of Horus would have won." Sam nodded, but his expression didn't change. "I know," he said quietly. "Doesn't mean I feel good about it." Bella studied him for a moment. "But if I can get this virus into the Eye of Horus, then it will have been worth it." "And we need to get to Germany for that?" "Yes," she said. "I hid the delivery device in a cave in the Saxon Switzerland mountains." He raised an eyebrow. "How does it work?" "The set virus needs a key," Bella explained. "Something that locks a back door into the Eye of Horus's code. Like how a biological virus hijacks cellular processes. This one hijacks its architecture." "Okay, I'll take your word for it." "Good." He asked, "So you kept the key somewhere else?" "Yes, in case I died." Sam glanced at her. "Does anyone else know about it?" "Yes." "Are they likely to already be there?" "No." She shook her head. "You met him, so to speak. His name's Cole Mercer. You told me he drowned in the stateroom, so he's already dead." She stared at him. "What?" Sam shrugged. "I want to know if the Eye of Horus had already gotten to him, too. If so, we could be flying into a trap." "We're not," Bella said. "You have the hard drive, and knowing the man he was, he never would have left without it." "I see," Sam exhaled. "Okay, Cole must have gone back for the set, become trapped, and drowned. But he hid it well. He left a riddle so only someone sent by the Secretary of Defense could find it." The mountains loomed ahead now, vast and immovable, their peaks cutting into the sky. Tightening his grip on the controls, he began the climb over the Alps. Chapter 33. USS Theodore Roosevelt, CVN 71, Adriatic Sea. Clay Wilder was living his best life. He knew it. At 22 years old, he was flying one of the most advanced fighter jets ever built, operating from one of the most powerful warships on Earth. He had passed every exam, every simulation, every brutal hour of training, and now he was here, the Mediterranean. The USS Theodore Roosevelt, CVN 71, cut through the Adriatic Sea like a floating city of steel and power. Nearly 300 meters long, its flat flight deck stretched endlessly ahead, marked with crisp white and yellow lines. The island superstructure rose on the starboard side, stacked with radar arrays, communication towers, and control rooms that governed the choreography of flight operations. Below deck, thousands of crew members kept the ship alive. Above, aircraft ruled the sky. Clay adjusted the collar of his flight suit as he walked beside his weapons systems officer, Jasper Vance. Both men were clad in standard naval aviation gear, green flight suits, G-suits strapped tight around their legs and abdomen, harnesses clipped and ready. Their helmets hung at their sides, oxygen masks dangling, cords trailing like lifelines. Jasper was calm, methodical, his movements precise. Clay, by contrast, carried a restless energy, focused, but alive with anticipation. "First med deployment?" Jasper said casually. Clay grinned. Doesn't suck at all. They climbed the final ladder to the flight deck. The moment they stepped out, the world exploded into motion and sound. Jet engines roared across the deck. The wind howled as the carrier surged forward, deliberately driving into the wind to generate maximum lift for launches. The bow of the ship cut through the water with immense force, sending spray crashing outward in white plumes as it plowed ahead. Deck crews in brightly colored jerseys moved with practiced urgency, directing aircraft, signaling pilots, preparing the next launch sequence. At the bow, an FA-18 Hornet sat ready. Their jet. Clay climbed the ladder and dropped into the cockpit, the familiar tight space wrapping around him like a second skin. He strapped in quickly, pulled the harness tight across his chest as Jasper settled into the rear seat behind him. Powering up, Clay said. He flipped the battery switch. Displays flickered to life across the cockpit, green text, digital readouts, system checks scrolling rapidly. He engaged the auxiliary power unit, the whine rising behind him as the jet came alive. APU online, Jasper confirmed. Clay moved through the startup sequence with practiced precision. Fuel flow, ignition, engine start. The turbine spooled up. A low whine grew into a powerful roar as the engine came to life, vibrations running through the airframe. Gauges stabilized, systems came online. Engine good, Clay said. Copy that, Jasper replied. All systems green back here? Clay ran the final checks, his eyes flicking across instruments. Flight controls. Checked, Jasper responded instantly. Good. Navigation. Good. Weapons system. Jasper smirked. Ready to ruin someone's day. Clay grinned. It's just a training mission. They taxied forward, guided by the deck crew, until they reached the catapult. The holdback bar locked in place beneath them. The jet settled. Clay took a breath, lowering his visor and securing his oxygen mask. The sound of his breathing filled his helmet, steady and controlled. The launch officer stepped into position ahead, crouched low, watching. Clay pushed the throttles forward. The engines screamed. The Hornet strained against the catapult, power building to a violent peak. The launch officer pointed, saluted, then dropped his hand. The catapult fired. Clay was slammed back into his seat as the jet exploded forward, accelerating from 0 to nearly 300 kilometers per hour in seconds. The force crushed him into the harness, his vision narrowing as the G-forces hit. Then they were airborne. The jet leapt from the deck, dropping briefly before Clay pulled back on the stick, climbing hard. He rolled sharply, banking the aircraft low over the water, skimming just above the surface as the Adriatic blurred beneath them. Speed surged. The engines roared. Wind tore past the canopy. Clay felt it all, every vibration, every force, every surge of power. Then Jasper's voice cut in. Clay, you're not going to believe this. What's up? A live mission just dropped. Clay's grip tightened on the stick. You're kidding. I'm not. What's the target? There was a brief pause. A German CH-53G Sea Stallion helicopter, Jasper said. Reported stolen. Intel believes it's going to be used for a terrorist operation. Clay grinned. You were right, Jasper. We're about to ruin a bad guy's day. Chapter 34. On board the German CH-53G Sea Stallion, Austrian Alps. Sam drove the helicopter low into the Etztal Valley, threading the massive Sea Stallion between walls of rock and forest as the Austrian Alps rose around them. The landscape was raw and immense. Sheer granite faces towered on either side, streaked with pale veins and shadowed crevices. Dense pine forests clung to the slopes, their dark green broken by lighter patches of alpine meadow. Higher still, snow lingered along jagged ridgelines, glowing faintly beneath the afternoon sun. Acha is an alpine term for a fast-flowing mountain river, fed by glacial melting. Below them, the Etztaler Acha was tearing through the valley like a living thing. The river was striking, almost unreal turquoise, glacial in origin, its color milky and opaque, churning with silt and minerals. It surged over boulders and dropped through violent white water, the rapids exploding into froth and spray as it carved its way north. Sam kept them just above it. The rotor wash hammered the surface, flattening patches of water for a split second before the current reclaimed them. The downdraft echoed off the valley walls, a deep, pulsing thunder that rolled back at them in waves. He caught sight of movement below. 2 rafts. Tiny against the scale of the valley, they bucked wildly through the rapids, their occupants paddling hard as they navigated the chaos of Class 5 whitewater. He allowed himself a broad smile, as he always loved flying through the Alps. There was something about it, something immediate and visceral. No distance, no separation, just machine, terrain, and instinct, all locked together in a single continuous moment. Beside him, Bella swore. "We've got company." Sam twisted in his seat, glancing over his shoulder. He saw a fast-moving shape cut through the sky behind them. "That's an FA-18 Hornet," he said, relaxing. "One of ours. The Secretary of Defense probably sent it to pick us up." His passenger didn't look reassured in the least. "If that's the case," she asked, her voice tight, "why is it lifting its nose like that? Like it's trying to get a lock?" Sam frowned. "They're not going to shoot us." Even so, he pushed the helicopter lower, skimming just above the river, increasing speed as the valley narrowed ahead. Bella's eyes stayed fixed behind them. "How do you know?" "The Sea Stallion's got a radar warning receiver," he said. "If that jet paints us, this cockpit will light up like a Christmas tree." The RWR system listened constantly, scanning for radar signals, identifying threats in real time. For a moment, nothing. Then her scream cut through the cockpit. "Sam!" He snapped his gaze to the panel. A red light flared. "Missile!" The word burned across the display. An alarm shrieked. The system reacted instantly. Flares and chaff burst from the helicopter in bright, scattered blooms behind them, trailing smoke and sparks through the air. Sam didn't think. He reacted. He yanked the controls, banking the helicopter hard across the valley, the aircraft shuddering as it changed direction violently. The rotors bit into the air, the entire frame groaning under the stress as he pushed it beyond what it was meant to do. The river rushed past beneath them. The valley walls closed in, and behind them, an AIM-9 Sidewinder screamed through the air at over 2.5 times the speed of sound. Chapter 35. On board the HMS Resolute, Strait of Messina, Italy. Acting Captain Charlotte Pembroke stood in the control room, listening as the submarine breathed around her. Her boat was still intact, for now. She allowed herself a moment to acknowledge that fact. A constant, low mechanical hum filled the compartment, the steady circulation of air, the distant thrum of pipes, the faint ticking of cooling systems working to keep the boat alive. Every now and then a metallic creak ran along the pressure hull, a reminder of the immense weight of the ocean pressing in from all sides. She was alive, and her crew were alive, all except one. That alone was something close to a miracle. It had been touch and go there for more than 48 hours, yet her engineering team were second to none, and her crew, right down to the last man and woman, had fought for their very lives. They had sealed compartments, rerouted systems, and stemmed the ingress of water. It had cost the captain his life, but she pushed that thought aside. There would be time to grieve and remember his heroism later. From what the sonar team had been able to put together from their recordings of both active and passive acoustic listening devices, they had inadvertently surfaced underneath a large cruise ship named Lion's Gate. The British Vanguard-class ballistic missile submarine was built to take a lot, but slamming into a gigantic cruise ship wasn't one of them. Pembroke had no idea how this could have happened. Someone had either tampered with something, or there was a critical fault with the depth gauges and gyroscope that placed them at the completely wrong depth and location. Either way, she worried there was a saboteur on board, or someone outside had hacked the submarine's computer system. There were several nations out there who would have wanted to, but who had the capability of getting such control over a $5.7 billion submarine? The possibilities were terrifying. Pembroke mentally put it down as a future problem, something that would be determined through a root cause analysis. Computer geeks and technicians would comb through the submarine's data and see what happened. Someone would end up court-martialed. But none of that could be dealt with right now. The first and only priority she had was survival. Pembroke moved slowly through the control room, her eyes flicking across the consoles. The sonar display glowed in muted greens. The navigation screens pulsed softly, still unreliable, still suspect. Somewhere behind her, a sonar operator adjusted a dial, the faint clicking of controls breaking the monotony. She took stock of the known faults and damages. It was a long list, but thanks to the captain's sacrifice, they had stemmed further flooding, and the hull appeared to be intact and watertight. The pumps had drained the water that had originally flooded the lower compartments of the submarine. Pembroke ran her eyes across the priority list. 1. Hull intact and water no longer entering the submarine. 2. The Rolls-Royce PWR-2 nuclear reactor was still online and running smoothly. 3. It was still generating unlimited oxygen and fresh water from seawater. 4. Food supplies and refrigeration were enough for 60 days. It was a good start. She then looked at what wasn't working. 1. Propulsion. 2. Main ballast system. According to the engineers, the propeller struck the seabed and became jammed during their sudden descent. If it was external, the problem may not be solvable while on the seabed, but if it damaged one of the internal sections, their team could fix it. As for the main ballast system, there was nothing that indicated why the system failed in the first place, and the engineers were questioning if there was a fault with the digital system designed to manage the ballast. Perhaps this was the same bug that had confused the depth gauge and gyroscope, causing their collision in the first place. Pembroke knew she should have felt relief. After all, she was grateful to be alive. Yet something major was haunting her. It had been nearly 56 hours since the collision, and they had sent out a warning buoy to alert the Royal Navy of their accident and subsequent damage, including the all-important sub-sunk alert. Ergo, the surface should be bombarded with rescue vehicles. Mentally, she cursed a blue streak as the NATO submarine rescue system should have been fully enacted by now. Up until now, they were rapidly approaching their key performance of complete rescue of submarine crew from anywhere in the world in under 72 hours. The whole system was developed after the lessons learned from the K-141 Kursk tragedy in 2000 that led to the development of the NATO Submarine Rescue System, NSRS. When a sub-sunk alert, which messages that a submarine is experiencing difficulties, is received, the operator of the submarine will initiate the NSRS call-out procedure. The intervention system, which is upon a ready-made, remotely operated vehicle, will dispatch to the location approximately 24 hours in advance of the full rescue system. Once the ROV arrives, it will locate the distressed submarine, establish communications, conduct damage assessment, and prepare the submarine for rescue operations. The Submarine Rescue Vehicle, SRV, along with the portable launch and recovery system, support and operating equipment, and the hyperbaric treatment complex, known as the Transfer Under Pressure, or TUP equipment, will arrive within 24 hours. All equipment and personnel will be flown to the mobilization port for embarkation on a suitable mobilization ship. The embarkation will take less than 18 hours. Then the mobilization ship will sail to the scene where the SRV will be launched. The aim is to achieve time to first rescue of 72 hours, with personnel being brought to the surface in groups of 12, transferring them to an NSRS hyperbaric treatment facility if necessary. And yet they had heard nothing from the surface. She turned toward the communication station. "Any response?" The operator shook his head. "No, ma'am. Still nothing." Pembroke's jaw tightened as she ordered another tethered buoy to be deployed. The device allowed for high data rate communications, such as satellite links and VHF, and could reach the surface even from their depth. The entire system worked on Skynet, a dedicated military constellation of satellite networks that provided secure, high-bandwidth communication for the Royal Navy. British nuclear submarines primarily communicate with the Permanent Joint Headquarters, PJHQ, located at RAF Northwood in Hertfordshire. She waited for a link from the secure connection with PJHQ, but there was nothing. That can't be possible. After 20 minutes of trying, she found her newly minted second-in-command. "My cabin, right away, XO." "Yes, ma'am," he replied, following her. She had promoted Chief Engineer Ray Scanlon to XO. It was temporary, but she was determined if they ever got out of here alive, she would do everything in her power to ensure the Navy made it permanent. She'd worked with him for years, and despite everything happening on the ship, he was the one person on board she knew she could trust fully. They moved quickly through the narrow passageways, boots ringing softly against the metal deck. The air smelled faintly of oil and recycled oxygen. Somewhere above, a pipe rattled briefly, then settled. They reached her cabin, and she stepped inside first. Her XO followed. She closed the door behind him, the seal engaging with a dull, airtight thud. The sudden quiet was noticeable, the background noise reduced, the space more private. "Ray," she said, using his first name, reminding him that she was in his position only a couple days ago, "we have a serious problem." "Bigger than being trapped on board a sub-sunk, ma'am?" Her expression turned icy cold. "Yeah, possibly." "What is it?" "Does it strike you as odd that we're still here all on our own?" "You mean we're at the site of a civilian cruise ship disaster, and we've heard nothing?" "Exactly." "Have you tried Gertrude?" he asked. Gertrude was the nickname for the standard underwater telephone system, commonly the UQC-AN/WQC2, or NGG, used by U.S. and NATO navies to communicate between submarines and surface ships. Using acoustic single sideband voice or Morse code signals, it operates similar to sonar to transmit audio through water without wires. It could only be used in close proximity. Yes, we've been transmitting our subsunk alert through Gertrude, but so far haven't had a single reply. The XO set his jaw. What did PJHQ say about it? She frowned. Nothing. What do you mean? I mean, I can connect to Skynet, but I can't get through to PJHQ. That's impossible. No, it's just very, very unlikely. She met his piercing blue eyes with solemn honesty. You know what the most likely cause could be? Solar flares that are interrupting our connection to Skynet? The XO suggested. No, we're connected with Skynet. It's just not being answered by PJHQ. You don't think... Nodding, she pressed her lips together. Tell me I'm crazy. He hesitated. You're not crazy. Captain Pembroke met his eyes. Then tell me I'm wrong. Ray's face drained of color. I think, he said slowly, we have to consider the possibility... He paused. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken. Then he managed to force the words out. We have to consider the possibility that there has been a nuclear strike, and PJHQ, he added quietly, along with the rest of the United Kingdom, may already be gone. Chapter 36. On board the Lockheed Martin C-5M Super Galaxy, somewhere over the Indian Ocean. The aircraft roared steadily through the upper atmosphere, a deep, continuous thunder that filled every corner of the cavernous cargo bay. The sound wasn't just heard, it was felt. It vibrated through the metal deck, through Pax's boots, and into his bones. The Lockheed Martin C-5M Super Galaxy was immense. The interior stretched out like the hold of a floating warehouse, its ribbed fuselage lined with structural beams, wiring conduits, and dim cargo lighting that cast a muted amber glow across everything inside. Massive tie-down chains crisscrossed the floor, securing cargo points designed for tanks, armored vehicles, and equipment of war. And today, 30 Nemean lions. Pax stood with his arms folded, a slow grin spreading across his face as he watched them. They lay scattered across the cargo bay, their enormous forms at odds with the rigid industrial environment. Their golden hides shimmered faintly under the artificial light, each movement catching the glow like molten metal, cooling in the dark. Even at rest, they radiated power. Muscles shifted beneath velvet fur, dense and coiled like iron cables beneath silk. Most of them slept. Their breathing was slow and steady, great chests rising and falling in unison with the low vibration of the aircraft. Every now and then, one would shift slightly, a paw twitching, a tail flicking lazily against the metal floor. Two remained awake. They stood near a secured block of sulfur, their massive heads bent low as they licked at it with slow, savoring movements. The faint scent of it lingered in the air, mixing oddly with the sterile, metallic smell of the cargo hold. Tom stood beside Pax, watching the same surreal scene. "What do you think?" he asked. "Not in a million years." Pax let out a quiet breath, shaking his head. "I would never have expected moving 30 Nemean lions across the globe in a military jet to be this easy." The aircraft shuddered slightly as it hit a pocket of turbulence. The massive structure groaned faintly, the sound echoing along the length of the fuselage before settling back into its steady rhythm. Tom glanced around, his expression cautious. "Let's not count our chickens too early," he said. "We still need to convince them to get on a submarine." Pax chuckled under his breath. "They'll be fine. They trust us." Tom raised an eyebrow. "Instinctively?" Pax nodded, still watching the lions. "It's more than that. They know we're trying to help them." One of the lions nearest them lifted its head slightly, its eyes opening just enough to regard Pax for a moment. There was something ancient in that gaze, something that felt less like an animal and more like a force of nature given form. Then it lowered its head again and returned to rest. Tom exhaled slowly. "I sure hope you're right." Chapter 37. Santa Maria Nuova Hospital, Florence, Italy. Matilda studied her mom carefully. She usually didn't have trouble understanding how her mother felt. At 5 years old, she knew it wasn't really her job to figure everything out, but she had always been good at reading her. Maybe that was because her mom was open about her feelings and talked things through with her. Or maybe it was just something Matilda could do. Either way, today felt different. Her mother sat beside the hospital bassinet, gently holding one of the twins. When she looked down at them, her face softened. She smiled and spoke in a warm, happy voice, telling Matilda what it would be like to be a big sister. In those moments, everything seemed perfect. But then it changed. The smile would fade. Her eyes would drift somewhere else, and a heaviness would settle over her face, something Matilda couldn't quite understand. Worry. Matilda had asked what was wrong. Her mother had said everything was okay. That didn't feel true. Her parents didn't lie to her, not like that. Her dad never did. He always told her the truth, even when it was hard. He trusted her, which made her wonder where he was. He said he would be back before lunch. Matilda looked toward the door again, thinking about it. She opened her mouth, ready to ask. The door opened. Genevieve walked in, holding a white walking stick in her right hand. She tapped it lightly from side to side as she moved, while she held onto Caliburn's leash. Matilda giggled. Genevieve stopped, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Look," she said. "It's a miracle. I can see again." "Wow!" Matilda laughed. "That's incredible." Genevieve looked down at Caliburn, then back at Matilda with a thoughtful expression. "Now that I can see, what do you think I should do with my dog?" Matilda grinned. She decided the game had gone on long enough. "I think you should leave him with me." "Oh, you think that, do you?" Genevieve said. Before anything else could be said, Caliburn bounded forward. His tail wagged wildly as he rushed toward Matilda. If the wait had been hard for her, it had clearly been even harder for him. Matilda dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around him as he reached her. "I missed you, Caliburn." The golden retriever, with an IQ higher than most humans, pressed against her, licking her face, his whole body full of excitement. Matilda laughed and hugged him tightly. Then she pulled back slightly, still holding on to him. "Come on," she said. "Do you want to meet the twins?" Chapter 38. Honolulu Bay, Maui, Hawaii. The Pacific rolled in long, powerful lines toward the rugged coastline of Honolulu Bay. Elise lay prone on her board, paddling steadily as she watched the swell stack on the horizon. The water was impossibly clear, shifting between deep sapphire and translucent turquoise as the reef rose beneath it. Jagged volcanic rock framed the bay on either side, while dense green jungle spilled down the cliffs, giving the place a raw, untouched beauty. She wore a simple purple bikini, the color matching her striking violet eyes, both made more vivid by the brightness of the ocean around her. Her golden-brown skin caught the sunlight with a warm glow, and her slim, athletic figure moved with smooth control as she paddled. The small, defined muscles of her arms and back visibly engaged with each stroke, as her toned arms cut cleanly through the water. Her body was balanced and completely at ease in the rhythm of the sea. Honolulu Bay was something special. Even from the water, Elise could feel it. The angle of the coastline was just right. The swell wrapped into the bay with precision, bending into a long, clean right-hander that peeled perfectly along the reef. Each wave built in sections, starting wide and powerful at Coconuts, the outermost surfer takeoff zone, located on the far north end, then gathering shape through the outside, forming a hollow wall that offers the first of several surfing barrel opportunities before tightening into a fast, hollow wall at the middle section named the Cave. It was the kind of wave surfers all over the world chased, and today it was firing. Liam paddled beside her on a high-performance shortboard, its narrow outline and sharp rails built for speed and control in heavy surf. Elise rode something similar, slightly longer, tuned for drive and smooth transitions through long walls and barrels. She paused, straddling her board as a new set approached. "Set coming," Liam said. "I see it." The first wave rose beneath them, steep and powerful. Liam spun his board, paddled hard, and dropped in clean. Elise watched him carve down the face, the wave opening in front of him in a long, glassy line. He cut back smoothly, then drove forward again, riding it out with confidence all the way down the point. When he kicked out, he threw his arms up, grinning. Elise smiled. Not bad. Another wave approached, bigger, cleaner. She turned, paddled, and felt it lift her. Then she was in. She dropped down the face, her board slicing into the water as the wave stood up beside her. The wall built quickly, steepening into a smooth, hollow section as it wrapped along the reef. She adjusted her line, and the barrel formed. The lip pitched over her, enclosing her in a perfect shimmering tunnel of water. Inside, everything slowed. The world narrowed to light, motion, and sound. The deep thunderous echo of the wave breaking around her. She held her line effortlessly, her body relaxed, balanced. The barrel stretched one section into another, and then another. A flawless right-hander, linking together in a seamless run that seemed to go on forever. As she drove deeper into the tube, something moved beside her. A flash of gray, then more flashes. A small pod of dolphins appeared, gliding through the wave with her, their sleek bodies cutting through the water with impossible grace. They moved in perfect sync, riding the same energy, as if they belonged inside the barrel just as much as she did. Elise felt a grin spread across her face. The wave carried her all the way through, section after section, until it finally softened near the inside. She rode it out toward the beach, stepping off cleanly as the energy faded. By the time Liam reached her, she was already standing in the shallows. He shook his head in disbelief, water dripping from his hair. "Seriously," he said, "you found a pod of dolphins to surf with? How am I supposed to compete with that?" Elise laughed. "You're not." He stepped closer and kissed her. They spent the next few hours in the water, trading waves, chasing sets, and letting the rhythm of the ocean take over. Time slipped by unnoticed until the sun began to dip lower in the sky. Eventually, they made their way up to a small bar overlooking the bay. The view stretched out across the water, the same perfect waves still rolling in beneath the fading light. The air smelled faintly of salt and sunscreen, mixed with the easy hum of conversation from other surfers reliving their sessions. Liam grabbed them drinks and then excused himself to the restroom. Elise sat back, letting the moments settle. Her eyes drifted to the television mounted above the bar. A news broadcast flickered across the screen. She frowned. The image shifted to a cruise ship. It was partially submerged, and the caption read, "Strait of Messina Disaster." Elise swore under her breath. Liam returned just in time to catch her expression. "Is everything all right?" "Not even a little." She grabbed her phone and immediately dialed Sam. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. Elise hung up and hit redial. This time it went straight to voicemail. She swore again. "That bad?" Liam asked. "Worse? What is it?" Elise's eyes stayed fixed on the screen. "You remember how I told you about the prophecy I found in the Forbidden Library?" "Yeah," Liam said. "Something about the Nemeid lions unleashing a monster on humanity because of Sam." "Close," Elise said. "It said that if Sam entered the Lion's Gate, the most devastating monster would be unleashed on humanity." "So?" Liam raised an eyebrow. "Either way, Nostradamus got it wrong. Those lions are about as dangerous as kittens." Elise shook her head. "Nostradamus didn't guess. He used mathematics to predict outcomes. He's never wrong." "Except this time," Liam said lightly. Elise pointed at the television. "Look!" The channel had already switched. Baseball. Liam frowned. "Nostradamus predicted the score." Elise exhaled sharply. "No, there was a news report. A cruise ship called Lion's Gate sank off the coast of Naples." Liam's expression shifted. "You don't think—" "I don't know," she said, "but I'm going to find out." She immediately dialed Amira. The call connected. "Tell me Sam's with you." "He's not," Amira replied. "He's late. There's been an accident. A cruise ship sank. The Secretary of Defense asked him to dive it and recover something. Apparently it's vitally important." Elise closed her eyes briefly. "Was the ship called Lion's Gate?" "Yes." "And you haven't heard from him since?" "No." "When was he supposed to be back?" "About 8 hours ago." Elise swallowed. "All right, let me know if you hear anything." "What are you going to do?" Amira asked. Elise's eyes hardened. "I'm going to call the Secretary of Defense and find out exactly what's going on." Chapter 39. Presidential Emergency Operations Center, White House. DEFCON 4. Increased Intelligence Watch and Strengthened Security Measures. The Secretary of Defense watched the scene unfold in horror. An F-18 Hornet that had taken off from the USS Theodore Roosevelt CVN-71 in the Adriatic Sea on a routine training mission had broken formation and diverted north into the Austrian Alps. Secure video teleconferencing had patched them in with the flight commander on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, who was still trying to order the pilot, a Lieutenant Clay Wilder, to stand down and return to base. The Secretary of Defense looked at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. "Can you patch us through to the F-18's cockpit live video feed?" "Yes, ma'am." The Secretary of Defense watched the large digital computer screen. As you can see, Madam Secretary, this is the live feed taken from a camera on the helmet of the F-18 Hornet pilot, Lieutenant Clay Wilder. Anywhere he looks, you can see too. The video showed him flying through the Etzal Valley. Granite cliffs, a raging river below them, and dense pine forests clinging to the slopes. Snow sprinkled the ridgelines, glowing faintly beneath the afternoon sun. Up ahead, in the pilot's sights, was a German military helicopter. The Secretary of Defense tried communicating directly with the pilot, ordering him to stand down, but he was either ignoring the message or not receiving it at all. Suddenly, he armed the AIM-9 Sidewinders. The Secretary of Defense said, "You have to shut him down." "We're trying everything we can, Madam Secretary, but he's either disobeying all orders or not receiving them." The video feed from the pilot's head focused on the command authorization. The pilot confirmed the authorization with his weapons systems officer, Jasper Vance. The Secretary of Defense said, "Look at that! He's not disobeying orders. He's been given entirely different ones. I thought this system was supposed to be secure, General." "It was." "Then what the hell's going on?" The general said, "I believe that the Eye of Horus is in control." A moment later, the pilot pressed the fire button. A single AIM-9 Sidewinder fired. The rocket flashed toward the helicopter. The helicopter dumped its defensive countermeasures, and the rocket exploded harmlessly into the side of the valley wall. For a brief second, the Secretary of Defense thought the helicopter was going to survive, and if the Eye of Horus intended to destroy the helicopter, she guessed Sam Reilly and Mirabella Daberchauser must have been on board with the Set virus. Right now, they were humanity's only hope. A moment later, the pilot fired another Sidewinder. The rocket raced toward the helicopter. It was a direct hit. The helicopter exploded in a ball of flame, its shell falling into the Etzaler Akka below. There was no chance anyone inside could have survived. The Secretary of Defense made a soft, panicked sound. Then she picked up the secure phone with a direct line to the Oval Office. "Yes?" the President asked. The Secretary of Defense cleared her throat. "The Eye of Horus is making its move. I recommend taking us to DEFCON 3. Chapter 40. On board the Sea Stallion, Etztal Valley, Austrian Alps. Sam felt the explosion before he saw it. A violent shock wave slammed into the helicopter from behind, the sound of it tearing through the narrow valley like thunder trapped between stone walls. The Sea Stallion lurched forward, its entire frame shuddering, as warning alarms screamed across the instrument panel. The rotors hammered the air above them, the downdraft blasting the surface of the Etztaler Akka below into chaotic sprays of white water and mist. The echo of the blades bounced back from the mountains on either side, creating a relentless, pulsing roar that filled the cockpit. He fought the controls, but the valley was too narrow and unforgiving. Granite walls closed in on both sides, leaving no room for error. He hauled the cyclic slightly left, correcting their line as the helicopter dipped dangerously close to the river. The tail swung wide for a fraction of a second before he caught it, forcing the aircraft back into alignment. Then, behind them, another explosion cracked through the air, closer this time. He didn't need to look to know the missile had detonated just off their tail, close enough to rattle every bolt in the airframe. Sam's jaw tightened. They weren't going to outrun this. He glanced at his ally in this whole mess. Her expression had already changed. No hesitation, no fear, just understanding. "We're not going to get another chance," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. "You have to jump." Bella didn't argue or even hesitate. She reached for the side door, yanked it open, and the world outside exploded inward. Wind and noise tore into the cabin, the roar of the river and the scream of the engines merging into a single overwhelming force. The helicopter bucked again. Sam pulled back slightly on the collective, lifting the nose just enough to buy them a fraction of a second, just enough to clear the immediate terrain and give them a survival drop. Another flash of light reflected off the cockpit glass. A rocket fired. Time compressed as he released the controls and jumped. Chapter 41. Etztaler Ache, Austrian Alps. Sam hit the Etztaler Ache hard. The impact drove the air from his lungs as the glacial water swallowed him whole. It was shockingly cold, like plunging into liquid ice, and for a moment his body refused to respond. He sank deep beneath the surface, disoriented, the roar of the river muffled into a distant, thunderous hum. Instinct took over. He kicked hard, forcing his body upward. The current seized him immediately, dragging him sideways, tumbling him through churning white water. The river was a violent washing machine, spinning him without direction. He reached for the inflator toggle on his life jacket, but the force of the water slammed his arm away before he could grab it. Then, by luck more than control, his head broke the surface. He sucked in a sharp breath. Above him, the sea stallion came apart in a fireball. The explosion echoed through the valley, bouncing off the towering granite walls. The massive rotor blades still spinning wildly as the shattered frame fell toward the river. "Shit!" Sam filled his lungs and dove. The water closed over him again as the wreckage crashed down. He was swept between two granite boulders, the current forcing him through the narrow gap. A split second later, the burning remains of the helicopter slammed into the rocks behind him, wedging tight with a screech of torn metal. He surfaced again, gasping for air. The valley rushed past in flashes of green and gray, pine-covered slopes rising steeply on either side, jagged rock faces cutting into the sky. The river surged forward in a relentless torrent, its milky blue color churned white with foam. He spun, searching while calling Bella's name. Nothing. There was no sign of her. The current dragged him onward before he could look again. His head dipped beneath the surface, then burst back up. For a split second he saw her, a flash of movement upstream. Then the river dropped away beneath him. Sam went over the first waterfall. He plunged into a deep pool, driven far below the surface. The pressure forced him down, the undertow pulling him toward the base of the fall. He kicked diagonally, fighting to escape the churning vortex, his lungs already burning. He broke free just as the current caught him again, and dragged him straight toward another drop. Not again! The second waterfall was shorter but more violent. He slammed into the shallow riverbed below, his shoulder and side striking rock with bone-jarring force. Pain exploded through him, and for a moment the world spun wildly out of control. He surfaced, dazed. The sky tilted above him. The roar of the river blurred into a distant, dull noise. He tried to stay afloat, but his body refused to cooperate. Then something yanked sharply at his chest. A violent hiss erupted beside his ear. The CO2 canister fired. His life jacket inflated instantly, jerking him upward and forcing his head above the surface. He coughed, dragging in air. He turned. Bella was there. Her own life jacket was already fully inflated, keeping her stable despite the current. Her hair clung wetly to her face, but her eyes were sharp, focused, and alive. Relief hit him harder than the river ever could. Sam rolled onto his back, letting the current take him. The valley widened gradually as they were carried downstream. The violent rapids began to ease, relentless chaos giving way to longer stretches of fast-moving but manageable water. The roar softened, replaced by the steady rush of the river as it carved its way through the alpine landscape. After what felt like an eternity, the Etztaler Ache merged with the broader, calmer Inn River. The rush of water slowed. The mountains opened up. Green fields and scattered alpine houses appeared along the banks, smoke curling lazily from chimneys. The air smelled faintly of pine and cold stone, mixed with the distant scent of farmland. They drifted in silence, exhaustion setting in as the adrenaline faded. Eventually, the current carried them toward the outskirts of a small settlement, Magerbach, a quiet hamlet near Heiming, where rafting tours often ended. He let his feet drop, feeling the riverbed beneath him. He pushed himself upright and staggered toward the shore, Bella beside him. They climbed out together, soaked, shaking, and breathing hard. A cold wind cut immediately through him. Sam realized she was still wearing the black evening dress from the night the Lion's Gate had sunk, now soaked through and clinging. Her skin had lost its color, and he could see the early signs of hypothermia setting in. They didn't have much time. He scanned the area and spotted several dry bags stacked near the end of a rafting route. He moved quickly, pulling one open. She gave him a disapproving scowl. "Are you planning on stealing that?" "Yeah," Sam said. "Do you have a problem with it?" "I don't make a habit of taking things that aren't mine." "Would you prefer to die of hypothermia?" She considered that for half a second. "Good point. Find me something warm." He dug through the bags, pulling out clothes, towels, anything dry. "Let's get changed at the next public restrooms," he said. "Agreed." 5 minutes later, they stepped back outside, dry and changed. Bella's clothes hung loose on her frame, clearly meant for someone larger. Sam's were tight across his shoulders, but they would do. The cold had retreated enough to keep them functional, for now. He looked around. A small gas station sat nearby, and beyond it a narrow road wound its way through the valley. "Any idea how we get to Germany from here?" he asked. Her gaze shifted past him. He followed it. An apple transport truck was parked near the station, its sides painted with bright images of Tyrolean orchards. A sign on the door listed its destination, Potsdam. "My grandparents live in Potsdam," she said. "Let's take that." "Okay." They moved to the back of the truck and opened it carefully. Inside, rows of wooden pallets were stacked with crates of apples, the air rich with their sweet, crisp scent. Inside, there was just enough space at the far end. They climbed in, squeezing between the crates, keeping low. Then they waited while every second stretched. Sam expected the driver to return at any moment and throw them out, but no one came. 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, the engine rumbled to life. The truck shifted into gear. Slowly, it then pulled away, carrying them north toward Germany. Chapter 42. On board the Tehila, Trieste, Italy. The Tehila lay moored along the industrial edge of Trieste's harbor, her long black hull cutting a sharp silhouette against the pale Adriatic light. Thick mooring lines stretched taut from her cleats to the dock, humming faintly with the slow, restless movement of the tide. Beyond her, the city of Trieste climbed in layers, terracotta roofs, pale stone facades, and distant hills fading into a blue haze. Church spires pierced the skyline, and the waterfront buzzed with quiet morning activity, cranes turning, gulls crying, the muted clatter of rigging against masts. To Genevieve, the contrast was striking. The city felt old, layered with history and time, The Tehillah felt like something else entirely, something sharper and predatory. She stepped aboard with Hu just as the gangway thudded lightly behind them. The deck beneath her boots was immaculate, dark composite and polished fittings, every line purposeful. No wasted space, no unnecessary ornamentation. Veyron appeared first, emerging from the forward section with his usual restless energy. Matthew just behind him, steady and composed as ever. "You made good time," Matthew said. Genevieve gave a small nod, her eyes already scanning the deck. "You said you had something new." Veyron's grin widened. "Oh, we do." He gestured toward the bow. At first she saw nothing unusual, just the sleek, uninterrupted lines of the Tehillah's forward deck. Then, with a soft mechanical hum, a section of the bow split along near-invisible seams. Genevieve stopped. The deck shifted. Panels retracted smoothly, and from within, a compact weapons platform rose upward on a telescoping column, precise, controlled, almost elegant in its motion. It locked into place with a quiet final click. A miniature Phalanx CIWS. The 6-barreled 20-millimeter Vulcan cannon sat mounted on a stabilized, swiveling base, its compact radar dome integrated seamlessly into the housing. The entire unit was scaled down for the Tehillah, but no less intimidating. Matte black and angular, it was purpose-built. Genevieve stepped closer, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied it. "General Dynamics design," Veyron said, almost proudly. "Pomona Division originally, later rolled into Raytheon. Radar-guided, autonomous targeting. This one's been modified." Hu circled the system slowly, his gaze analytical. "Modified how?" Veyron tapped a panel along the side of the mount. "Integrated EMP microwave emitter. Short range, high-intensity burst. Designed to fry drone electronics before they even get close." Genevieve reached out, running her fingers lightly along the cold metal of the housing. It was compact, but dense. Every inch of it felt engineered for violence. "Response time?" she asked. "Milliseconds," Veyron replied. "Tracks multiple targets simultaneously. Aircraft, missiles, small boats. Anything that comes too close, it deals with automatically." Matthew added, "And before you ask, yes, we've isolated it from the main systems. No external access. No hacking it from the outside." Genevieve gave a small, approving nod. "Smart." She stepped back, folding her arms as she looked at the weapon from a distance. From certain angles it was barely visible at all, already blending back into the clean lines of the Tehillah's bow. "Concealed until deployment?" she said. "Exactly," Veyron replied. "She stays a yacht. Until she doesn't." Hu let out a low whistle. "And you've tested it?" Veyron's grin turned almost boyish. "That's the fun part. I picked up 50 drones. Small, fast, unpredictable. Figured we'd head out, give her a proper workout." Genevieve allowed herself the faintest smile. "Target practice?" "Exactly." For a moment, everything felt aligned. New hardware, open water, a clean test run, simple. Then her phone rang. The sound cut through the deck like a blade. Genevieve frowned, already pulling it from her pocket. The name on the screen tightened something in her chest. Elise. "Hi, Elise," she answered immediately. "How's Hawaii with the boyfriend?" "Hawaii's great. Boyfriend's pretty good, too. We have a big problem, though." "With the boyfriend?" "No, with Sam." "That's never good." "Indeed it is not," Elise agreed. Elise quickly brought her up to date with what Nostradamus had predicted about Sam Reilly entering the Lion's Gate, and that she had just found out he had been sent there on some secret mission for the Secretary of Defense. What was worse was that now he was missing. She ended the call and turned to Veyron, Matthew, and Who. "Change of plans. Sam's disappeared. He went to dive the Lion's Gate, a cruise ship that sunk off the coast of Naples, and hasn't been seen since. I told Elise we're going to take a look." Chapter 43. Waitangi Wharf, Chatham Islands, New Zealand. The Lockheed Martin C-5M Super Galaxy landed on the Chatham Islands with all the grace of a falling apartment block. Its giant landing gear slammed into the runway, tires shrieking briefly before the enormous aircraft settled and thundered along the isolated strip. Pax stood near the rear of the cavernous cargo hold, unmoving as the aircraft decelerated. Beside him, Tom braced a hand against one of the cargo rails and grinned like this was all part of a pleasant afternoon outing. A moment later, the rear ramp began to lower. Cold air rushed into the hold, carrying the scents of salt, wet grass, and the endless Pacific. Pax stepped down onto the tarmac and took in the Chatham Islands. The place looked like the far edge of the world. The land rolled away in windswept green hills, broken by low stone walls, lonely paddocks, and clumps of bent trees that had spent their lives learning how to survive the gale. Beyond that, the coastline dropped away to black volcanic rock and restless surf. The sky seemed enormous here, pale and clean, with long streaks of clouds moving fast overhead. Tom stepped beside him and drew a breath. "Well," he said, "if we needed somewhere nobody would think to look, this should do it." Pax ignored the comment and turned back toward the cargo hold. The Nemean lions were already stirring. 30 of them filled the rear section of the aircraft with a heat and presence that made the giant military transport feel suddenly too small. Their golden hides shimmered in the filtered daylight. Their muscles moved beneath their fur like living cable. A couple still licked lazily at the sulfur blocks they had brought for them, while the others watched the open ramp with the calm, knowing expression of creatures that feared very little in this world. Pax walked toward them first. The largest male near the front lifted his massive head and met Pax's gaze. There was no challenge in it, no uncertainty either. The lion knew him. That was enough. "All right," Pax said quietly. "Let's move." It took less time than anyone on the island would have believed. The 2 cattle trucks waiting near the runway had probably spent their lives hauling sheep and livestock along rural roads. Today they were being loaded with near-mythical predators whose manes faintly glowed like embers under ash. Even so, the lions boarded with a surprising lack of fuss. Pax moved among them with measured calm, using little more than voice, posture, and instinct. Tom helped on the flank, talking to them like they were overgrown house cats. "Come on, boys," Tom said. "Nice easy ride. No eating the locals." Pax shot him a flat look. Tom shrugged. "What? I like to set expectations early." Once the last lion was aboard, the trucks pulled away from the airfield and headed for Waitangi Wharf. Pax rode in the lead vehicle, watching the island roll by through the windshield. The road wound through green farmland and low hills, softened by sea wind. Small houses appeared now and then, weatherboard homes with rusted roofs and fenced paddocks. Flocks of seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries sharp in the empty air. Farther off, the Pacific crashed in white lines against the dark coast, the surf exploding against reefs and rocky ledges in long bursts of spray. The place had a lonely beauty to it, Hard country, honest country. The kind of place that didn't care if you were impressed by it. Tom looked out his side window and smiled. I could live here. Pax kept his eyes forward. You'd last a week. 2. Not a chance. Tom laughed and settled back in his seat. By the time they reached Waitangi Wharf, the weather had softened. The wind was still there, but the harbor gave some protection from the full force of the sea. Moored alongside the wharf was the HMNZS Manawanui. Pax studied the ship the moment he saw it. The Royal New Zealand Navy dive and hydrographic vessel sat low and purposeful in the water, painted naval gray and built for work rather than beauty. Even so, there was something solid and dependable about her lines. The forward deck broadened into a helipad, while the superstructure rose amidships in a layered block of bridge windows, antennas, radar, and cranes. Aft, the working deck opened into a broad, practical space of steel plating and dive handling gear. Mounted there, held in a cradle and ready for launch, sat the submersible. That was what Pax really looked at. It was larger than he had expected, compact for a deep-water machine, but still big enough to command the deck around it. The cockpit sat forward beneath a thick acrylic canopy, while behind it a reinforced cargo bay had been fitted with enough space to take a dozen Nemean lions at a time. Heavy hydraulic fittings and lifting points ran along its upper frame. It looked less like a tourist toy and more like a machine built to go where humans weren't supposed to survive. The lions came off with the same strange obedience they had shown at the airfield. One by one, they padded onto the deck of the Manawanui, watched by sailors who tried very hard to look professional and failed. Even the most composed among them could not quite conceal the expression that came from seeing a pride of ancient fire-fed lions walking across a naval ship in the middle of the Pacific. Tom caught one young sailor staring. "They're friendlier than they look," he said. The sailor glanced at the lion nearest him, then at the maned beast's blazing eyes. "I'll take your word for that, sir." The first transfer went quickly, then the second. Before long, all 30 Nemean lions were aboard. The Manawanui departed as soon as the final restraints were checked and the deck secured. Her engines rumbled softly beneath Pax's boots as the ship eased away from Waitangi Wharf and pointed her bow eastward into the open Pacific. 2 hours later, she came to a stop. Pax stood at the aft rail with Tom beside him and looked down into the water. It was so clear it barely seemed real. The Pacific here had turned a vivid turquoise, the kind of impossible color most people only saw in doctored travel brochures. Sunlight poured through the surface in long shimmering shafts, revealing pale underwater ridges and great shadowed shelves far below. The sea looked pristine, untouched, and ancient. Somewhere beneath them lay the 8th continent. Tom let out a low whistle. "That is ridiculous." Pax nodded once. "Load them up." The first group of 12 Nemean lions was guided into the submersible's cargo bay. The machine had been built for exploration, not mythological animal transport, but the fit worked. Barely. The lions settled in with surprising calm, though the bay seemed to shrink around them. Golden bodies pressed close. Heat filled the compartment. Their eyes reflected the bright sea outside with a depth that made Pax think they knew exactly where they were going. Once the cargo hatch was secured, Pax climbed into the passenger seat in the submarine's cockpit. The interior smelled faintly of machine oil, salt, and new electronics. Instrument panels wrapped around the pilot's seat in tight arcs. Digital depth gauges glowed softly. thruster controls, ballast systems, battery monitors, sonar, and manipulator controls all sat within easy reach. The canopy above the forward cockpit gave an uninterrupted view into the crystalline water beyond. Tom dropped into the pilot's seat beside him and strapped in. "You ever piloted one of these before?" Pax asked. "No." Tom gave him a lopsided grin. "But submarines are like riding bikes." Pax looked straight ahead. "If you say so." Above them, the crane hooks engaged. The submersible lifted smoothly from its cradle. Steel groaned faintly. Cables tightened. Through the canopy, Pax watched the deck of the Mana Wanui fall away beneath them as the machine swung out over the side. For a brief moment, they were suspended above the sea, hanging between ship and sky. Then the crane began to lower them. The submersible touched the surface with a soft splash and settled into the clear water. Sunlight broke around the canopy in fractured silver patterns. And they descended into the Pacific Ocean, where the eighth continent waited for them. Chapter 44. The Eighth Continent. Tom maneuvered the submarine with the sort of gentle confidence that came from years of flying, diving, driving, and shooting things that most sane people avoided. The little cargo submersible responded beautifully beneath his hands. It was built for hydrology and underwater mining research, but to Tom, it felt like someone had crossed a sports plane with a 3-seat submarine and then added an oversized cargo bay for good measure. At 45 feet long, with a 14-foot beam, narrow wings, and a V-shaped tail assembly, it looked more like an underwater aircraft than a traditional sub. 2 large thrusters sat fixed beneath the wings like jet engines, while the twin acrylic bubble domes, one forward, one aft, gave it the odd appearance of a machine that couldn't quite decide whether it belonged in the sea or the sky. Tom liked it immediately. Beside him, Pax read out the navigational details Sam had secured from the last expedition, his tone calm and precise, like a rally navigator calling a course at speed. Southwest through the valley, hold the center line, rise at the falls. Tom nodded once. Got it. He dipped the controls, guiding the submarine through the opening to the submerged world of the eighth continent. The submersible followed the course of an ancient valley, now drowned beneath the Pacific. It was nearly 3 miles wide, in places, its long, eroded walls rising on either side like the remnants of some lost inland kingdom that had simply given up and let the sea take it. Tom kept them low at first, then pulled back on the joystick and felt the little craft climb neatly over the broken lip of an ancient underwater waterfall. The nose lifted. The submarine rose above the cliffs. And then the world opened. Tom couldn't help but grin. They emerged onto the tabletop of the eighth continent, a broad underwater plateau so unexpectedly vibrant that it looked like someone had lifted a section of tropical reef from the South Pacific and hidden it in secret beneath the ocean. Coral gardens sprawled in every direction, brilliant with color. Giant clams rested among fan corals and sponges. Schools of tropical fish moved through the shallows in flashes of yellow, blue, and silver. Sea turtles drifted lazily through columns of filtered light, and farther off Tom caught the dark, graceful silhouette of a giant manta ray cruising above the reef like some sort of underwater aircraft carrier. It was the kind of place that reminded him why people risked their lives to explore. A small pod of dolphins appeared from nowhere and raced toward the submarine. Tom's smile widened. They darted alongside them, one rolling upside down to peer in through the acrylic dome, another pacing the sub like it was inviting them to a game. For a few seconds, Tom thought they were going to escort them all the way in. Then, just as suddenly, the dolphins seemed to change their minds. They pulled wider. Their movements became more cautious, almost uncertain, and then the whole pod veered off toward a cluster of coral grottos and disappeared into them. Tom arched an eyebrow. "Looks like they don't want to play today." "They've seen us before." Pax gave a slight shrug. "Maybe they found something more interesting." Tom grinned. "What could be more fun than a yellow submarine?" Pax glanced at him. "This submarine is black." He laughed softly. "Minor detail." But Pax's expression didn't change. "Now that you mention it," he said, "I wonder how many other visitors they've had since you and Sam were here last." Tom's grin faded. That was a very good question. Amelia Earhart had made no secret of wanting to reconnect with the world above. She had plans, trade, contact, a future, and while all of that sounded hopeful enough in theory, Tom knew better than most that the world had a habit of ruining hidden paradises. "That's possible," Tom admitted. "Amelia was talking about opening things up a little." Pax shook his head, still sounding faintly incredulous. "I still can't believe I'm about to meet Amelia Earhart. What's she like?" Tom's lips curled into an easy smile. "Fun, smart, tough as hell. Pretty much exactly what you'd hope. When I called her, she sounded genuinely happy we were coming." That much had surprised him a little. Not that Amelia Earhart would be warm, more that someone presumed dead by the world for nearly a century could still sound so very alive. Tom checked the depth and adjusted their trim slightly. The tabletop lay roughly 50 feet below the surface, though a deeper chasm ran through it like a crack in the hidden continent, and it was through that narrow trench he now guided the submersible at speed. "We're approaching our destination," Tom said. "I see it," Pax replied. 3 o'clock. Tom followed the line of Pax's gaze and nodded. "Got it." He throttled back. The submarine slowed as the end of the chasm approached. Ahead, cut into the coral plateau, was the mouth of a cavern roughly 20 feet high and 30 feet wide. Dark, still, and ancient. It looked like the entrance to a buried temple. The stone around it jutted upward from the reef like a weathered monolith. Tom flicked on the overhead lights. Twin beams blazed from the top of the submersible like the eyes of some mechanical insect, illuminating the rocky opening a pale white. "You ready?" he asked. Pax said, "Yeah, take us in." Tom eased the joystick forward. The propulsors gave a soft electric whine as the submarine edged through the mouth of the cave. The tunnel dropped sharply, steep enough that Tom had to keep the nose pointed almost straight down for several seconds. The walls tightened around them. Rough volcanic stone, slick with seawater and marine growth. 160 feet. The tunnel leveled. Then it began to rise. Tom held the controls steady, following the natural line of the passage as it sloped upward. The water around them grew brighter. At 140 feet, the tunnel opened ahead, and then the sea ended. The submarine surfaced in silence into a gigantic, air-filled grotto. Tom blinked and instinctively eased back the throttles. The cavern stretched so far into the distance that he couldn't tell where it ended. Somewhere high above, sunlight poured through an unseen opening and fell in brilliant shafts across a white sandy beach. The light shimmered through the hanging mist in the cavern air, giving the whole place the unreal beauty of a dream. "Still one of the strangest things I've ever seen," he said quietly. Tom eased the submarine forward until the hull slid gently onto the beach. Sand whispered beneath the pontoons. Once he was confident they were secure, he cut the thrusters and sat for a beat in the sudden stillness. Then he reached for the hatch. Warm air flooded in as he climbed out first. He slung his MP5 over his shoulder and dropped lightly onto the sand. Behind him, Pax emerged, carrying the rope and anchor. Together they worked quickly and without needing to say much. Tom buried the anchor deep into the sand. Then Pax secured the other end to a retractable cleat on the submarine's starboard ballast pontoon. Tom gave the line a hard tug, satisfied it would hold. "All right," he said. "She's not going anywhere." Pax nodded once. They set off along the same well-worn path Tom and Sam had taken before. The route curved along the edge of the beach toward the vast half-dome remains of an ancient volcano that overhung the grotto like the mouth of some sleeping monster. As they walked, Tom found himself glancing again at the familiar relics scattered through the cavern. First, the remains of the old Dutch flute, its timbers dark and broken, but still unmistakably intact after all these years. Then, farther on, the far more astonishing sight of Amelia Earhart's Electra, whole, preserved, and resting where history had hidden it from the world. Pax followed Tom's gaze and shook his head slowly. "That will never stop being insane." Tom smiled. "Yeah." They continued on until they reached the 3 giant slabs of obsidian, each as large as a bus, leaning into one another to form a natural archway. Tom slowed, because there, standing beneath it and waiting for them, was Amelia Earhart. Chapter 45. Pax found himself strangely starstruck by the appearance of Amelia Earhart. She was roughly 5 foot 8 inches, with a lanky build and proportionate features. She wore a loose-fitting cotton shirt, cargo pants, and leather boots. Her blonde hair, which was cut short, blew in the light breeze. She wore an impish smile, revealing a nice set of even white teeth and a distinctive gap in the middle of her upper front incisors. He'd heard how something unique about the 8th continent's environment had formed a sort of fountain of youth, and while trapped on the island, her body kept rejuvenating. Although she was technically 128 years old, she looked like she hadn't aged a day over 30. The fountain of youth didn't hold any particular interest for him, but he liked the idea of talking to a living historical hero, and she didn't disappoint the picture he'd imagined of her. They chatted while he fed the first lot of Nemean lions small cubes of sulfur, while Tom took the submarine and went back for a second, and finally a third round of Nemean lions. Amelia withdrew a folded map of the strange lands. There was a vertical line and a horizontal line through the middle, splitting the underground world into 4 separate quadrants of equal proportions. Amelia showed him the map of the 8th continent, a type of subterranean world larger than North America that used an ancient system of lighting and magnification to draw light from the ocean above and flood its subterranean world in light. Pax stared at the map. Amelia said, "The 8th continent is made up of 4 quadrants: summer, winter, fall, and spring. The seasons in each quadrant never change, making it so that only spring is habitable. In the middle of each quadrant there are large pyramids, temples where the ancient ones Sam called the master builders once used to reside." Pax pointed to the southern quadrant that represented summer. "This lava region is somewhere inside the summer quadrant?" "Uh-huh," she confirmed. "You won't be able to reach the main area, but it will be too hot to survive without volcanic exposure suits, And even then, I would think you would get awfully uncomfortable very quickly. How close can we get? Amelia glanced at the map and pointed to an area only a little way into the desert, closest to the spring section. About here. Pax nodded. Where do most people live? Humans, and the majority of animals for that matter, can live in the two northern quadrants, fall in the northwest and spring in the northeast. For the most part, people choose to live here in the northeast. And the two southern quadrants, Pax asked. What do you know of them? Animals do live there. Heck, even some humans have. But it takes a lot more effort and struggle to survive. You have to remember the seasons don't rotate down here, so summer is permanent, and so is winter. In the southwest, the land has hundreds of miles of scorching desert, a wasteland where almost nothing can survive, before ending in a land with a permanently active volcano, a place filled with lava lakes. Pax stared at the map. That seems to be only a little bit south of here. Is that right? It isn't far off the map, but that's an area of nearly 200 miles. Of scorching desert? Afraid so. This could take weeks to prepare for and make the journey. No, it's okay. We have 2 Mercedes Unimogs that you can borrow to ship the Nemean lions to the volcano area. You have Mercedes Unimogs down here? She smiled. We may be technically troglodytes, but we're far more advanced than what some might expect from cave people. So it would seem, Pax laughed, enjoying the banter. How did you even get them into the 8th continent? Amelia said, We had to take them in part by part, then put them together once all the pieces were inside. Tom came back after the 3rd and final trip to get the last Nemean lions. Pax said, We're good to go? Tom shook his head. Not yet. I have something you need to wear before you can enter the 8th continent. Really? Pax asked. What is it? This. Tom handed him a big Stetson cowboy hat. Pax suppressed a grin. You're kidding me. I'm not. Tom placed a second Stetson hat on his head. I got one for me, too. Pax grinned. So now we're just a couple of matching cowboys wrangling their Nemean lions through an ancient subterranean world with Amelia Earhart. Tom laughed. Tell me there's somewhere else you'd rather be. Chapter 46. Pax stepped through the arched gateway. A set of stairs had been carved into the brittle volcanic rock. It looked like a medieval stairwell, spiraling to the left with a precision that he doubted few stonemasons could recreate today. He moved with the determined gait of a professional soldier, his face set with an equal mixture of awe and curiosity. He descended deep into the subterranean tunnel. Time quickly disappeared as they traipsed downward until light suddenly filtered through glassy rocks far below, allowing enough ambient glow to make out the shape of the tunnel and the location of the stairs, but little else. The effort that someone had made to construct the strange stairwell amazed him. His ears hurt as he continued the descent, and he found himself swallowing to equalize them. How far below sea level must we be? He stepped around the next bend, and his left hand came free of the cold stone wall. Pax stopped, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been to some pretty extraordinary places in his life, but nothing could prepare him for the sight ahead. The stairwell ended on a giant rocky ledge that overlooked an underground prehistoric world to rival anything Jules Verne had imagined. The ceiling in this new vault was so high that it could only be seen at the edges of the wall and not in the middle. A warm ray of purple sun shined down from above on the entire subterranean habitat, making him feel like he'd just stepped out into the great expanse of an ancient savanna, and suddenly he was aware why Tom had insisted he wear a big hat. Giant trees and plants were covered with fruits, filling his nostrils with the scent of rich fragrances. His eyes swept the near-mythical environment with wonder. It was impossible to tell where the place began and where it finished. It might have been a small country in its own right. Thick rainforests, including giant gum trees more than 100 feet tall, filled the area. There were massive open plains of grass and a freshwater river that split the ancient world in two, with multiple smaller tributaries and streams that ran off from it. An 80-foot waterfall raged somewhere to the east, sending a fine mist down upon the valley. The sound of birds chirping echoed throughout. Ancient megafauna, oversized mammals and marsupials, drank by the bank of the river. To his left, a beam of light filtered through the subterranean vault above, a hue of purple, and lighting up the image like an exhibit at a museum, on 7 faces of what looked like ancient cavemen. His eyes locked on the mysterious faces of the 7 subspecies of the genus Homo, for which Tom told him the Phoenix Plague had been created. His gaze turned toward the clearing in the distance, where the first sign of human habitation was evident, with the appearance of a small hut nestled beside the river. Pax, Tom, Amelia, and 30 Nemean lions headed into the jungle, toward a clearing near the river some 3 miles away. The sun was setting, and they spotted a single light coming from a nearby cottage. It seemed rudimentary, more of the sort of place where Robinson Crusoe might have lived, a single-roomed log hut, with a water wheel fed by the nearby stream, and a garden of remarkable flowers. Amelia gestured toward the makeshift cottage and said, "That's my place." "It looks idyllic," Pax noted. "Yeah, that's one of the reasons I've stayed here for more than 8 decades now." She spread her arms. "That and the fact that until recently, there was no way for me to leave." Pax asked, "Do you ever feel the urge?" "To go back to the topside civilization?" She tilted her head, thinking about it. Finally, Pax asked, "Do you?" "Not even a little bit." Pax kept walking. The Nemean lions were mostly happy enough to follow, but their younger cubs seemed to get distracted by every strange flower, every smell or stream. The 8th continent was a startlingly beautiful place, with ancient trees that reached nearly to the ceiling, lakes and flowing rivers. Their waters, untouched by modern civilization, were crystal clear. To the south, he spotted the skyway that Sam and Tom had traveled last time they visited and spoke often about. The skyway was a series of linked bridges made of cordage rope that spanned the trees of the high-rising forest before reaching a treehouse built at the crest of an ancient eucalyptus regnans nearly 300 feet above the river. The entire network spanned more than 50 miles. It had been created and used by nomadic travelers for centuries to avoid the strange world's numerous natural predators. He and Tom both carried weapons, Tom a Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun, and Pax a Soviet KS-23 pump-action shotgun, arguably one of the most powerful shotguns ever built. According to Tom, The eighth continent was riddled with predators. Tom had told him a story about getting attacked by Haast's eagles. The massive predatory bird once lived in the South Island of New Zealand and was commonly accepted as the poakai of Maori legend. The species was the largest eagle known to have existed. Its massive size was explained as an evolutionary response to the size of its prey, the flightless moa, the largest of which could weigh 510 pounds. In New Zealand, Haast's eagle became extinct around 1400 after the moa were hunted to extinction by the first Maori. On the eighth continent, the Haast's eagles were lethal to humans and had very nearly cost Sam and Tom their lives. Finally, reaching the bottom of the valley, they found a group of Amelia's friends who had prepared 2 Mercedes Unimogs to loan them. Pax looked up at the 2 massive 4-wheel drive trucks. They looked perfect. They loaded the Nemean lions, and 20 minutes later, all of them were on their way into the summer quadrant and to the volcanic lands that would soon become the Nemean lions' new home. Chapter 47. Potsdam, Germany. Sam knocked on the door of Bella's grandparents' house. An older woman answered the door. "Hello, can I help you?" "I'm not sure exactly," Sam said, "but there's someone here who thinks you would be delighted to help." "Really?" A wry grin formed on the woman's face. "Who's that?" "Me," Bella said, coming out from her hiding place, out of sight of the door, and throwing her arms over the woman, who hugged her back dearly. "Eric," the woman called, "have a look who's come to visit." She hugged the man when he arrived, then said, "Grandma and Grandpa, I'd like to introduce Sam Reilly. He really got me out of some trouble a short time ago and has been helping me sort some things out." "Nice to meet you," the gentleman said, offering his hand. "I'm Eric, and this is Anka." "Lovely to meet you both," Sam replied, shaking the man's firm hand. Anka gave Bella a serious look. "Do you want to stay for dinner? Your mother's been worried about you. It's been 2 years since anyone's heard from you." "I'm sorry, Grandma. I've been working on something incredibly secret, and it was important I had no outside contact with friends or family." Anka said, "More important than your own family?" "I'm afraid it was, and still is." Bella gave an apologetic smile. "Look, I'm going to grab some change of clothes, and then we must get out of here. It's not safe for you or for us to stay." "What do you need?" Anka asked without questioning her. "A car," she replied. "No problem. I'll get you the keys." Bella shook her head. "Not yours. It will be tracked. Someone you know who doesn't know me." "Someone you know who doesn't know me. Preferably an old one. Something without much technology. Definitely not connected to any internet or local networks." Anka frowned. "You want me to borrow a car for you from a friend you don't know?" She gave a sheepish smile and then answered, "Yes." Anka paused a beat, then picked up her cell phone. A man answered. Without preamble, she said, "Maximilian, you know how you once said you owed me a favor?" There was a pause, and Sam couldn't hear the man's response. But a moment later, Anka smiled and said, "Thank you. I need to borrow a car. No questions asked." She hung up without saying goodbye. "Thanks, Grandma." "You're welcome." Bella looked at Sam. "I'll just be a few minutes getting changed into some old clothes that fit me." "No problem." Anka and Eric offered Sam a drink, but he politely declined. The less evidence they had been here, the better, for everyone. He picked up a photo of a man and a woman with 2 young girls. They were standing by a small tidal river with a sandy beach and a bridge in the background. It looked like a nice day. Grinning, he asked, "Which one of these cute kids is Bella?" "She's the baby of the family," Anka pointed to the older girl next to her. "The other one is Tilly, and those are her parents, Ben and Nellie." Bella stepped into the room. She must have been Superman, make that Superwoman in a past life, because she got changed into a slim pair of jeans and a white singlet in what appeared to be seconds. Her gaze landed on the photo frame in his hand. "Baby photos, Grandma?" she asked. "That was quick." "No, your grandma wasn't showing me photos of you," Sam said. "She wanted to show me your parents. You have a beautiful family." Sam made a warm smile and made a gesture to look at the photograph again. "Wow, I really think your parents could have made a living as models." Bella laughed. "Are you kidding me? I don't think so." "Have you visited your parents yet?" her grandpa asked. "No," she shook her head. "It's the first place the people coming for us would expect me to visit." A car honked out in front of the house. "That will be Maximilian," Anka said. Sam glanced out the window. A dark green Volkswagen waited for them. Chapter 48. Saxon Switzerland Mountains, Germany. The dark green Volkswagen Type 166 Schwimmwagen was, in Sam's humble opinion, one of the ugliest cars ever built. It looked less like a car and more like someone had taken a military jeep, melted it slightly, and then decided it ought to float. The body was squat and boat-shaped, with high curved sides formed from pressed steel and a blunt rounded nose that gave it the appearance of a tin bathtub mounted on oversized wheels. A spare tire sat strapped to the front like an afterthought. Its tiny windshield was nearly vertical, the canvas roof folded flat behind them, and every panel looked utilitarian to the point of insult. Even the color, that faded dark military green, seemed designed to suck the joy from the landscape around it. And yet, Sam had to admit, it was practical. The little machine grumbled and rattled its way up through the Saxon Switzerland mountains with a stubborn determination that made him respect it despite himself. The rear-mounted engine gave off a constant, flat, mechanical drone, while the gearbox produced a heavy metallic clank every time he changed gear. Nothing about the Schwimmwagen felt refined. The steering had a loose, old-fashioned vagueness to it, and the suspension bounced over every rut and patch in the road as if protesting the very concept of comfort. Still, it kept going. Sam guided it around a tight bend and stared out at the mountains rising around them. Saxon Switzerland was unlike any mountain range he had ever seen. It didn't have the savage scale of the Alps or the sweeping grandeur of the Rockies. Instead, it felt stranger, older somehow. The entire landscape seemed carved by patience rather than violence. Giant towers of sandstone rose from the forests in improbable columns and cliffs, their faces weathered into ledges, fissures, and overhangs that made them look like the broken walls of some ruined world. Dense dark green pine and beech forest filled the valleys between them, while the higher ridges caught the pale afternoon light in sharp bands of gold and shadow. It was beautiful, and just a little unsettling. The narrow road wound through the range, hugging ridge lines and dipping into hollows where the forest pressed close on either side. Here and there Sam caught glimpses through the trees of distant rock bridges, steep-sided ravines, and the broad ribbon of the Elbe River glinting far below. Beside him, Bella sat low in her seat, her eyes scanning the route ahead. Sam glanced at her and said, "Should we be driving something so conspicuous?" She smiled faintly. "Yeah, this is fine. The Eye of Horus will be looking for us through digital traces. It's not staring out the window looking for some weird car from the 1940s. He nodded. That made sense. He drove on for another minute, the Schwimmwagen's engine buzzing like an oversized lawnmower as it climbed. When he shifted down for a steeper section, the gearbox answered with another solid agricultural clunk. He grinned. Where do you think Max even got this thing? Bella looked out at the trees. Oh, I can answer that. My grandma said he used to work for the Bundeswehr Military History Museum in Dresden. That tracks. Apparently he fell in love with this car, she went on. And when they sold off some of them, he was the first to buy. Sam laughed softly. Of course he was. The little Schwimmwagen bounced over a patch of rough pavement and rattled hard enough to make the folded canvas roof frame shiver behind them. Sam tightened his hands on the wheel and coaxed it through another bend. The air up here was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine resin, damp stone, and cold earth. Somewhere below, hidden by the forest, water moved over rock with a soft, continuous murmur. A falcon wheeled high above one of the sandstone cliffs, its cry thin and distant against the open sky. For a while neither of them spoke. Sam was content to drive, to listen to the odd little vehicle strain and rattle its way through the mountains, and to let the landscape unfold around him. He had spent enough of his life in dangerous places to know when somewhere held secrets. These mountains definitely did. Their beauty felt layered over something older and hidden, as though the forest and stone were keeping their own counsel. Bella suddenly sat up straighter. There, she said, pointing through the windshield. Sam followed her gesture. On the right side of the road, half concealed by overhanging branches, was a rough pull-off, little more than a break in the trees, and a patch of gravel beside a low sandstone shelf. It's here, she said. He eased off the throttle. The Schwimmwagen's engine dropped to a rough idle as he steered into the clearing. Gravel crunched under the tires. The suspension rocked once, then settled. He pulled on the handbrake and let the little amphibious relic cough and shudder its way down to silence. For a moment neither of them moved. The mountains stood around them in deep green stillness. Above the trees, the sandstone cliffs rose like the ramparts of some forgotten fortress. Sam looked at Bella, then at the forest beyond the road, and said, All right, let's go find your cave. Chapter 49. Bastei Bridge, Saxon Switzerland Mountains, Germany. Sam followed Bella across the Bastei Bridge and tried very hard not to look down. The bridge itself was spectacular, built of pale weathered sandstone and arcing in a series of elegant spans between towering rock pinnacles. It looked less like a human structure and more like something that had grown naturally out of the mountains. The parapets were low and old, the stone worn smooth by generations of wind, rain, and tourists. On either side of it, the landscape dropped away with alarming enthusiasm. Dark forest blanketed the valley floor far below, while beyond it rose the strange broken towers of Saxon Switzerland, great columns and bastions of stone thrusting upward from the trees like the remains of a shattered kingdom. It was striking. It was also, in Sam's opinion, much too high. He kept his gaze fixed ahead and followed Bella across the bridge toward the ruins of Narrated Castle. The entire formation, like much of the Bastei, was made of Elbe sandstone, soft enough over the centuries to be carved by wind and water into impossible cliffs, narrow ledges, and jagged pillars, but still strong enough to hold a medieval fortress. The rock glowed pale gold in the afternoon light, with streaks of gray and amber running through it. Time and weather had eaten at its edges until the whole place looked both grand and fragile. Bella moved without hesitation. She reached the remains of the old castle path, then abruptly vaulted the tourist barrier and landed on the far side with easy balance. Sam stopped dead. Beyond the fence was a narrow ledge clinging to the outer edge of the ruined fortress, no more than a foot or two wide in places, with nothing beneath it except a very long fall into the trees. Bella turned, saw the look on his face, and grinned. "What? Are you afraid of heights or something?" He frowned. "Yes." Her smile vanished. "Oh, shit. You are, aren't you?" "Yes." "Okay," she said quickly. "You'd better wait there. I won't be long." Sam looked back toward the bridge. A couple of tourists were approaching, cameras in hand, perfectly content to admire the scenery from the safe side of the fence. He turned back to Bella. There was no way he was letting her disappear down there alone. He drew a breath, set his jaw, and climbed over the barrier. The drop beside him opened instantly, vast and indifferent. Sam kept his focus on the rock face inches from his shoulder and followed Bella along the narrow ledge. His boots scraped against the sandstone. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to stay low, cling tight, and never, ever glance outward. They edged around a corner hidden from the tourists on the main path. There, built into the natural rock and almost invisible from outside, was a small opening fitted with a heavy oak door. The wood had gone dark with age, and the iron hinges were red with rust. Bella grabbed the handle and pulled. The hinges creaked in protest as the door swung inward. She slipped inside first. Sam followed a moment later and found himself in a narrow passage that had once formed part of Narrated Castle's outer ramparts. The tunnel hugged the natural sandstone, using the stone itself as one wall and much of the ceiling. The place smelled of damp rock, old timber, and stale air. Weak daylight filtered in through cracks and gaps in the ancient masonry. "Why here?" he asked, as he caught up with her. She glanced back. "You mean, why did I hide it here?" "Yeah." He looked around at the cramped passage, and then back toward the ledge outside. There had to be a million other easier and less high places to hide something. "True," she smiled. "But this is perfect. The Eye of Horus can only see where technology sees, and I assure you there's no technology down here." Sam wasn't entirely convinced. "But someone might have found it." "I doubt it," Bella said. "Who comes here?" He pointed toward a discarded syringe lying in the dust near the wall. "I guess someone who wants some privacy." She followed his gesture and shrugged. "I don't think they were looking for my zip drive." "I hope not." They moved deeper into the old passage. The floor was uneven, the tunnel narrowing in places where the natural stone pressed closer. Outside, the wind moaned faintly through the cracks in the ruins, but here it was mostly still. Then she stopped. There! Above shoulder height, one block of sandstone sat just slightly out of line with the others. It was the kind of imperfection no tourist would ever notice, and no one looking casually would think twice about it. Reaching up, she gripped the stone with both hands and pulled gently. The block came free. Behind it was a hollow space carved into the wall. Bella reached in carefully, feeling around for a second, before her hand closed on something fixed to the back of the cavity. She tugged once and withdrew a small zip drive. She held it up between two fingers and smiled at Sam. Voila! Chapter 50. Dresden, Germany. The Volkswagen Type 166 Schwimmwagen was a slow burn, but Sam was beginning to understand why people would fall in love with it. The ugly little amphibious relic rattled and buzzed its way north with stubborn mechanical determination, the rear-mounted engine producing a constant, flat, insect-like drone that somehow never seemed to falter. There was nothing smooth about it, nothing refined. The steering wandered just enough to keep him honest, and every change in the road came up through the chassis as a direct personal complaint. And yet it kept going. It did not whine. It did not overheat. It did not miss. The road followed the Elbe River toward Dresden, winding through a landscape that seemed to grow wider and gentler the farther they went. The strange vertical drama of Saxon Switzerland had eased behind them, leaving a broad river valley edged by vineyards, wooded slopes, scattered villages, and pale fields lying under the late afternoon light. The Elbe itself moved with quiet assurance beside them, wide and silvery, reflecting the sky in broken ribbons between willow trees and low river banks. Ahead, Dresden began to rise from the landscape in layers of church domes, bridges, and old stone facades. Even from the road, Sam could see how much of the city carried the careful dignity of something rebuilt after great destruction. Baroque towers and dark church spires stood above the river, while farther out the more modern districts spread in practical blocks of glass, concrete, and traffic. Beside him, his ally on this adventure looked calmer than she had in days. That was understandable. She now had both parts she needed. The Set virus was in her possession, along with the hidden key that would open the back door into the Eye of Horus. For the first time since Capri, it felt like they were moving towards something other than survival. The whole insane mission had shape again. Sam found himself feeling good, which was exactly when things started to go wrong. He checked the rearview mirror. 2 motorcycles had appeared behind them a few minutes earlier and had stayed there ever since. Both were BMW Motorrad's S1000 RRs, low, predatory superbikes, ridden by men who wore dark helmets and riding leathers. Their engines had a very different voice than the Schwimmwagen's agricultural clatter. Where his vehicle buzzed and clanked, the bikes snarled. The sound rose and fell in smooth, high-performance pulses, impatient and deliberate, like big cats pacing behind a fence. He grimaced. "What is it?" "We're being followed." She turned slightly in her seat, but didn't crane around enough to make it obvious. "Are you sure?" Sam nodded once. "I mean, they might just like you, but I think they're following us." Bella exhaled slowly. "Can you outrun them?" An incredulous grin formed on his lips as he laid a hand against the steering wheel of the Schwimmwagen. "In this thing?" She looked at the rattling dash, the flat windshield, and the leisurely speed at which they were progressing toward Dresden. "Fair point," she admitted. The motorcycles stayed back, not pressing too close, not trying to pass, just watching. Bella asked, "You don't think if they were trouble, they would have attacked us by now?" "No," he sighed. "They're probably waiting to see if you lead them to wherever you plan to use the Set virus, or that backdoor key thing you picked up in the Neuraten castle." Her mouth tightened. "So, what's your plan?" Sam glanced in the mirror again. The bikes were still there, twin black shapes moving in perfect spacing. At the moment, keep driving and pretend I haven't noticed. She thought about that. Do you want to pull over somewhere, and if they do something, you can shoot them? He shot her a deadpan look. I could if I had a gun. She blinked. I thought you took one off the French Special Forces, back on board the Lion's Gate. I did, he agreed. And then I carelessly lost it when someone from my own Navy shot down our helicopter with a sidewinder. Despite everything, he found himself smiling. He gave her a sidelong look. What about you? Didn't you have one too? What happened to yours? Did you drop it in the Etztaler Acha? No. Her lips formed a thin line. I used up all my rounds shooting at our attackers. He nodded slowly. On board the Lion's Gate? Later, she said, when we were getting shot at through the Etztal Valley. Sam looked at her. Then his lips parted into a wry grin. Wait, you emptied the last rounds trying to shoot the pilot of an F-18 Hornet? Of course. Bella lifted both hands for an instant in exasperation, before remembering they were in an antique death trap and setting one hand back on the dash. I had to do something. You weren't doing anything? Sam's mouth dropped open in surprise. I was flying the helicopter. She shrugged. Okay. Let's not fight about this. Let's agree it was your fault and move on. He pressed his lips together. Then he laughed. It came out easier than he expected. Maybe because, if he didn't laugh, the whole thing would sound completely insane. Okay, he said. Let's move on. What are we going to do about those bikes? She watched the road ahead for a few seconds, her expression thoughtful. The Schwimmwagen's engine droned on. Sam shifted up, and the gearbox answered with another heavy clank. Behind them, the BMWs accelerated briefly to stay with them as traffic thickened near the outer roads leading into Dresden. Their engines rose in sharp predatory bursts, then settled again into a steady pursuit. Her mouth curled into a sly grin. Do you trust me? Sam said. With my life? Yeah. He frowned. Not really. Do you have a better idea? No. Sam chuckled. All right, I trust you. Good, I have a plan, but you're not going to like it. What? We're going to split up, and you're going to do something to draw the attention of the Eye of Horus while I escape. Sam grinned. Oh, yeah, that's definitely what I was hoping you'd say. Chapter 51. Gun! She shouted. Sam reacted without thinking. He yanked the wheel hard to the left and, with his other hand, shoved her down in her seat so she presented less of a target. The Schwimmwagen lurched violently. Under ordinary driving, its ancient steering already felt vague and slow, as though every instruction had to travel through a committee before it reached the wheels. Under a maneuver like this, it bordered on mutiny. The whole vehicle tipped alarmingly. For one sickening instant, he thought it was going to roll. He swung the wheel back the other way, fighting the top-heavy sway, the old suspension bouncing like it had lost all confidence in him. The tires shrieked on the pavement. The Schwimmwagen slid broadside across the edge of the road, then dropped off the embankment in a spray of dirt and torn grass. Ahead, the Elbe River rushed to meet them. Oh, hell! The front of the Schwimmwagen plowed into the river with a giant splash that sent cold water exploding over the windshield and into the open cabin. The old amphibious car bucked once, wallowing as the river took its weight. Then it floated. Bella twisted around in her seat, reached behind them, and dropped the propeller into place. Sam found the next gear by instinct and slammed the lever across. There was a heavy, metallic clunk from the drivetrain, followed by a strange shift in vibration beneath them. A second later, the propeller bit into the river, and the ugly little Volkswagen transformed from a terrible car into a surprisingly usable boat. He blinked. Okay, now he understood why Maximilian liked this thing. Behind them, the two riders had pulled up at the riverbank and were already drawing pistols fitted with suppressors. Their bikes stood angled at the edge of the embankment like hunting dogs that had run their prey to water. The first muted shots cracked across the river, each one flat and ugly. Tiny geysers kicked up in the water around them as the rounds fell short. Sam pushed his foot all the way down. The Schwimmwagen's engine buzzed angrily, and the little car-cum-boat began to chug across the Elbe with determined, if not exactly graceful urgency. "Okay," she said, turning back to him. "New plan." He grimaced as another shot skipped off the water near the stern. "I no longer have to draw them away while you escape?" "Okay, new take on the original plan." Head tilted, she explained. "You still have to draw their attention away from me. Keep your eyes on the big picture. You're expendable, and humanity needs me to survive." "I'm expendable. Got it." He ducked instinctively as another series of shots raked the water beside them, one round smacking into the side of the Schwimmwagen with a hard metallic ping. "What's your plan?" he asked. "We're going to take the Tiefer Ebstollen." Sam looked at her for half a second. "Good idea." He swung the Schwimmwagen slightly so its hull gave them more cover from the riverbank, then steered downstream toward Dresden, following the current. The river here was broad and dark, its surface rippling under the lowering light. Ahead, the city rose along both banks in layers of old stone facades, church domes, terraces, warehouses, and industrial remnants from another age. He glanced at her. "What's the Tiefer Ebstollen?" Bella answered immediately, as though she had memorized the whole thing. "An old tunnel that runs 3.74 miles underground between Freital and Dresden. It was excavated between 1817 and 1837 as the main drainage tunnel for the coal mines in the Dolun Basin and arrives at the new Hauker artificial shaft 153 feet below the deep Weiberitz tunnel. We used to explore down there as kids." Sam looked at her. "Where's the entrance?" She pointed ahead. "The Elbe Mundlauch stone portal right on the riverbank, about half a mile down there." His eyes narrowed as he searched the line of trees, embankments, and retaining walls ahead. "Can we fit?" "It'll be snug," Bella admitted, "but I'm pretty sure you can make it fit." She paused, then added, "If you don't mind getting some scratches on the paintwork." He looked at the Schwimmwagen's dented military green bodywork and snorted. "I think I'll live." The two gunmen had remounted their motorcycles and were now racing along the river road, keeping pace with them as best they could. Every so often one lifted a pistol and fired, the suppressed shots barely audible over the Schwimmwagen's rattling engine and the slosh of water against its hull. "Where does it come out?" he asked. "At the Hothaus, at UG10 in Freital. The southern end is accessed through a modern building over a technical shaft called Untersuchungsgesenk 10. Bella said it all in one breath. "I can ascend via the shaft to the main tunnel and get out while you draw them outside." "Great plan." "Thanks." She frowned slightly. "You think?" "Yeah, just one problem." Bella gave him a wary look. "What?" "After you escape and I draw them away, what do I do?" She shrugged. "Hey, that's more of a you problem, not a me problem." "Excellent." "You got a better plan?" Sam checked the riverbank again. The old stone city slid past around them, all bridges, embankments, trees, and weathered masonry. Somewhere ahead, hidden among it, was an old mine drainage tunnel from the 19th century that they were apparently about to drive an amphibious Nazi bathtub into, while being hunted by two well-armed men on superbikes. "No," he said. "Unfortunately, I do not." One of the riders drew level again along the bank and fired 3 fast shots. One round smacked off the windshield frame. Another ricocheted off the rear deck. The third punched into the river just off their bow. Sam set his jaw. "All right," he said. "Let's go through the Tiefer Elbstollen." Chapter 52. Bella pointed. "There!" Sam saw it then. A low stone portal built into the riverbank, half hidden by shadow, ivy, and years of neglect. Water from the Elbe flowed steadily into it, making the old tunnel a shallow black channel. A rusted metal grate covered the mouth of the entrance, designed to stop idiots with flashlights and too much free time from exploring what lay beyond. It looked just large enough to maybe fit the Schwimmwagen. It also looked like a terrible idea. Sam grinned despite himself and turned the ugly little amphibious car straight toward it. He found the headlight switch, and to Maximilian's credit, the old Volkswagen's lamps flared to life without hesitation. Twin yellow beams cut into the dark opening and revealed slick stone, shallow water, and iron rails running into the tunnel floor like the bones of some dead industrial beast. As they closed the distance, Sam's confidence evaporated. "There's no way it's going to fit." "It will," she said. "Trust me. I've been here before. It will fit." Behind them, the two motorcyclists had looped around a bridge and were now backtracking along the far side of the river. Sam saw them in a quick glance over his shoulder, racing hard to intercept. They were out of time. Moment of truth. Bella must have seen the hesitation on his face, because she placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "It's going to be fine. Whatever happens, know that the world owes you a debt of gratitude for helping save humanity." "Thanks for the pep talk." "Oh," she added, "and if I never see you again, tell your wife I said she should forgive you." "I will, but I'm not sure that's going to help much." She shrugged. "I tried." Sam lined up the Schwimmwagen with the tunnel, planted his foot on the accelerator, and raced toward the grate. "Get down!" he shouted. Bella ducked. Sam ducked too. The Schwimmwagen smashed through the grate in an explosion of rusted iron and filthy water. Metal screamed across the hull. The windshield frame shuddered. The whole car lurched as it entered the tunnel. For one terrible second he thought they had jammed themselves permanently in the entrance. Then the old Volkswagen forced its way through. They were inside. The passageway was impossibly tight. Water sloshed against the sides of the hull, while the tires scraped and bounced off slick stone. The Schwimmwagen's body rasped along both walls at once, showering sparks where metal kissed rock. Beneath them, the ancient iron mine tracks screamed as the propeller clipped them, sending up sharp bursts of orange light in the darkness. The tunnel smelled of wet stone, mud, rust, and stale underground water. Sam kept the accelerator down and drove on. The headlights cut a narrow path through the dark, reflecting off slime-slick walls and old brickwork where the tunnel had been reinforced. It felt like driving through the throat of some buried machine. "There!" she shouted. "That's my exit!" He saw a ladder bolted into the wall beneath a small shaft that disappeared upward into darkness. "Quick," he said, slowing the Schwimmwagen to stop beneath it. "Good luck." "Thank you for everything." Bella leaned across, gave him a brief, fierce hug, then grabbed the ladder and climbed fast. Within seconds, she was gone. Sam didn't waste another moment. He floored the accelerator and drove on alone, following the faint glow at the far end of the tunnel. Behind him, he could hear the motorcyclists entering the drainage shaft, their engines snarling in the dark as they chased him in. The little Schwimmwagen rattled and bounced through the last stretch of the channel and burst out the opposite end in a splash of shallow water and debris. Sam blinked. The tunnel opened into a cramped, overgrown residential corner of Dresden, a forgotten dead end, boxed in by retaining walls, scrub, and an old service yard that had long since surrendered to weeds and neglect. There was no road ahead, no room to turn, no way out. Sam shook his head once. He had had enough of running. He shoved the Schwimmwagen into reverse. The gearbox answered with a brutal metallic clank. The propeller churned the shallow water white, and the heavy amphibious car began to back up through the narrow shaft at full speed. Behind him, the two riders emerged from the darkness just in time to realize what he was doing. Too late. They both opened fire. Muted pistol shots cracked inside the dark passageway, deafening in the confined space. Rounds smacked into the Schwimmwagen's armored bodywork and ricocheted harmlessly away. The old scout car had been built for war, and pistol rounds meant nothing to it. Seeing their mistake, the riders tried to turn around, but the tunnel was too narrow, too wet, too uneven. Even riding straight, they had barely managed to stay upright. The second they tried to pivot, both bikes lost traction. Tires slipped on the iron rails and slime-slick stone. One rider went down first, crashing sideways. The second clipped him and fell a fraction of a second later. Sam kept reversing. He heard their screams over the engine and the grinding churn of the propeller. Then the Schwimmwagen ran over them both. The impact thudded up through the chassis in two ugly jolts. He slammed on the brakes, and the sudden silence hit hard. Only the engine buzzed at idle, and the tunnel dripped around him. He turned the motor off and left it in gear. Then he climbed out into the shallow water. It came up above his ankles, icy and filthy. One of the motorcycles lay twisted against the wall, its rear wheel still spinning uselessly. The other was half on its side across the rails. The two riders were still alive, barely. They groaned incoherently, trapped and broken beneath machine and stone. Sam searched the water until he found one of their pistols. He picked it up, checked it quickly, then stepped to the first rider and shot him once in the head. The sound was flat and ugly in the tunnel. He moved to the second rider and did the same. They were probably going to die anyway, but probably wasn't good enough. The human race was in a battle for survival, and these men had chosen the Eye of Horus. Sam felt no guilt. He bent, hauled one of the fallen motorcycles upright, grabbed a helmet, and swung a leg over the saddle. The bike's engine coughed once, then roared to life. He turned it back toward the way he had come, then rode off into the darkness. It was time to get his family. Chapter 53. PEOC, White House, DEFCON 3, Increase in Force Readiness above that required for normal readiness. Secretary of Defense Margaret Walsh stood inside the Presidential Emergency Operations Center and tried not to think about how close the world was to ending. The PEOC was built for continuity of government during the worst imaginable crisis. Hardened walls, independent communications, layers of security and redundancy designed to preserve command even after a decapitation strike. Normally, its existence gave her comfort. Tonight, it felt like a tomb already waiting to be sealed. The room hummed with controlled tension. Secure screens glowed along the walls, displaying maps of the world, missile trajectories, satellite feeds, and encrypted intelligence summaries that updated too quickly for comfort. The chamber smelled faintly of coffee, electronics, and recycled air. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs stood near the central conference table with several uniformed aides, while White House military staff moved in tight, efficient patterns around them. Then the president entered. Everyone rose. Good evening, Mr. President, they said almost as one. He waved a tired hand. Sit down, everyone. Margaret studied him as they obeyed. He looked like a man who had aged 5 years in a single day. His jaw was set, but his eyes carried the strain of knowing that mankind had reached one of those rare moments where history might simply stop. He looked directly at her. We're in a world of hell, he said, and unless we do something about it, I think we're about to be handed first-class tickets to Armageddon. His voice hardened. Margaret, tell me there's some good news. Has anyone found your person who was supposed to have built a virus? The one who was going to jam that genie back in its godforsaken bottle? Margaret leaned forward slightly, keeping her voice even. 16 hours ago, I sent my best man to dive the Lion's Gate and recover the SET virus. French and German special operations teams intervened. My operative then commandeered a German helicopter and rescued Mirabella David, the computer prodigy who developed SET. The president gave a grim nod. Yes, and then one of our own FA-18s shot them down over the Austrian Alps. Correct, Margaret said. But we've since received surveillance footage indicating both of them were alive and mobile in Dresden. The president blinked. They made it to Germany? Yes, sir. He shook his head. Why? Margaret already knew the answer, even if she couldn't yet prove it. I believe Deberchauser needed to retrieve the final delivery mechanism. The SET virus alone isn't enough. She requires some sort of access key or insertion method to get it into the Eye of Horus. Any updates since Dresden? Not yet. Only that they were both alive at last sighting. She paused, then shifted the conversation to where it needed to go. What about the other nuclear states, Mr. President? Any progress? The president exhaled slowly and rested both hands on the edge of the table. The Russian president and I are on the same page, he said. He believes, as I do, that this is the first true battle the human race has ever fought, united against a foreign enemy. It's for our survival as a species. Humanity versus the Eye of Horus. This isn't the time to fight one another. It's the time to stand together against the greatest existential threat we've ever faced. Margaret felt a brief and unfamiliar flicker of hope. That's good, she said. So he agreed not to fire? The president nodded once. He said he would not launch anything at us so long as we stayed out of the war. Margaret let out the breath she had been holding. That's great news. Yes, the president said, except for the rest of it. The momentary hope she felt died all at once. He warned that if any one of the 9 nuclear states launches a nuclear weapon at his country, the first retaliatory response will be a full strike against the United States. Margaret stared at him. What? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs looked away, jaw tight. But that brings us straight back to mutual assured destruction, she said. We're right back at MAD. Exactly. The president raised his hands in bitter exasperation. Like the acronym says, It's mad. Under any other circumstances, she might have flinched at his gallows humor. Tonight, it felt too accurate to dismiss. And the rest of the world? She asked. The president's mouth thinned. They don't know who to trust. Margaret felt frustration sharpen in her chest. But surely they can see the value of keeping calm and not annihilating one another? He gave a tired, humorless smile. Sometimes I think I'd be better off with a preschool teacher telling me how to deal with a bunch of disgruntled, overindulged children. Despite everything, Margaret laughed. It escaped before she could stop it. The sound felt absurd in a room where the world's end was being discussed as a logistics problem, but once it was out, she couldn't deny the truth in it. The president of China, the leaders of Pakistan, India, Israel, North Korea, France, Britain, Russia, all of them with arsenals capable of ending civilization, and all of them now trapped in a hall of mirrors built by a machine. Her smile faded as quickly as it had come. She was about to press the president for a more concrete source of action when the door burst open. Secret Service agents moved into the room with a kind of speed that admitted no argument. Their director was already speaking before he came to a full stop. I'm sorry, Mr. President. France has just launched an SLBM at China. We need to move you immediately. Marine 1 is inbound to transfer you to Joint Base Andrews, and from there to the E-4B. We'll secure you aboard the National Airborne Operations Center. For half a second, no one spoke. Margaret felt the blood leave her face. France. Not Russia, not North Korea, not some expected rogue state pushed over the edge. France. A Western nuclear power had blinked first. The president did not waste a second. As soon as we're airborne, I want the president of China on the line, he said. There's still time for them to intercept that weapon and for cooler heads to prevail. Yes, Mr. President, the director replied. The room erupted into movement. Chairs scraped back, aides scooped up secure folders, tablets, nuclear command packets, and communications kits. The chairman was already issuing rapid instructions to his staff. Margaret rose and followed the Secret Service corridor of motion out of the PEOC, her mind racing ahead of her feet. If China interpreted the launch correctly, there was still a chance. If they didn't, no, she refused to finish that thought. Minutes later, she was aboard Marine 1, the familiar presidential helicopter now transformed into an airborne escape capsule for the surviving leadership of the United States. The rotors thundered overhead. The cabin vibrated as the aircraft lifted clear of the south lawn and banked into the night. Through the window, Margaret caught a final glimpse of the White House shrinking beneath them, pale and impossibly fragile in the darkness. The president remained strapped in across from her, headset already in place, expression hard as iron. He looked at the Secretary of Defense, then at the chairman, then out into the night beyond the window, where the fate of the world was now measured in minutes. When he spoke, his voice was flat and final. We're now at DEFCON 1. Margaret Walsh said nothing. She only tightened her harness, listened to the hammering of the rotors, and prayed that somewhere in Germany, Sam Reilly and Mirabella Davidschauser were still alive. Chapter 54. On board the Tehila, island of Capri. There was no sign of Sam on board the Lion's Gate. Genevieve had searched the wreck from above in widening circles, flying the Tehila's Mi-24 Hind helicopter low over the stranded cruise ship, until she knew every ruined deck and exposed scar of it by sight. The vessel lay half-submerged and broken in the shallow waters off Capri, its once elegant lines now twisted by impact, flooding, and violence. Whole sections of the upper decks were blackened by fire. Railings had been bent flat, windows were shattered. The vast white body of the ship looked less like a luxury liner now, and more like the carcass of some giant sea animal dragged onto a reef to die. She made one final pass and brought the helicopter down on the ship's open deck. The rotors hammered the air around her, throwing spray and dust across the ruined surface as she stepped out and moved quickly through the wreckage. Empty shell casings glittered in corners and along companionways. Bullet strikes pocked the steel bulkheads. One section of deck had been chewed apart by automatic fire so thoroughly that it looked as though someone had attacked it with a drill and a torch. There had been a firefight here, a vicious one. But the dead were gone. Whether they had been carried off by friend or foe, Genevieve couldn't tell. She found smears of dried blood, drag marks in places, and one abandoned rifle kicked beneath a deck chair, but no bodies. That bothered her more than if she'd found the corpses still lying there. It meant someone had come afterwards. It meant the scene had been cleaned. It meant they were too late. She searched for another 10 minutes, pushing deeper into the ruined upper decks, but every instinct told her the same thing. Sam was not on board the Lion's Gate. Not alive, not dead, just gone. That uncertainty sat badly with her. She returned to the helicopter, lifted off, and flew back toward the Tehila with a sour taste of failure in her mouth. Capri gleamed in the distance, all impossible cliffs, white villas and terraces clinging to the rock above sapphire water. In any other circumstance it would have looked like paradise. Today it felt like the polished lid on something rotten. Genevieve brought the helicopter down onto the Tehila's deck with a firm, controlled landing. The landing gear kissed the pad, the rotors wound down, and she stepped out while the blades were still ticking overhead. The moment her boots touched the deck, she knew something had changed. The atmosphere aboard had shifted. Crew moved with less noise than usual, the sort of quiet that only came when everyone understood something serious had just happened. She strode through the companionway and into the bridge. Matthew was already there, standing over the main console, with his headset pushed half off one ear. The glow from the instruments painted his face in muted greens and blues, but his expression was unmistakably grave. Genevieve stopped just inside the doorway. "What is it?" Matthew looked up at her. "Sonar's picked up a call from Gertrude." She paused a beat. "Who?" "Gertrude," he said, "is the U.S. Navy slang for the underwater telephone system submarines and surface ships use to communicate while fully submerged." "Right," Genevieve nodded once. Then her voice sharpened. "What did it say?" Matthew turned one of the screens toward her. "It's an SOS." That cut straight through her. "Do we have a location?" "Yeah." He didn't hesitate. "It seems to be a British Vanguard-class ballistic missile submarine." Genevieve felt her muscles tighten. Then Matthew finished the sentence. "And it sunk directly below us." Chapter 55. The Eighth Continent. Pax drove the Mercedes Unimog slowly across the summer quadrant of the Eighth Continent, its oversized tires crunching over black volcanic gravel and old rivers of hardened lava. The truck looked perfectly at home here, as though it had been built for exactly this kind of brutal landscape. Its diesel engine growled steadily, deep and confident, while heat shimmered above the dark ground ahead. Beside him, Tom guided the second Unimog in loose formation. The summer quadrant was unlike anything Pax had seen before. It was hot, but not in the soft way of desert air or tropical humidity. This was deeper, primitive. The entire region felt as if the earth itself had only just cooled enough to tolerate human presence. Jagged ridges of basalt rose around them in black and rust-red layers. Steam drifted from vents in the ground. Thin ribbons of sulfur-yellow mineral stained the rocks near the hotter pools, while farther up the slopes, old lava tubes wound through the landscape like frozen arteries. Ahead, the heat haze shifted. Pax narrowed his eyes. Movement. A pride of Nemean lions emerged across the volcanic flats, their golden hides bright against the black rock. Their manes burned faintly, a deep ember glow that seemed perfectly suited to the fire-haunted landscape. They moved with feline grace, tails flicking, massive paws silent against the warm stone. Pax glanced toward Tom through the open side window. "Where did they come from?" he asked. Tom grinned beneath the broad brim of his Stetson. "They belong here." That made sense. It did not make the sight any less strange. Pax brought the Unimog to a stop. Both men climbed out, their boots hitting the hot ground with a dull thud. The air smelled of sulfur, scorched stone, and the faint mineral bite of geothermal vents. Around them, the lava fields stretched away towards cliffs and dark ridges, while the distant interior of the quadrant pulsed with red light from some unseen source deeper within the continent. Together they moved to the rear compartments and released the transported lions. The Nemean lions stepped down cautiously at first, their massive shoulders rolling beneath their golden fur. Then, almost instantly, something changed. The newly arrived pride lifted their heads, scented the air, and moved forward with growing confidence. The resident pride did the same. For a moment, Pax thought there might be a fight. 30 newly arrived lions meeting an ancient pride in a territory made for predators. It had all the ingredients of a bloodbath. Instead, the two prides met like long-lost kin. They circled each other once, muscles taut, eyes bright, and then the tension broke. One of the younger lions darted sideways in a clear invitation to play. Another bounded after it. Within seconds, the entire scene shifted from suspicion to joy. Cubs and adults alike began weaving between one another, rubbing shoulders, butting heads, and giving short, playful pounces that would have flattened an ordinary animal. Pax stood beside Tom, both wearing oversized Stetsons that looked faintly ridiculous, and somehow entirely right for the moment. They watched in silence. The lions, separated by millennia, played across the lava flats as if no time at all had passed. "They look happy," Tom said. "Yeah," Pax agreed. "They do." For a while, neither of them moved. The heat shimmered, steam drifted. The lions spread farther out across the summer quadrant, exploring their new home with the easy confidence of creatures who instinctively knew they had returned to where they belonged. Only when the last of the transported pride had been absorbed into the larger group did Pax nod once and turn back toward the truck. "That's that," he said. Tom gave the lions one last look. "Best rehoming job I've ever done." Pax climbed into the driver's seat. "You've done a lot of lion relocation, have you?" Tom smiled. Not professionally. They drove back through the interior of the eighth continent, leaving the summer quadrant behind, and returning toward the main entrance in the spring quadrant. The landscape softened as they went, black volcanic stone giving way to greener slopes, streams, and the broad internal valley that led back toward the hidden sea cave. By the time they reached the main entrance, the air felt cooler and cleaner. Amelia Earhart was waiting near the shoreline. She stood with that same easy confidence she always seemed to carry, as though being lost to history and hidden beneath the Pacific had done nothing at all to diminish her command of a place. Tom jumped down first and exchanged a few quick words with her, while Pax checked the submersible. Everything appeared intact. The farewells were brief. They always were with people who understood danger. A few minutes later, Pax and Tom climbed back into the submarine, sealed the hatch, and slipped once more beneath the hidden waters of the eighth continent. The ascent was smooth. The cave fell away behind them. The underwater valley opened out into the vast Pacific, and sunlight filtered down in widening shafts as the depth gauge steadily ticked upward. Tom piloted them through the clear turquoise water, the submarine rising toward the bright mirror of the surface. Then they broke through. The hull bobbed once in the open ocean. Pax immediately looked for the HMNZS Manawanui. It was gone. In its place sat something so much larger that for half a second his brain refused to process it. A massive aircraft carrier dominated the horizon, its gray hull rising from the Pacific like a floating city of steel. The angled flight deck stretched seemingly forever, lined with aircraft, antennas, and deck equipment. The island towered above it all, hard-edged and unmistakably American. The USS Abraham Lincoln. Tom stared at it, then turned to his friend. What the hell happened? Pax kept his eyes on the carrier. Well, he said, either someone watered the HMNZS Manawanui and it grew incredibly fast, or I'd say someone sent the USS Abraham Lincoln to come get us. Tom frowned. Why? Beats me. Pax's lips formed a grim line as he continued to study the giant warship. At a guess, either you have friends in very high places, he said, or I'd say nuclear war just broke out, and one of us might hold the key to stop it. Chapter 56. Santa Maria Nuova Hospital, Florence, Italy. The stranger entered the room without knocking. Amira looked up at once, already drawing breath to tell him exactly what she thought of that. The twins had only just settled. Matilda was sitting quietly nearby. The soft rhythm of the hospital room had finally begun to feel almost peaceful, and she was in no mood for some confused old man wandering in as though doors and privacy meant nothing. Then she saw his face. He was elderly, thin, and dressed like any one of the hundreds of ordinary visitors who drifted through a hospital every day, but there was nothing ordinary about his expression. His eyes were wide, stricken with terror so genuine it stopped her cold. His hand trembled slightly as he held out a bedside phone. A person I don't know is calling, he said, his voice tight with fear. He said my entire family would die if I didn't give you this phone. Amira stared at him for the briefest moment. Then she took it. Her first instinct was to say Sam's name, but something deep and instinctive made her stop. A flicker of warning. If this was wrong, if someone else was listening, if saying too much somehow made it worse, she lifted the phone to her ear and said only, Yes? "Grab supplies for the twins," the voice said. "Then grab Matilda and walk out the hospital door. I'm coming as fast as I can." Amira went very still. It was Sam. She was certain of it. Even over a strange line, even flattened by distance and urgency, she knew his voice the way she knew her own heartbeat. Her grip on the phone tightened. "Why?" she pleaded. "No time to explain." The words came fast, clipped, urgent. "Quickly now," Sam said. "They're coming." Chapter 57. Santa Maria Nuova Hospital, Florence, Italy. Amira grabbed the twins. Everything after that happened fast. Matilda snatched up the unopened packet of newborn diapers with both hands, then shrugged into a jacket much too quickly to worry about whether it was on properly. Caliburn stood beside them, rigid and alert, every hair along his back and shoulders standing up straight. His lips peeled just enough to show the edges of his teeth. Amira had learned to trust that. Whether it was instinct, scent, or something stranger, the dog knew when trouble was coming, and trouble was coming right now. She stepped into the corridor with Olivia and Léon bundled tightly in her arms, Matilda pressed close to her hip. The hallway smelled of antiseptic, warm linen, and stale coffee from the nurse's station. Somewhere nearby, a monitor beeped steadily. Wheels squeaked over polished floors, ordinary hospital sounds. Then she heard a man's voice from the nurse's station up ahead. "Can you tell me which room Mrs. Amira Reilly is in?" Amira didn't break stride. She didn't even look toward him. Instead, she turned immediately and walked the other way, her heartbeat suddenly hard and violent in her throat. She tightened her grip on the twins and felt Matilda move closer. "Mum?" Matilda whispered. "Stay with me," Amira said quietly. They reached the end of the corridor and turned through a side passage, moving toward a quieter stairwell and a secondary exit. Caliburn stayed slightly ahead, head low, eyes fixed, his claws clicking against the floor. Amira could hear footsteps behind them now. Not running, not yet. Just men moving with purpose. She pushed through the exit and stepped into sharp daylight outside the hospital. Florence was bright, warm, and busy beyond the hospital grounds. Cars moved along the road. Voices drifted from somewhere across the street. For one ridiculous second, the normality of it all made her want to believe she had imagined the danger. Then someone grabbed her arm. Hard. The grip yanked her half around, nearly tearing Olivia from her hold. Amira gasped. A man in dark clothes had come at her from the side, fast and silent, his hand clamped around her upper arm as he tried to pull her away from the hospital wall. Before Amira could scream, Caliburn launched. The golden retriever hit the man low and savage, nothing soft or domestic about him now. His teeth sank deep into the attacker's forearm with a snarl that sounded almost wolfish. The man shouted in pain. Matilda stepped forward instantly. Without hesitation, she kicked him in the side of the head with the toe of her boot. It wasn't enough to knock him out, but it was enough. Enough to break his balance, enough to make him loosen his grip, enough to buy them a second. Amira didn't waste it. "Run!" she shouted. She turned and sprinted, as much as a woman carrying newborn twins and still recovering from childbirth could sprint at any rate. Matilda ran beside her, pumping her legs hard, the packet of diapers clutched to her chest. Caliburn broke from the attacker and bounded after them. They reached the edge of the hospital grounds and turned down the side of the road, away from the main entrance, away from the men, away from whatever nightmare had just found them. Behind them, she heard shouting, then a car engine roaring to life. Amira risked a glance over her shoulder. 2 men were scrambling into a dark sedan parked half on the curb. One slammed into the driver's seat, the other into the passenger side, both moving with the ugly haste of men who had just lost control of a situation. The car lurched toward them. Amira's lungs burned. Her body screamed at her to stop. The twins were beginning to cry now, their tiny voices sharp with alarm. Matilda kept running, face pale but determined. Then she heard something else, a new sound. High, fast, and violent. Motorcycle engines. Not 1, 2. The BMW Motorrad's S1000RRs came out of nowhere, their engines howling at full throttle as they tore up the road toward the pursuing sedan. They were moving impossibly fast, black and predatory, closing the distance in seconds. Amira saw the first rider stand slightly on the pegs, then jump. He launched free of the motorcycle at the last possible moment, hit the asphalt, and rolled hard across the road as the heavy bike continued riderless, still upright, still accelerating. It slammed into the driver's side door of the sedan with a deafening metallic crash. The sound was enormous. Steel folded inward with a brutal concussive bang. Glass exploded across the road in a glittering burst. The car spun half sideways, the driver's door crushed inward and jammed tight, trapping the man inside. Amira stopped dead. The second motorcycle skidded to a stop nearby. Its rider tore off his helmet. Sam. For a second, she could only stare at him. Wet hair, dirt on his face, a heavy backpack slung over one shoulder. He was alive. Then she moved. Amira ran to him and threw her arms around him as best she could, with the twins still in her grasp. Relief hit her so hard it almost dropped her to her knees. Sam caught her, one arm around her shoulders, the other steadying the backpack. "I've got you," he said. The passenger in the sedan was already trying to kick himself free, bracing against the twisted door frame while fumbling for a pistol. The driver was still trapped, shouting and struggling behind bent metal and deployed airbags. Sam saw it immediately. His expression changed. "Catch-ups are going to have to wait," he said. "It's time to go." Chapter 58. Vasari Corridor, Florence, Italy. Together they all ran south toward the Arno. Shots kept firing behind them. The sound cracked through the Florentine streets, sharp and ugly, ricocheting off old stone walls and shuttered windows. Sam kept one hand on Amira's elbow as she ran with the twins in her arms, while Matilda sprinted ahead with the reckless speed only a child could manage under pure fear. Caliburn stayed low and fast beside them, his golden fur flashing in and out of the street lamps. They reached the Palazzo Vecchio, just as another shot whined off the stone near the corner behind them. A priest stepped out through a large oak door. He took one look at the scene unfolding in front of him, the terrified family, the dog, the sound of gunfire, and pulled the door wider without hesitation. "Quickly, in here," he said. "The church offers you sanctuary." "Thank you," Sam said. Matilda darted through first. Amira followed, clutching the twins close. Caliburn shot in after them. Sam and the priest entered last, and the old man slammed the heavy oak door shut behind them. With surprising strength, he dropped a thick wooden bolt into place across the back of it. They all froze. Sam listened. For 3 long breaths, he expected the attackers to hit the door, to throw their weight against it, to start shooting through it. But instead, the footsteps and shouted voices outside swept past the entrance and continued on. They were gone, at least for the moment. Sam turned to the priest. "Thank you again, Father." You're welcome, my son. Sam kept his voice low and urgent. We need to get south of the Arno without being spotted. Do you have any suggestions? The priest's lined face brightened with sudden certainty. Why, yes. You must take the Vasari corridor. Sam stared at him. Of course. The Corridoio Vasariano. Built in 1565 by Giorgio Vasari, the famous elevated passageway that allowed the Medici family to move between power and safety without setting foot in the dangerous streets below. It stretched for roughly 700 meters, connecting the administrative heart of Florence with the Pitti Palace on the far side of the Arno, crossing above the Ponte Vecchio, like a secret artery through the city's ancient body. The priest led them quickly through a side chamber and unlocked a narrow, hidden door set into the wall. God be with you, he said. And with you, Amira replied. There was no time for more. They slipped through and began moving along the Vasari corridor. The passage was long, enclosed, and dimly lit, its windows offering sudden, striking glimpses of Florence at night. Sam moved fast, pistol in one hand, glancing behind and ahead in equal measure, but even under pressure he couldn't ignore what surrounded them. The city spread out in layers of ochre, ivory, and stone beneath a wash of moonlight and old street lamps. Roof lines rolled away in terracotta waves. Bell towers pierced the sky. Narrow medieval streets twisted between darkened buildings like cracks in a weathered painting. Then the corridor crossed the Arno. Here the Vasari corridor rose above the Ponte Vecchio, and through its windows Sam caught a bird's-eye view of the famous bridge below. Even at night it was unmistakable, its cluster of jewelry shops jutting out over the river on little extensions, their shuttered fronts packed tightly together like a row of old merchants asleep above the black water. The Arno itself moved beneath them, broad and dark, reflecting lantern light and the pale glow of Florence in broken ribbons. They kept moving. No one spoke. The corridor itself seemed to demand silence. The history in it pressed close, the weight of centuries, the sense that hundreds of years earlier another powerful family had fled danger through the same narrow raised passage. Eventually, the corridor released them into the far side of the city. They emerged near the Boboli Gardens and the Buontalenti Grotto. The gardens were vast and ghostly in the moonlight, an ordered wilderness of hedges, statues, gravel walks, and dark cypress silhouettes. The land rolled gently behind the Pitti Palace in terraces and hidden corners, all of it carrying the dreamlike geometry of Renaissance design. Nearby, the Buontalenti Grotto looked like something from a fevered myth, an artificial cave dripping with sculpted stone, rough textures, and strange figures that seemed half born from the rock itself. In the low light, it appeared less architectural than organic, as though the hillside had opened its mouth and forgotten to close it. That was when Sam saw the helicopter. A bridal party had taken over one corner of the garden for photographs. White dresses, dark suits, a photographer fussing over lights, and standing on the lawn a short distance away, sleek and polished beneath the garden lamps, was an Airbus helicopter's H-130. Sam's mind made the leap at once. He looked at Amira. Stay here. Then he walked straight to the pilot. The man stood beside the helicopter in a dark jacket, glancing between the aircraft and the wedding photographer with a slightly bored expression of someone waiting to be paid well for standing around. Sam stepped close and kept his voice low. I'm sorry. We need to borrow your helicopter. The pilot blinked. Scusa? Yeah, Sam said. It's an emergency. The pilot stared at him. "Hey, buddy, get the stuff. We're doing a photography session with the bridal party, but I'm happy to give you my card if you want to book something for another day." Sam gently raised the pistol and pressed it against the man's chest. "I'm taking your helicopter." The pilot's expression changed instantly, his hands up and spread in surrender. "Whoa!" Then, very carefully, he said, "On the second thought, how about I take you wherever you want to go?" "Good answer," Sam said. "Now start the helicopter up, and not a word to anyone else. Do you understand?" The pilot's eyes dropped to the pistol, then rose again. "Si, signore." Sam turned to his family. "Everyone in." Amira hurried forward first, still holding both twins. Somehow, despite the chaos and the exhaustion written all through her face, she managed to climb into the back and strap herself in while keeping Olivia and Léon secure against her body. Matilda came next. Sam pointed to the front seat. "Have a seat up front, Tilly." She climbed in quickly, shoving her backpack at her feet. Caliburn leaped into the cabin and settled beside Amira, alert and rigid, every muscle ready. The pilot climbed into the aircraft and began the startup sequence. Sam listened as the rotors started to turn. At first it was only the faint whine of systems coming alive, then the soft chopping sound of blades beginning to move. The rotor gathered speed overhead, each turn faster than the last, until the H-130 began to tremble slightly on its skids. The night air in the Boboli Gardens whipped into motion. Grass flattened, veils and dresses from the bridal party snapped wildly as someone shouted in confusion. Sam leaned close to the pilot. "Time to get out." The man hesitated, his hand twitching toward the master switch. Sam pressed the barrel into the pilot's back. "Please, don't do that. Someone is trying to kill my family. I'm sorry to do this to you, but I really do need this helicopter." The pilot swallowed hard and nodded. Sam pulled him out of the seat, climbed in, and took the controls. The machine felt light in his hands, responsive. Civilian, yes, but still a helicopter, and that was a language he knew well. He raised the collective. The H-130 lifted cleanly from the grass. Below them, the bridal party scattered in panic, faces turned upward in disbelief as the helicopter climbed over the dark gardens and the roofline of Florence. Amira's voice came from the back. "Where are we headed?" Sam looked ahead into the night. "North. Away. Anywhere but here. Over the Alps," he said. "We need to get as far away from here as possible." Chapter 59. National Airborne Operations Center, somewhere over the United States. DEFCON 2. Next step to nuclear war. Secretary of Defense Margaret Walsh stared at the bank of monitors inside the National Airborne Operations Center and knew, for the first time in days, that the Eye of Horus was losing. The evidence was there in the code degradation maps, the collapsing network overlays, the sudden restoration of communications pathways the AI had previously held in an invisible chokehold. Its reach was shrinking. Its capacity to manipulate, distort, and project hallucinations across military and civilian systems alike was failing in real time. The SET virus was working. She wanted to scream with joy, not because the danger was over, it wasn't, but because after all the fear, all the uncertainty, all the terrible possibilities that had dragged humanity to the edge of annihilation, there was finally proof that the monster could bleed. The E-4B Night Watch hummed around her, a flying bunker built to survive the end of the world. Electronics whispered. Cooling fans hissed. Secure communications terminals glowed across the compartment. The National Airborne Operations Center was crowded with senior staff, military aides, communications officers, and the president himself, all of them trapped together in a pressurized capsule of command and dread somewhere high above the continental United States. Then an alarm blared. Not the shrill chaos of a generic warning tone. This was sharper, more deliberate, more final. Margaret's eyes snapped to the strategic display. 4 launch indicators had appeared. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff spoke first, his voice flat with disbelief. 4 ICBMs have launched from Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana. The president turned so fast his chair nearly struck the console behind him. Do we know their target? Yes, sir, the chairman replied. Their target is Moscow. For one impossible second, Margaret felt nothing at all. Then cold hit her from the inside out. The president leaned forward. Can we stop them? I mean, don't they have a self-destruct option or something? No, Mr. President, the chairman said. His tone was controlled, but only just. The ICBMs currently deployed by the United States are fire-and-forget weapons. Once launched, they are fully autonomous. They have no external command link that allows them to be recalled, redirected, or deactivated. The president stared at him. You're telling me we can fire nuclear weapons, but we can't order them to stop? That is correct, sir. Margaret looked back at the screen. 4 American ICBMs were on their way to Moscow. Not as policy, not by order or intent, but they were still coming. The president made the decision instantly. Okay, I want interceptors from Fort Greely and Vandenberg Space Force Base launched against them. The chairman blinked. You want us to shoot down our own ICBMs? Yes, the president snapped. I mean, you can do that, right? You tell the interceptors not to fuck it up. The future of the human race is on the line here. Yes, Mr. President. The order went out. Margaret watched the command chain activate with the ruthless speed only nuclear systems possessed. No hesitation, no confusion, just authentication, confirmation, execution. Somewhere beneath all the procedure and discipline, she could feel the terror that none of them were allowed to voice. A direct, secure line chimed. The Russian president. The President of the United States took the call immediately. Margaret knew the relationship between the two men was real, not diplomatic theater. After years of mutual hostility between administrations, they had somehow managed to build something rare: respect, trust, even friendship. They had met on each other's soil, talked often, liked each other genuinely, against all instinct and political expectation. Tonight, that bond was all that stood between civilization and extinction. The president spoke first. Mr. President, we are aware we have fired 4 ICBMs at Moscow. Please be assured this was an accident. The Eye of Horus must have triggered their firing response. The Russian president's voice came back cold and hard through the secure speaker. How do we know you are not simply taking advantage of the situation? Because you know me, Nikolai, the president said. I don't want to blow up the entire world any more than you do. Margaret watched his face as he spoke. He believed every word, that much was obvious. The Russian president did not yield. Even if it is an accident, it does not change the fact that 4 ICBMs are coming for Moscow. Just give me 7 minutes, the president said. I promise you our interceptors will take them out. You can see we're not firing any more of them." A long silence followed. No one in the aircraft moved. No one took a single breath. Finally, the Russian president said, "You have 7 minutes. Then we retaliate." The president closed his eyes for the briefest moment. "Thank you." The line remained open, but no one spoke. Margaret looked at the strategic displays. The interceptors were already climbing. Tiny symbols raced across the map toward the inbound American missiles. Numbers updated faster than thought. Velocity, altitude, closure rates, projected kill windows. Everything in the aircraft shrank down to those screens. One interceptor hit. The first ICBM vanished from the display. A second interceptor struck true. Then a third. 3 out of 4. Margaret gripped the edge of the console so hard her knuckles whitened. Then the 4th slipped through. Something in the trajectory changed by barely enough to register. A correction, a failure, bad geometry, blind luck, it didn't matter. The interceptor missed. The last ICBM continued on toward Moscow. Margaret felt the hope leave the room all at once. The president leaned toward the speaker. "I'm sorry, Mr. President." The Russian president answered at once, but now there was something dead in his voice. "So am I. It is time. We must retaliate now or lose everything." "Nikolai, please don't do this." Margaret turned to the opposing screen. Russian launch signatures were already rising. The icons bloomed across the display like a disease. ICBMs arcing toward the United States. The president looked at the chairman and said the words she had dreaded from the beginning. "Move to DEFCON 1. Nuclear war is imminent or has already begun. We have to retaliate." Margaret turned from the screens and looked at him. There was still one move left. Terrible, unthinkable, but better than what came next if they followed the doctrine all the way down. "There's one other option," she said. The president looked at her sharply. "What's that?" Outside the aircraft windows, the night remained black and indifferent. Inside, the command crew waited on her next words, as if the fate of the species itself hung from them. Margaret set her jaw. "We could enact the Cassidy Project." Chapter 60. On board HMS Resolute, Strait of Messina, Italy. The letters of last resort. Captain Charlotte Pembroke saw the ICBM trails streaking across the night sky, and knew with a certainty colder than fear that the world had crossed a line it could never cross. The video feed was being streamed direct to the submarine via the tethered buoy floating on the surface. They rose in pale arcs above the horizon, thin at first, then brighter, their burning paths cutting across the darkness like scars. Even seen from within the wounded confines of Resolute, through the limited external feed and periscope imagery they had managed to restore, the sight was unmistakable. Nuclear missiles. For a moment she said nothing. The control room around her was quiet in the way only submarines could be quiet. Machinery hummed. Air moved through ducts with a low, steady whisper. Somewhere aft, a pump thudded in a regular rhythm. Every now and then the hull gave a faint metallic creak as the boat settled against the seabed. Still no rescue. Still no communication with home. They had received nothing from Permanent Joint Headquarters. Nothing from Northwood, nothing from anyone. And they had run the dead man's switch checks, every one of them. The BBC had gone silent. No authenticated government transmissions. No naval chain of command. No civil emergency broadcasts with proper verification. Nothing but emptiness, confusion, and the growing certainty that the United Kingdom had suffered a decapitation strike. Her executive officer stood across from her, his face grim in the dim red lighting. "It's time to open the letters," he said. The words hit Pembroke like a slap. For a second she could only stare at him. By letters, he meant the letters of last resort. 4 handwritten letters, 4 identical envelopes, one sent aboard each Vanguard-class ballistic missile submarine by the sitting Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, written immediately after a new Prime Minister was briefed on the destructive power of the Trident system. The letters were sealed, locked away inside a safe within a safe, never opened unless the government had been destroyed and the chain of command severed beyond recovery. If a prime minister left office and the letters had not been used, they were burned unopened. Their contents died with the office holder. Only now, after all the checks, after all the silence, after becoming aware of ICBM trails, it was time. Pembroke drew a breath and nodded once. No one spoke as she went to the safe. She unlocked the outer compartment, then the inner one, her movements slow and deliberate, despite the adrenaline tremor she refused to let reach her hands. Inside lay the envelope marked for the commanding officer of HMS Resolute. Captain Charlotte Pembroke stared at it for one long second. Then she broke the seal. The paper inside crackled softly as she unfolded it. She read, "Dear Captain, if you are reading this, it means that there's been a nuclear war, and the UK didn't survive. The battle is already over. Your only mission now is for the continued existence of the human race. Do whatever you have to do to survive. Take shelter. Go to any country still habitable. And if humanity is capable of surviving, make certain our story is told, so that this never happens again. Godspeed. Louise Imlay, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom." Pembroke read it twice, not because she needed to understand the words, but because she needed to accept that they were real. No retaliation order, no instruction to place the boat under Allied command, no invitation to use her judgment to decide whether to end millions more lives. Only survival for herself and her crew. Only memory. Only the burden of carrying the remains of a nation forward, if any future remained to carry them into. Unshed tears in her eyes, she lowered the letter, looked at her XO, and handed the letter to him. He said nothing at first. He read it in silence, his eyes moving steadily down the page. By the time he reached the end, something had changed in his expression. Not panic, not even grief exactly. More the look of a man who had just watched the floor vanish beneath his entire understanding of the world. He handed the letter back carefully. "Do you want time to prepare something?" he asked. "To address the crew?" Pembroke shook her head. "There's nothing I can say that will make this better." Her voice was calm, though she could feel the effort it took to keep it that way. "They have a right to hear it too." The XO nodded. He understood. This was not a moment for comforting lies or officers' varnish. The crew of Resolute had earned the truth. Pembroke folded the letter once more, but did not return it to the safe. That seemed pointless now. Instead, she held it in her hand, as though it carried weight greater than paper had any right to bear. For the first time in a very long while, she thought of home. Not Britain in the abstract, not command structures, doctrine, flags, and institutions. Home. Rain on stone, green fields, the smell of wet earth, the stubborn warmth of pubs in winter, the clipped humor of people who never said what they meant directly and would die of embarrassment before admitting they were frightened. Gone, perhaps. All of it. A knock came at her cabin door. Sharp, urgent. Pembroke looked up. "Enter." The officer of the watch opened the door. "Ma'am," he said, his face taut with restrained urgency, "there's a message from PJHQ." For a fraction of a second she simply stared at him. Then something like light returned to her chest. Not certainty, not relief, but hope. A small, defiant thing. Pembroke's lips parted into the faintest grin. There may still be possibilities left. Chapter 61. On board HMS Resolute, Strait of Messina, Italy. British nuclear submarines primarily communicated with Permanent Joint Headquarters at RAF Northwood in Hertfordshire. So when the signal finally came through, Captain Charlotte Pembroke did not hesitate. She picked up the secure phone in her cabin and pressed it to her ear. Around her, the submarine continued its quiet, damaged existence on the seabed. The low hum of ventilation moved through the bulkheads. Somewhere beyond the cabin wall, a pump cycled with slow mechanical certainty. The hull creaked faintly beneath the pressure of the sea. A woman's voice came on the line. The Prime Minister identified herself. Then she authenticated. Pembroke listened carefully as the codes were exchanged and verified. Each sequence matched. Each challenge response was correct. There was no uncertainty in the procedure, no room for improvisation. The Prime Minister's voice remained steady, but only just. She advised that the United Kingdom had fallen to a terrorist group. The government had been decapitated. Continuity of command was fractured. There was no longer time for debate, only for action. Then she gave the coordinates and ordered Resolute to launch a submarine-launched ballistic missile. Pembroke acknowledged the order, wrote the target data down herself, and ended the call. For a moment she simply stared at the numbers. Then she said quietly, "This can't be right." Her XO, standing opposite her in the cramped cabin, frowned. "Why not?" Pembroke handed him the notepad and tapped the coordinates with one finger. "The target's well within our firing window. A standard ballistic profile would overshoot badly. The missile wouldn't even be through second-stage burn before it passed the target." The XO studied the numbers. "Is it possible whoever's left at PJHQ don't know that?" "No." Pembroke shook her head once. "PJHQ would have done the math for us. They know exactly what they're asking." She looked down again, her mind already moving through the trajectory. They were not being ordered to fire on a conventional ballistic arc. They were being told to loft the missile high, force an altered trajectory, and let it fall back to Earth far earlier than a normal strike profile would require. It was unusual, dangerously so, but not impossible. "And you're happy with that, Captain?" the XO said. Pembroke lifted her eyes to meet his. "Yes," she said. Then, after the briefest pause, she added, "I mean, it's unconventional, but we're in very unconventional times. PJHQ has the correct authentication codes." The XO nodded once. That was enough. He stepped to the internal communications handset and keyed the circuit. His voice carried through the boat, clipped and steady. "Prepare to launch SLBMs. The world is at nuclear war." The words seemed to settle over the submarine like a physical weight. Pembroke stepped out of her cabin and into the control room. The atmosphere had changed. Everyone already knew, of course. In a submarine, news traveled faster than sound. Faces turned toward her, then back to their stations. No one panicked. No one raised their voice. The discipline aboard Resolute held, even now, even here, with the end of the world pressing in from every side. The missile control team moved with practiced precision. Panels were opened, safeguards checked, authentication procedures initiated. Quiet voices confirmed each stage. The glow from the instrumentation washed the compartment in muted greens and reds. Pembroke walked to the center of the control room and stood where her captain should stand. The great irony was not lost on her. The Prime Minister's letter of last resort had instructed her to preserve the human race, to survive, to tell the story of what happened if humanity endured. And now, the same government, what remained of it, had called and ordered her to fire. She felt the contradiction, felt it sharply. But she also understood something else. The world they had known was already gone. They were no longer operating in the realm of doctrine and peacetime assumptions. They were moving through the ruins of command, through the final motions of deterrence, war, and survival. "Captain," the weapons engineering officer said, "target package is loaded." Pembroke nodded. "Final authentication complete?" "Yes, ma'am." "Missile condition?" "Ready." The XO looked at her. There was no hesitation in him now, only readiness. Pembroke looked at the command panel, at the men and women around her, at the red-lit silence of the submarine that had survived collision, flooding, isolation, and now the collapse of nations. Then she gave the order. "Launch." The command moved through the chain at once. Deep in the missile compartment, machinery engaged. Massive systems older than many of the crew came alive in sequence. Hydraulic locks released. Pressure systems armed. Somewhere forward, a dull metallic resonance passed through the hull as the submarine prepared to unleash one of the most destructive weapons ever built. Pembroke stood perfectly still. The sea outside remained dark and crushing. Inside, HMS Resolute prepared to fire into a dying world. Chapter 62. Rescue Submarine Launched from the Tehila. Genevieve feared what they were going to find. She sat in the co-pilot seat of the specially built rescue submersible and kept her eyes fixed on the black water outside the acrylic dome. The little submarine had been designed for one purpose: dock with a stricken vessel, seal to its escape hatch, and give the people trapped inside one last chance to live. It was compact, reinforced, and ugly in the efficient way all serious machines tended to be. Veyron sat beside her at the controls, his face lit by the pale glow of instruments as he guided them down through the darkness. The submersible's electric thrusters whined softly. Ballast tanks adjusted with muted metallic clunks. Every now and then the hull gave a faint creak as they descended deeper into the cold water beneath Capri. Genevieve said nothing. Anxiety sat badly on her. It made her impatient, angry, and yet she could not shake it. Somewhere below them lay a British ballistic missile submarine that had been calling for help from the seabed. She knew enough about submarines to understand what that probably meant. Flooding, dead air, injured crew, a metal coffin full of men and women waiting in the dark. Veyron eased back on the controls. "Coming up on her." The headlights cut farther into the black. At first, Genevieve saw only shape, an immense darker shadow in the water beneath them. Then the beams struck steel. The HMS Resolute emerged slowly from the dark, lying wounded on the seabed like some giant broken predator. Her black hull rested at a slight angle, half settled into the sand and silt. The damage was obvious at once. The entire sail fin had been sheared clean off, leaving behind a brutal scar of twisted metal and torn plating. Genevieve stared at it. There was no longer any doubt. The Lion's Gate and the Resolute had collided. One had ripped open the hull of a cruise liner and sent it onto the rocks. The other had lost its sail and dropped to the bottom. "Sweet Jesus," she whispered. Veyron said, "Yeah." He banked the rescue submersible in a slow, careful circle around the crippled boat. The headlights tracked along the wounded hull, catching torn edges, gouges in the steel, and the faint drifting clouds of disturbed sediment. The submarine was intact, but only just. It looked like something that had absorbed one impossible impact and then been too stubborn to die. Genevieve ran her eyes across the vessel. "Can they still be alive in there?" Veyron's hands stayed light on the controls. "If the pressure hull held, yes." "That's not exactly comforting." "It wasn't meant to be." He completed the pass, then brought the rescue sub around toward the aft section. The docking collar sat beneath them like a steel mouth ready to bite. Veyron positioned the little submarine directly over HMS Resolute's aft escape hatch, his movements becoming even more precise now. The thrusters pulsed gently. The submersible shivered as he corrected for current, angle, and depth. "Easy," he muttered. Genevieve watched the hatch grow larger beneath them. A circular steel plate set into the back of the submarine, surrounded by old scars and marine staining, now illuminated in hard white light. Veyron lowered them the final few feet. There was a dull metallic thunk as the docking collar met the escape hatch, then another heavier clunk as the locking arms engaged. The rescue sub settled into place. Veyron checked the pressure readings. "We're sealed." Genevieve let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. He grabbed the heavy steel knocker fixed beside the port and rapped it hard against the hull. The sound boomed through the little compartment and echoed through the water outside. 3 heavy strikes against the submarine's skin. A signal, a promise, "We're here." They waited. Genevieve leaned slightly toward the port window, searching the dark. At first, she thought she had imagined it, a movement, a light. Then, out in the black water beside them, something sudden and terrible happened. A column of white fire erupted upward from somewhere forward of the Resolute. Genevieve's eyes widened. An SLBM. The submarine-launched ballistic missile tore free of the water in a roaring pillar of bubbles, steam, and violence, accelerating upward past them with monstrous force. Even submerged, the launch was overwhelming. The water around the missile shaft churned violently, and the rescue sub rocked hard against its docking clamps as the blast wave rolled through the sea. "What the hell?" Genevieve shouted. The missile became a streak above them, racing toward the surface and the night beyond. Veyron stared through the front dome, his face gone pale in the instrument light. "They just launched an SLBM!" Chapter 63, USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN 72, T-minus 10 seconds. The AI spacecraft sat motionless on the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, looking less like an airplane and more like a weapon someone had stolen from the future. Tom Bauer stared at its shape through the curved cockpit glass and still found it difficult to believe he was back inside the thing. It rested on the carrier's angled runway with an unnatural stillness, its sleek alloyed skin drinking in the morning light instead of reflecting it. The aircraft had the same predatory silhouette as a B-2 stealth bomber. A broad flying wing with no tail, no visible engine nacelles, and no obvious means of control. It looked seamless, as if it had been cast whole from a single piece of dark metal. Below and around them, the flight deck of the aircraft carrier stretched in ordered chaos. Deck crew in colored jerseys moved with the quick, practiced confidence of people who worked daily beneath the spinning rotors and jet blast. Tie-down chains had been pulled clear. Safety crews were in place. The island tower of the carrier rose off to starboard in a layered wall of antennas, platforms, and windows. Beyond the deck, the Pacific rolled away in dark blue sheets, the Abraham Lincoln driving into the wind hard enough that Tom could feel the faint vibration of her speed through the craft's landing gear. Inside the cockpit, Tom sat shoulder to shoulder with Pax, Elise, and Liam, all of them sealed inside state-of-the-art pressure suits. The life support system whispered softly through Tom's helmet. The cabin itself was almost unnervingly quiet. There were no sticks, no throttles, no switch banks. No reassuring clutter of pilots' instruments and emergency backups. Only the soft glow of digital displays embedded in the walls and floor, and the strange feeling that the machine around them was aware. The AI was awake, waiting. They were not flying it. They were simply catching a ride on it. Tom had listened while Elise explained the rest on the way over. The Secretary of Defense had sent Sam to retrieve an external hard drive from the flooded Lion's Gate. That drive held a virus designed to destroy an AI military strategist known as the Eye of Horus. Now, Sam and the woman who had designed the virus were trapped somewhere in Europe, and Washington wanted them back on American soil before the world tore itself apart. Nuclear war was no longer some abstract geopolitical possibility. It was imminent. And this ship, this bizarre, impossible AI spacecraft, was apparently the only thing fast enough to get them to Europe and back in time. Tom looked at the countdown projected across the inside of the forward canopy. 10. Their flight path was intercontinental and suborbital, 45 minutes total. Most of it would be spent clawing up to the edge of space and then falling back down the other side of the world, with a 12-minute coast in near vacuum somewhere in the middle. It sounded insane, which in Tom's experience usually meant it was probably going to work. Pax exhaled slowly over the comms. "I still can't believe you talked me into this." Tom grinned behind his visor. "That's what I said last time I flew in this." 7. Elise said nothing. Her violet eyes were fixed on the displays, expression calm, mind clearly somewhere ahead of all of them. Liam, strapped in on Tom's other side, stared forward with the look of a man trying very hard to keep his imagination in check. 5. Tom felt the carrier beneath them, the low shudder of steel, the rushing wind over the deck, the faint tremor that came from the power of a 100,000-ton warship cutting through open ocean while a machine from the future sat on its runway. 3. He drew a slow breath. 2. The AI spoke into all their helmets, its voice calm, genderless, and impossibly composed. Launch sequence commencing. 1. The timer hit 0. The twin nuclear fission jets ignited beneath them with a low subterranean rumble that Tom felt before he properly heard it. Then the sound rose, fast, violent, and smooth at the same time, building from a distant thunder into something far more alive. It did not have the raw, snarling howl of conventional afterburners. It was deeper than that, cleaner, like a reactor deciding to become a storm. The spacecraft surged forward. The acceleration slammed Tom back into his seat. The deck markings on the Abraham Lincoln began to blur beneath them as the aircraft raced down the carrier's angled flight deck. Through the canopy, Tom saw crew and deck equipment vanish backward in a smear of color and motion. Faster. The AI made constant micro-adjustments, so fine and so rapid he could feel them only as a strange absence of imperfection. No pilot could have managed it. No human nervous system could think that quickly. The craft remained perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, perfectly ruthless in its acceleration. The end of the carrier rushed toward them. Tom braced instinctively, though there was nothing he could do. The spacecraft left the deck. For a fraction of a second they skimmed just above the ocean, the Pacific so close Tom could see the texture of the swells and the white feathering of the carrier's wake. Then the nose lifted and the sky filled the windshield. The acceleration deepened. A sharp double crack rolled through the fuselage a moment later as they punched through the sound barrier, the shock wave slamming outward behind them and vanishing over the sea. The Abraham Lincoln had fallen away beneath them, shrinking into the blue vastness of the Pacific. "Brace for vertical transition," the AI said. Tom barely had time to think what that might feel like before the spacecraft pitched upward, hard. The horizon dropped away, the ocean vanished from view, and suddenly they were no longer climbing like a jet. Like a rocket, they were shooting straight up. Tom felt the force multiply, pinning him deeper into the seat. His arms felt heavy, his chest compressed against the suit. The nuclear engines thundered beneath them as the craft drove toward space with savage efficiency, slicing through cloud layers, then through the thin, high atmosphere beyond. Blue sky darkened by degrees, from bright cobalt to indigo to something almost black. Beside him, Pax grunted once, but said nothing. Tom's permanent smile was still there, though it had become slightly more strained around the edges. This was not flying. This was more like being fired from a cannon. Then, just as abruptly as it had built, the force began to fade. The engine note softened. The violent push against his body fell away. What replaced it was somehow even stranger, an eerie, suspended stillness, as though the spacecraft had outrun every familiar law and was now gliding through somewhere human bodies were never meant to be. The earth curved below them. Tom saw it first as a subtle bend at the edge of the world, then more clearly. The blue of the atmosphere thinned to a luminous arc around the planet, fading into the black beyond. They crossed the Kármán line. Weightlessness took hold. Tom immediately laughed. It burst out of him with the delight of a 10-year-old who had just discovered that gravity was optional. He released his harness with a soft click and floated free of the seat, drifting upward in a slightly awkward, wholly undignified motion. "I'm free," he announced, spinning slowly. Pax unclipped next, though with considerably less enthusiasm. He drifted upward in controlled silence, broad shoulders turning with the slow inevitability of a continent breaking free of the seabed. Liam followed after him, then Elise. And soon all four of them were floating in the middle of the cockpit, moving in slow, dreamlike arcs. Tom pushed gently off the canopy frame and turned to look out. Earth sprawled beneath them in impossible beauty. Green and brown land masses, vast swaths of ocean in deep, rich blue, white cloud systems curling like brush strokes across entire continents. The atmosphere itself shined in a thin electric band at the edge of the world, a fragile line of blue marking the only thing standing between life and the vacuum beyond. It was stunning. For a few seconds, nobody said anything. Then Tom spoke softly. "Hard to believe that's home." Liam drifted closer, his eyes fixed on the same view. "Oh, it's home all right, warts and all." That thought hit Tom harder than the launch had, because somewhere down there, beneath those clouds and oceans and thin blue light, Sam was still running for his life. Governments were hanging by threads, nuclear arsenals were primed, and humanity, for all its beauty, was still very close to blowing itself into ash. Chapter 64. Flying over the Dolomites of northern Italy. The helicopter climbed above the Dolomites, and for a moment Sam forgot everything except the beauty of the world spread out below him. The mountains rose in jagged ranks of pale stone, their peaks catching the last hard light of the day, so that they glowed gold and silver against the darker slopes beneath. Deep valleys cut between them, filled with forests of black-green pine and scattered alpine villages that looked impossibly small from the air. Winding roads clung to the sides of cliffs and crossed meadows bright with summer green, while far below glacial streams flashed like broken mirrors as they rushed through the ravines. From up here the Dolomites looked less like mountains and more like the ruins of some vast ancient kingdom, all shattered towers, broken walls, and impossible stone citadels left behind by giants. The Airbus H-130 moved steadily north, its rotor blades beating a hard, steady rhythm above them. The engine gave off a smooth, rising whine as Sam coaxed it higher, climbing for distance and terrain. Florence was far behind them now. The city, the hospital, the men chasing them, all of it felt unreal compared to the clean, cold grandeur of the mountains. Behind him, the twins were quiet again. That alone felt like a miracle. Amira held them tightly in the back, exhaustion etched into every line of her face, while Caliburn sat pressed close against her legs, alert and silent. Matilda sat in the front passenger seat, her backpack at her feet, her eyes wide as she looked out at the mountains slipping by beneath them. Then Amira's phone began to ring. The sound cut through the cockpit like a blade. Amira looked at the screen, then passed it forward. Tilly. Matilda took the phone and hit the answer button, putting it on speaker. Amira, Elise's voice came through at once. I'm assuming Sam's with you. Yeah, I'm here, Elise, Sam said, not taking his eyes off the mountains ahead. Any news about Mirabella Debertschauser and the delivery of the Set virus? There was a brief crackle on the line. Then Elise said, The Secretary of Defense hasn't made contact with her yet, but it's looking good. The Eye of Horus is rapidly losing its powers. It's dying. Sam felt a surge of relief. Not enough to relax, but enough to let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, everything they had gone through had not been for nothing. Then he heard something in Elise's voice. A tightness, a change in rhythm, fear. Sam said, We're hearing reports of ICBMs being launched globally. The President has initiated the Oblivion Protocol. How long do I have? Sam asked. I don't know, not long. The Cassidy project could be triggered any second, Elise said. But there's something else. Her voice was garbled with interference. Sam frowned. What else? Sam, Elise said. There was no warmth in her voice, no banter, no hesitation, only urgency sharpened to ice. The Eye of Horus's last dying act was to launch an SLBM. It slipped through our net, and it's coming straight for you. For a second, Sam thought he had misheard her. The helicopter kept climbing. The engine whined. The rotor beat thudded overhead. The mountain stood cold and magnificent beneath the fading light, as though the world itself had not yet understood it was about to end. What are you saying? Sam asked. Elise didn't soften it, didn't try to spare him. Her voice turned to absolute ice. You have 7 minutes to find shelter for you and your family from a nuclear blast. The end.
Hi guys, sorry to leave you on such a cliffhanger. Rest assured, the Oblivion Protocol, which is the next book in the Sam Reilly series, has already been written and David Gilmore is currently hard at work narrating it, so it should be here soon. If you want to check out the new PAX West book, it's up here now.